There we go. How about now?
At some point, though, I mean, regardless, we are here for the SilphArena 2023 World Champions.
Yeah, you're the optimum
Okay, I think we're
ventriloquist.
in. Yeah, we were just miming to make sure you're all paying attention. But welcome everyone in for the 2023 World Championships here in the SilphArena, the last ever World Championships. Joined by my co-caster Caleb Peng, and Caleb, big day, big day.
Yeah, big day and big final day for solo Sylph. I know we have the Sylph Worlds faction still going on at the moment as well, but this is going to be hopefully a good one too. I mean, we had some incredible battles over the past 4 years now, and it is all coming to an end in our first ever organized PvP grassroots. So very excited to be here. Very excited to see some incredible battles, and I'm sure there's a lot of nostalgia for a lot of people tuning in. And it's a bittersweet moment, I would say.
Yeah, I think bittersweet is right. We've been here for, we're sort of approaching 5 years now, even sort of that 4.5 mark, where we've battled through season 1 all the way through into season 5 now. We've seen world champions crowned, continental champions crowned all the way through. And I think that everyone is definitely carrying a lot of memories as we sort of head into this very last sort of major SilphArena event where, we're going to put the crown on someone's head to be the SilphArena World Champion, and they're going to carry that crown for life. So definitely a lot of high stakes going around. But of course, it would be remiss to sort of talking about memories over the last sort of 5 years to not sort of mention the passing of Burnabus. Obviously, a very sort of a large moment in the community. Burnabus was a really incredible battler and an incredible human. He not only was at the top of the sort of leaderboards for quite a while, but he was also incredibly strong in Sylph factions as well. Competed in like the All-Star Invitational. It was just a really incredible person. Yeah. I think every interaction that I had with him, as well as everyone else sort of in the community, it was always a positive one. After his passing was sort of announced, it was pretty clear from everyone that everyone had a lot of love for Burnabus, and every message that was sort of posted on Twitter was so incredibly positive.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I first met him through team formats. It was actually through the Go Team Up format before Factions even started. And, he was just an incredible person. I looked through all my messages with him, and he was just like had the greatest sportsmanship, right? Was always so kind. And like, anytime we battled, it was always a fierce back and forth. But yeah, a huge loss to the community. I think definitely inspiration for many people to be at where they are today. And so, our hearts definitely go out to his teammates, his friends, his family. He was just a fighter through and through, right? Like he was battling in factions in like, grassroots tournaments in Sylph and ADL and stuff while still, going through his cancer treatments as well. And, he never really made any excuses. And, we're definitely very sad to lose him.
Yeah, definitely a very large loss in the community. So if we can, we are going to take a moment of silence while we sort of bring up a message from the Chicago Stars for Burnabus. So much love to Burnabus, family, friends, everyone who knew him. And I'm sure that we'll do our best to sort of carry on Burnabus's sort of positive spirit going forward and of just positive vibes. Because if everyone was a little bit more like Burnabus, the world would definitely be a better place. But with that said, we are here for the SilphArena World Championships. So what we're going to do today, we're going to have 16 of the world's best competitors coming in from the 4 Continentals tournaments that we had 2 weeks ago, as well as some of the sort of other qualification methods as well. For example, top of the Silph Global Leaderboards, last year's SilphArena World Champion, and of course, someone from the battle tower that was held this year as well. So Caleb, do you sort of want to give us through a couple of these names that are on here?
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, exactly. And you can actually see on the left-hand side how they qualified to be here. Starting with Jace Fan and Asper Celto, you can see they were number 1 and number 2 on the global leaderboard. So huge consistency throughout the entire year. And I believe both of them made it to their kind of like tiebreakers in their respective continental. So they still made it quite far in their respective continental, just maybe not in that top 3 cup, but definitely earning a spot here in the World Championships. We got Ventuski, the Battle Tower winner, the only Battle Tower we had this year, but the Battle Tower winner, a huge tournament. I believe it had like over 260 something people. It was a very stacked tournament. And Vroom Vroom Pow, the reigning world champion of Sylph Worlds, is our returning champion, challenging everyone that is trying to take the crown off his head. And then we can see all the respective other trainers who qualified through Continentals, which, in my opinion, was pretty stacked through and through. And I believe every single one of them went to tiebreakers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, every single Continental had to go to that tiebreaker, which, certainly put some extra work onto Miss Mystic running the production streams and the casters as well. But hey, it was for the big championship, so a little bit of drama, definitely all par for the course. But actually, you mentioned Ventuski with the Battle Tower being sort of the longest tournament. I think it was actually the largest tournament for SilphArena that was held since the pandemic. So it was definitely sort of a really large event. And Ventuski, probably one of the favorites to take this thing out after being a 2-time continental champion in seasons 2 and season 3. After also, I believe, being in the top 8 in the season 1 South American Championship. So Ventuski definitely coming back with a vengeance this time. Of course, a bunch of other names here as well. Wadaj, 13 Gioppi, PvP, David, Jason. We've got like Inner Bloom 94. We've got Magic Mason. We can see King OWT, Dial-Up Chang, Neon Kake, LNDS Bernardo. We've got the Vroom Vroom Power there. We've got Paulinho, Tad, and we have Ridia Aditya. Rifki Aditya 23 coming in from Indonesia as well. So a lot of really stacked battlers coming in from all around the world. Big shout out to those fellow APAC trainers who have definitely got up in the middle of the night to come in here in a bloom, sharing my time zone. So coming with that 3 a.m. battles. But, all I'm saying, Caleb, last year's winner did come from the APAC region. So maybe battling through the night just brings that spirit to take it through. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if Inner Bloom and some of these other competitors battle through the night, the sun might be rising by the time they are crowned champion. But yes, this is a live tournament, which is very exciting for everyone. There is no script here. We don't know the results. None of the players know the results, and it's going to be great. And a lot of these names too, not only prominent in SilphArena, Silph factions, but also in the play Pokemon circuit. So you can see consistency through and through from a lot of these competitors, and Ventusi especially, right? Competing in winner of 2 continentals, going to multiple world championships, and he's probably fallen short quite a few times, but looking to finally close it out in this final world championships. And we see the bracket here on the screen too, and these are, I want to see every one of these matchups. Which matchup are you most excited to see right off the bat?
Look, there is definitely a couple of big, exciting ones here, but one matchup that is definitely taking my eye is that matchup right around the sort of middle there with Vroom Vroom Pow versus Jay's Fans 55. Vroom Vroom Pow, obviously, as you said, the reigning SilphArena World Champion, coming in from India, the Pizza Man, as he was called last year, because he always delivers, versus Jay's Fan, who is the #1 globally ranked battler on the Silph Global Leaderboard by quite some distance. There was definitely some solid gap between Jay's Fan and the #2 ranking. Jay's Fan has been an incredibly consistent battler, basically through his entire SilphArena season, as well as this season, of course. I think also, yeah, as you said, came fourth place in the North American Continental Championships. So like I just barely missed out on the double qualifier as well. So definitely a really strong battler. And we can see that this is actually, we've got the teams up on the screen here, and we've got two Venusaurs, which I feel like was not the most used starter and not the second most used starter. But Caleb, because we're using the same meta as the Continentals, and you actually competed in the North American Continentals, do you want to give us like a quick little recap on sort of the basics of what the meta is while we're here?
Yeah, exactly. So every one of the slots that people use, they're kind of set slots. So you can only pick specific Pokemon out of each respective slots. That first slot is that starter Pokemon slot or the primary partner Pokemon slot. So most people typically go in for Venusaur, Swampert, or Charizard. We do have some Chestnut experts in the World Championship, so maybe we even see a Chestnut in there. I personally did use Venusaur myself when I compete in Continentals, but I didn't do so great. So maybe my own advice is not the best. But clearly, there are trainers better than me that are also wielding that Venusaur. And looking at this respective teams, they actually have pretty much mirror teams, except two Shadow variants on Jace Fan, and not two non-Shadow variants on Vroom Pow side, and you have the Noctowl instead of the Medicham. So that's why I see a lot of teams kind of similar archetype because of these slot-based formats. And I think it's honestly a really cool format. And one thing to note is that Registeel is not allowed in any of the slots, which means that Registeel out of the meta changes things quite a bit, right? I think Charizard becomes less relevant because of the lack of Registeel. You see more Galarian Stunfisk, a lot of these water types, double water, right? Lantern and Tapu Fini. One important thing to note between these two competitors is I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they faced off last year in World Championships in that losers bracket, and Vroom Pow was the person to knock out Jace Fan, I think around like the 4th or 5th place mark, maybe even 3rd place mark. And so Jace Fan's definitely looking for some redemption against his former competitor.
Oh, that's right. It's not just trying to take that world champion title. It's trying to take it away from Vroom Vroom Pow, get that revenge back on the board, show him what he's made of. And as number one on the global leaderboard, definitely has a chance to do that. Something interesting, just because I have sort of both of these battlers registered for the Continentals tournament, neither of them used Venusaur in Continentals. So they've actually moved towards the Venusaur pick, deciding that it's the way to go. Potentially seeing all of the Swamperts that were used in the 4 Continentals. I believe that Swampert was the most used Pokemon in that slot 1 starter Pokemon pick. So maybe they've gone really hard into trying to counter that. But also interesting to note is that they've both sort of almost entirely changed their teams. There is a lot of different picks compared from then to now, but they seem to have sort of agreed on a lot of the same picks. As you say, we're moving towards the Lantern, Lickitung, Tapu Fini along the bottom there, alongside the Alolan Sandslash and the Venusaur. But Jay's fan seems to be a little bit more of a fan of the Shadow Pokemon than Vroom Vroom Pow, bringing in the Shadow Venusaur and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. One of those Pokemon bringing in the 3 words in there just to make it nice and long, alongside Shadow Alolan Ninetales, who takes out the same slot, I believe. But there's definitely, actually, it looks like it was just Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It was not Shadow Venusaur, so they're actually even more on the same page than they were before. But looking at these two teams here, who do you think might have a little bit of an edge here, Caleb?
Yeah, I think even though Noctowl typically beats Medicham outside that zero shield scenario, Vroom Pow's Medicham actually looks very good in this scenario. I mean, yes, you have the Venusaur and the Tapu Fini that resist the counter damage, but Medicham still can hit back with Ice Punch and Psychic for the Venusaur and then Psychic for that Tapu Fini. And Tapu Fini is on the more frail side, so it doesn't really appreciate Psychic either from Medicham, and you really just you have to land a Moonblast, right, to take out the Medicham in most situations. So Medicham looking very, very strong. Whereas the Noctowl and Jace fan side, yes, it's a very good Pokemon. It's going to beat the Venusaur and Lickitung pretty handily. It's got kind of a more neutral matchup into that Medicham and Tapu Fini, and just typically hard loses that Alolan Sandslash and that Lantern. So I think Vroom Pow has a little bit more flexibility in his one pick that's different from Jace fan. But something to note is that, oh, and it looks like maybe both are running the Shadow Alone Sand Slash. So it's getting closer and closer. They pretty much have the same exact team at this point, except for that Medicham and Noctowl slot. Unless the Noctowl starts turning into a fighting Pokemon all of a sudden too, then we're really in for a treat. But I do like the pick of the Shadow Alone Sand Slash. That Shadow variant I think is very strong because it has a lot more play into a lot of these more neutral matchups. I think it beats Lantern in the 1 and 2 shield scenario, going straight drill run with that Shadow variant, whereas the non-Shadow, it's just not enough damage with those drill runs. So a good choice from both competitors. And I think the non-Shadow Venusaur pick is actually a great idea too. I want Shadow Venusaur. I think it's a little too frail. But here we go. We're going to the first battle of the final World Championships for Sylph Arena, and it is going to be a Noctowl into a Medicham to kick things off.
Yeah, they've really decided to show us that different pick from each other, but we see the quick swap out into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash from Vroom Vroom Power, and we get Jace Van Lickitung coming straight out. Already got a fair bit of energy coming out on Vroom Vroom Power side, so throwing those ice punches straight away and actually getting a shield from Jace Van, really wanting to protect that Lickitung, potentially hoping to use it a little bit more against the Medicham later, because Jace Van, just other than that Noctowl, really lacking that counter damage to Vroom Vroom Power's Medicham, essentially with an ABB lineup, double weak to Medicham, so really wants to try and do as much against Medicham as possible, and probably wants to win switch advantage.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting situation for Jace Fan Vroom Pow. Jace Fan expecting more of an ABB composition from Vroom Pow, probably expecting maybe the Lantern in the back. So Jace Fan really wants to maintain that alignment, and obviously you really want to get that Lone Sand Slash away from Medicham. Vroom Pow, though, I remember very specifically saying last year that he is a huge fan of ABA teams, and we see that right here on the screen. There's really no clear check to this Noctowl outside the Lone Sand Slash, which is quite low on health already. But Vroom Pow leveraging that ABA strategy, taking his opponents off guard. You can see Jace Fan expecting a maybe ABB format, but Vroom Pow actually relying on the Medicham to try to take out this Noctowl, or at least whittle quite down. And, I don't think Jace Fan's going to appreciate that Lickitung in the back once this Noctowl's taken out.
No, I mean, and this Noctowl already getting so low, it's sort of getting to the point that even if Vroom Vroom Power sort of loses this Medicham, that Lickitung is going to be able to come in and probably do a chunk of damage and take down that Noctowl as well. But Medicham stocking up a ton of energy here. This Ice Punch, Jace Van needs to shield if he wants to protect this Noctowl. And again, he doesn't really want either the Lickitung or the Alolan Sandslash to come up against this Medicham, especially when it is still so healthy. So Jace Van finally pulling the trigger on that Sky Attack, and this will take out the Medicham, but there's still a lot to push through in the back.
Yeah, the Alolan Sandslash is going to outpace the Noctowl. I like this play from Vroom Pow. You gotta take this out because you have double resist damage on the Shadow Claw and the Lick on the Lickitung, so you have to take out this Noctowl somehow. Shields are all the way down on both sides, and we have two respective Pokemon here, and you see the first charge move is going to come out for Jace Fan. I actually think this position is typically a little bit better for Jace Fan because Lickitung is going to do much better to Alolan Sandslash shields up because it's really your lick damage that's effective, whereas Alolan Sandslash is typically going to do better into Lickitung shields down because it's really your charge moves that are doing the most chunk of damage. However, Vroom Pow is going to try to come out of this matchup with as much energy as possible. Jace Fan not allowing too much overfarm here, coming straight away into Alolan Sandslash and going straight for that first drill run.
Yeah, Jace Fan has seemingly done pretty well to get himself into this position where he does have that Alolan Sandslash, being able to throw the big drill runs, getting really close to KOing that Lickitung. Vroom Vroom Power really not with a lot of health, ready to take on these charge moves with shields down. And that Body Slam, as you said, not doing very much damage to Alolan Sandslash at all. Gonna throw this Body Slam to sort of try and whittle down the timer a little bit more, because I feel like Vroom Vroom Power really just wants to try and make a swap out of here and keep this Lickitung alive for just a little bit longer. Try and make a catch here, but no catch. He was tapping on the Alolan Sandslash, but does not get to swap out, which means that this Ice Punch is going to take out the Lickitung here. This is not great for Vroom Vroom.
Yeah, that would have been an epic catch. I think it still would have been quite close because Jace Fan's Lickitung still had a decent amount of health left. Not in lick range for sure, but Jace Fan able to close out the first battle, finding a way to play around Vroom Powell's ABA team. I think I'm curious here to see how Vroom Powell adjusts. Does Vroom Powell maybe go for a more traditional ABB team into the second game, or saying, you know what, I'm the ABA expert here. I'm going to double down and find a way to beat Jace Fan without having to go ABB, especially if he loses that lead.
Yeah, because I mean, it was looking really good for Vroom Vroom Pout from that get go. Even with like the Ice Punch being shielded up by Jace Fan and getting drill run after drill run to land onto Jace Fan's Pokemon, it felt like Vroom Vroom Pout was really setting him up to be in quite a good position with that Metacham. But in the end, it just wasn't able to put out enough damage onto that Noctowl. And we ended up seeing a lot of energy from Jace Fan's Lickitung being able to be thrown onto Vroom Vroom Power's Lickitung, weakening it down for when that Alolan Sandslash came in. And there just wasn't enough health left on Vroom Vroom Power's side. I'm kind of thinking, originally I was like, well, Vroom Vroom Power's Metacham is really hard to hard counter. And Jace Fan, I mean, he's managed to come out with only a single soft counter to Metacham and take it away.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that Jace Fan really needs to move into harder Metacham counters potentially. But Vroom Vroom Power sort of has to think a little bit more about what he wants to bring and whether that Lickitung in the back really did him a lot of favors, because I feel like it just didn't really work out against Jace Fan's team, and I'm not sure that there's a lot that you're really using that Lickitung for. Obviously, you have that Grass Power Whip that's going to be really nice if the Lantern or the Tapu Fini do come out, but if you don't see either of those Pokemon, you're kind of just a Pokemon that is there for bulk, when you could be relying on some other bulky Pokemon on your team that could do a little bit better. So I'd like to see that Lickitung get swapped out, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's possible that Runepal could have also stayed in, played out that zero shield scenario with the Metcham into Noctowl. Typically speaking, Metcham is going to win CMP there, and you at least can grab shield off of Jace Fan and just come in with their lone Sandslash. Because looking at Runepal's side, I mean, I think Runepal does have the team composition advantage. There really aren't any hard checks to that alone Sandslash on Jace Fan's side. Yes, you have to lick it on, but you're also doing just resisted charge moves. And that's about as best as it gets for Jason. Jason was able to align that matchup into the lone Sandslash. I think Vroom Pow just plays for shield advantage maybe and tries to sweep with that lone Sandslash. I expect that lone Sandslash to come into every single game for Vroom Pow for sure, because it just looks so safe into Jace fan team. But Jace Fan's number one in the world in the rankings for a reason, right? Has played around bad matchups and made it work, and is showing that in that first game against Ruin Pao. But I'm very curious to see how both trainers adjust. Maybe Ruin Pao not expecting a knockdown in that first game at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like he has to feel like Noctowl must be around when everything else on Jace Fan's team is just that little bit worse against that Metacham. But as you said, Jace Fan has definitely seen a couple of ABA teams in his time through Pokemon Go PvP and definitely knows how to work his way around. Came in with the ABB strategy and was prepared, knew what to do. I mean, straight away, we went in, we actually saw the Noctowl onto the Metacham, Vroom Vroom Power ran away, and Jace Fan was sort of able to follow. I almost feel like in a lot of these cases, when you are running that ABB and you actually succeed in landing your sort of A Pokemon, that lead Pokemon on what you want to counter, it can end up getting a little bit tricky because you want to catch the lead. But it looks like we are going into game 2 here, and we have a much worse lead for Jace Fan with Noctowl going into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Not a lot of damage coming from those Shadow Claws, but the Ice Punches are going to add up really, really fast against that bulky Noctowl.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. That lone Sandslash, so good for Ruin Power. If you have in the right scenario, Jace Fan just doesn't have too much play. Has to stay in because you have that Venusaur in the back, and Ruin Power recognizing the value is going to throw up that first shield for that lone Sandslash. This is looking really good for Ruin Power. Let's see if Jace Fan is going to shield in return, because how do you take out this alone Sandslash? It has so much health still remaining, and you see that shield come up from Jace Fan as well. I think Jace Fan might go straight for that Shadow Ball. You can't really outpace the Alone Sandslash anyway, so not a lot of value in baiting. Does Ruin Power decide to shield? And it looks like the no shield here. And man, that Venusaur is actually looking very good in the back end. If Ruin Power doesn't pivot out of this matchup, I mean, even if you pivot out, there's so little health at this Alone Sandslash. Oh, and we actually get the double shield from Chase Fan, putting everything on the line. I mean, I think this is actually looking a little better for Ruin Power now, because shields down, that Metagame is actually pretty strong.
Yeah, completely agree. With the Lantern coming in, it was looking a little bit dicey with Jacevan having two Pokemon with grass charge moves, the Venusaur and the Lickitung. An attempted catch into Medicham here to try and get a body slam, but instead we're just going to see more licks adding up. But now Vroom Vroom Power has to power through this Lickitung, while that Venusaur is just waiting in the back for that Lantern from Vroom Vroom Power. I'm not sure if Vroom Vroom knows what's coming, but is definitely going to have to try and keep this Medicham around to do some big damage. Super effective with Ice Punch or Psychic onto that Venusaur, because Lantern is not going to be able to do a lot at all. But he just doesn't know at this point.
Yeah, this is playing into Jays fans' plans perfectly. I mean, Lickitung putting Metacham solo. We do get the defense drop though, and looks like no final body slam, but this Noctowl is loaded with energy. I don't even know if you get to one Ice Punch, you might be able to even wing attack down. Yeah, and that Venus is just looking so strong and getting the full wing attack down. Once we see that Lantern, Vroom is not going to appreciate seeing this grass type in the back. I mean, this is the tough part about Lantern, right? It's kind of polarizing his matchups. Very strong into these flying Pokemon, into the fire Pokemon, but Venusaur, it just has zero play. And Jace fan looking like he's going to be able to close out this first set of battles against Vroompao, getting a little bit of redemption from last year. But if I'm not mistaken, this is a double elimination format, so Vroompao is not completely out of the tournament just yet.
Yeah, we actually saw Vroom Vroom Power go through the same thing last year, losing and sort of sweeping up through the losers bracket to come back and become the world champion. So definitely not going to set him back too far. But this Lantern, I mean, it looks like Jaceban is just going for a full farm down just to be as disrespectful as possible. I guess there was that shield still in play for Vroom Vroom. So able to bring it down there. Do we see a KO through the shield? We do not. So Lantern potentially will be able to take out the Venusaur here, but there is still that Noctowl in the back, which would be a very stylish way to close it out with a Noctowl countering down. Okay, not even going to see that. Simultaneous KO. We still get the drama.
Yeah, the non-shadow variant Venusaur hanging on there with a lot more bulk, and yeah, impressive first set of battles from Jace fan. I mean, that second one looked so dominant. The first one was kind of back and forth. I thought it looked really bad for Jace fan at first. I'm like, wow, you have no shot at taking out this alone Sand Slash. It's looking so strong, ABA strong into the team, but that is a downside Lone Sand Slash a little bit on the frail end, and because of that, Jace fan was able to play it out. I mean, I think that just shows the game knowledge from Jace fan, right? Knowing exactly how to play out these matchups that look so bad on paper and to maybe everyone viewing it. But Jace fan said, you know what? I'm not worried, right? I know what I'm doing here, and yeah, going to move forward in this bracket.
I have to wonder if Jay's fan, when he had that Noctowl into the Alolan Sandslash, was he thinking, well, his Venusaur was in the back? I'm predicting that there's going to be a Lantern here. I think that Lantern is going to be here, and so I'm going to stay in this matchup, do as much damage as I can with the Shadow Balls, and then just waiting for that Venusaur to be able to get onto that Lantern, because Vroom Vroom Power is sitting there with his sort of non-ideal Noctowl counter sort of ready to go. As much as he had a good matchup with his Sandslash against that Noctowl, he really would have preferred to have the Lantern in that spot instead and save that Alolan Sandslash for a matchup sort of down the line, because against the rest of Jace Van's team, that Alolan Sandslash was looking a little bit better, and Lantern, to be honest, didn't really have a lot of other places to go except up against Jace Van's Tapu Fini or potentially the Lantern mirror match as well. So it's a little bit rough, because obviously you don't want to swap out of that matchup, because it's like, well, I'm in a pretty good spot here, and with Vroom Vroom Power running that ABA weak to Noctowl, there isn't a lot that you can do to sort of get yourself into a position, because obviously if you swap into your Lantern, you're just going to see that Venusaur come straight out, and you're going to be in an even worse position up against Jay's fan. So it's a tricky spot to be in, and unfortunately I think a little bit it just came down to team composition, with that Sandslash being in the lead potentially instead of the Lantern. I think that things could have played out quite a bit differently if Vroom Vroom Power had the Lantern in the lead, but it was certainly a little bit more of a risky pick.
Yeah, I think he was really scared of that Venusaur, right? So going for a little bit more of an ABB line into that Venusaur potential lead was probably what Vroompao was thinking in that specific situation. Because, I mean, if you go Lantern lead, you come in Venusaur, in the lead there, you kind of have to swap your own Medicham, which is not a great matchup. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how strong that Alone Sandslash looked for Vroom Pow, but honestly, that Venusaur for Jace fan actually looked really strong with the lack of a flying type Pokemon Vroom Pow side. I mean, it has strong matchups against 2 water types, that Medicham, and even has a lot of play into the Lickitung. And then you just got to worry about the mirror matchup and Alone Sandslash. So even though we talked about how great of a matchup that was for Vroom Pow, it actually looked like Jace fan had a little MVP up his sleeve. So we do have that first set of battles taken out, and people asking in the chat, is this live? This is live. These are live battles. These are happening as we speak, and we can see some of the other matchups going on concurrently too. So looking at the update on bracket, we have Dialap and Rifki still kind of battling it out, but 13 Giappi 37 taking out Interbloom 2-1, and then Jerson Sanks 2-0 against King OWT. Mentusi, as per Celta, are still battling out. Jace fan, we saw earlier, did get the 2-0 against the reigning world champion for Vroom Pow. And then Nyan Kake versus Wadash 2-0, a matchup I really want to see. We don't see a lot of Nyan Kake on a lot of streams in general for Silph or maybe other formats too. So that's an impressive one too, because Wadash is definitely one of the most talented trainers, not only just in North America, but the entire world. Paulinho Tad 3-0 against Matthew Mason, playing out that third battle too, just for some extra warm-up reps. And then PvP David, another 3-0 against LNDS Bernardo.
Yeah, and you sort of highlighted that Neon Kake, who of course we are going to be able to see a little bit more of as they're sort of going through into that winners bracket. So, the longer they stay around, the more we are going to be able to see. But Neon Kake, I'm pretty sure that this is their first ever season of SilphArena. So they've sort of done the shady equation strat and sort of come in real strong in their first ever SilphArena season. And I mean, they're already going through into that second round of the winners bracket and taking out Wadaj, as you said, one of the best in the world. So definitely a really strong sort of play there. And PvP David as well, sort of repping that Latin American Continental Champion title here. I feel like actually Jerson Sanks taking it out as well. So we're seeing a lot of success coming in from the Continental Champions. That's 3 of them taking out this first round, just waiting on Dialap to potentially try and do the same thing and take out Rifki Aditya. We could see a 4-for-4 Continental Champion going through, which, if my memory serves, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the Continental Champions actually lost quite a bit in the first round last year. So we're seeing a little bit of a reversal here.
Yeah, I'll say I don't fully remember how it broke down last time around, but I do remember that towards the end, they weren't the Continental Champions that actually made it very far in that tournament. So this time around, proving that that's not the case. I mean, that's not too surprising to me because this is the same meta as Continental. So those that had a lot of success in that format are likely to have a lot of success in this same format. But as you can see from even our first matchups, the players are able to change up their teams between Continentals and World Championships. And you see the adjustments from Jace Fan and from Vroom Pow. And you see some of these results coming in live. Dialap churn 2-1 against Rifki. And we have, what was the other match? Oh, no, Ventuski and as per Celta are still battling out. So one more results we're waiting on. But yeah, Dialap churn, I got to say, has been on fire ever since he left his previous faction of Deoxys Alberta form, because that man was going 0-3 in like every single week. But I don't know what happened. He hopped over teams to Elite TMs for World Championships for factions, going 3-0 almost like back-to-back weeks and just constantly killing it. And then obviously winning all of North America Continentals and continuing his run in World Championships for SilphArena. And, we'll probably see him in Japan as well for the official championship series. So, yeah, that man's on fire, and we love to see it.
Yeah, he's like, I think he might be the only person that is actually competing for sort of all 3 World Championship titles over the next 2 weeks in SilphArena sort of single player, in Silph factions, and in that play Pokemon Championship circuit as well. So Dialap, or Eddie, as for those who are tired and know him like that, he's definitely a very, very strong battler, and he's done a pretty good job in taking out sort of that first round up against Rifki Aditya, who actually did really, really well in the APAC Continentals as well. Definitely it showed themselves as a really strong battler. So I am looking forward to sort of seeing how Dialap is sort of able to push himself through because it does mean that I think in the next round we're actually going to see, and I'm just sort of, I think that none of the Continental champions are going to be facing each other. So I think that all 4 Continental champions will be sort of facing someone else. So they're sort of going to push themselves and see if we can get all Continentals semi-final in the winners bracket. But we'll have to sort of wait and see going into the sort of next round. But I think what sort of, I know we don't have the bracket on the screen here, but what matchup are you sort of looking forward to, Caleb?
Yeah, well, let's see if we can get that bracket back on the screen. But let's see. So it looks like it is coming up now, and I am very curious to see that Jace Fan versus Nyankake matchup, right? As we said, 2-0 against Wadaj is no easy feat. And Jace Fan, number 1 in the world in the global rankings, right? So, and we saw taking out Boom Pow in that first round. Really want to see some of that action from Nyankake to really see what's going on there. But we got 2-3-0 trainers in that bottom part of the bracket too. Paulinho Tad, the chestnut expert, and then PvP David. So those two could be very interesting as well. And, I think, I mean, honestly, all these matchups look so good. I would want to see them all. Unfortunately, we can't show all of them because we'll be here all day, and it'll be a 24-hour stream, I think. And as fun as that is, I don't think anyone wants to stay up that long watching battles.
No, I mean, not just watch the battles, but again, these battlers have to stay up and battle themselves. So at some point, you're just going to fall into delirium and they're just going to be tapping their phones, and eventually you're going to see them stop tapping and fall asleep. But another matchup that I'm also really looking forward to is the Jerson Saints versus actually just seen the matchup come through. Asprashelto taking out Ventuski with a 2-1. Definitely a close game there. Of course, again, none of these battlers are out for the count because this is a double elimination bracket, so they will be sort of able to recover in that lower bracket. But it does mean that Jerson Sanks, as the Latin American Continental Champion, is going to be taking on Asprashelto, the second ranked battler on the global leaderboards. And as was mentioned earlier, really strong performance in the European Continental Champion as well. So that would also be a very, very hype matchup. But I mean, this is sort of that point where these are 16 of the best battlers in the entire world. They've done incredibly well through this off-season, and all of them, literally every single one of them, has done a really good job in the last month as well, especially through that Continental Championship. And it's sort of a point where any of these battlers could take it out.
Yeah, I think you're at the top of the top, right? The skill gap here is very, very minimal. I'm sure we're going to see some skill expression though throughout this tournament, but yeah, it's going to be interesting, and a lot of very close matchups too, right? We did see a few 2-0s in this first round, but mostly just 2-1s and 1-2s. So the grit score is high so far, and I'm very excited to see who we have coming up next, because yeah, it should be a good one.
I will say, just sort of looking at the teams on the back end, something that we saw in the Continental Champions is that all 4 Continental Champions were running Galarian Stunfisk on their team in their sort of slot 4 pick. And that is not actually what we're sort of seeing play out in this tournament here. We've actually seen that PvP David 07, who took out the first Continental Champion in Europe, has actually swapped their Galarian Stunfisk over to Lantern. And we don't see, we're still seeing a lot of GFIX, but I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Lanterns out of the 16 competitors, plus Paulinho Tad actually bringing in a Mantine, which is kind of an absolutely wild pick. I don't think I saw any Mantines in the 4 Continental Championships, but they've decided that it is the thing to bring here. I'm not sure what Mantine gives for you here. I suppose that it's a little bit stronger up against the Metacham, and the water damage. I'm not sure. Do you see what the value in Mantine is in this tournament?
I mean, I personally don't see the value of Mantine in any tournament, but I typically am proven wrong from time to time. So happy to be proven wrong, because I would love to see a Mantine take it all the way. I mean, I'm sure there are some very interesting matchups that we're not aware about. I mean, with that flying and water typing, you're only taking neutral from those grasslands from Venusaur, and you can hit back with Ice Beam, so not too bad, right? I mean, obviously, Noctowl typically is a little bit better there. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, being super walled off by that Lantern is an interesting pick, but it's working out so far. So we got to see how that plays out. And I think it makes sense that a lot of players are moving away from Galarian Stunfisk, especially because we saw so much Tapu Fini in Continentals as being one of the primary picks for that legendary slot, that final slot, right? I think almost everyone was running Tapu Fini or maybe Deoxys Defense. A few Cresselia here or there, but Tapu Fini really having a lot of that water gun pressure is really going to make life tough for those Galarian Stunfisk users. Maybe another reason to pivot over to Manti. I don't know. Manti doesn't have a great matchup against Tapu Fini. What are you throwing at it? Aerial Ace is like one of the worst things in the game. I mean, I guess you're doing neutral wing attacks, but they are doing resisted water guns as well.
I mean, look, I'm ready to eat my words. If, like, you know, he's obviously taken out the first round, right, against Magic Mason. So clearly having that Mantine on the team is not holding him back too much, because taking down Magic Mason is certainly no feat. I mean, actually, Magic Mason does actually have a Shadow Charizard on their team, as well as the Metacham. So maybe this Mantine has just been able to find itself into the one team that can actually do really well against. Although, worth pointing out, that Magic Mason actually also has a Lantern on the back end as well. So there is that sort of hardest of hard counters for that Mantine. So I'm not entirely sure how it can do. Speaking of sort of big picks that are sort of waiting in the wings, a pick that was a really highlight in the APAC Continental Championships that I was lucky enough to be able to watch through. We have Inner Bloom 94, who sort of went along the top of the bracket and ended up with a 6-0 before losing in the very last round of the tournament and going into tiebreak. Inner Bloom is running a very, very spicy team with a Quagsire in slot 2 and a Shadow Dragonite in slot 5. And these were two picks that I'm pretty sure no other battlers were sort of running at all in those tournaments. Quagsire, a very interesting pick with that newly buffed Mud Bomb, doing a lot of damage to those Galarian Stunfisks running around, plus access to that Stone Edge to hit all of those flying Noctowls and Charizards running around. And the Shadow Dragonite, it just does Shadow Dragonite things. We've seen it in multiple formats do really well because it just has that big Shadow Dragon Tail damage that adds up really quickly. But they were definitely some exciting Pokemon to sort of see come out. But it actually looks like we do have our sort of next matchup that we're going to be seeing, which is going to be Jerson Sanks versus Asproshelto from that top half of the bracket. And then I think we can sort of come down to the lower half as well. But we've got the teams up here. So, I mean, sort of straight away, first pickings, what are you sort of seeing, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, these teams are way different than the previous ones. I mean, there's only potential mirror picks in the Umbreon, probably the non-Shadow form. Shadow Umbreon will be quite a reveal from both trainers, actually. I would love to see that myself. But that being said, I mean, it's just, this is the opposite of a mirror matchup. And this is looking really interesting because I feel like there's so much play on both sides. I think that Pelipper looks actually pretty strong for Jerson Sanks if he can avoid that Lantern. And I think Jerson Sanks' team is particularly built around being strong into Lantern. I mean, you have kind of more neutral matchups with Deoxys Defense, but Umbreon just beats it straight up in those neutral matchups. Galarian stuff is fantastic with that Earthquake, and you got Venusaur, the hardest of counters for that Lantern. Pelipper can definitely be a menace into this team if it is aligned up in the right spots. But as for Celto, I mean, Shadow Charizard, it's very strong. I don't think it's very strong into Jerson Sanks' team. I think we probably get that benched quite a bit. But Lickitung actually looks pretty good. I would say Lickitung actually has a lot of play outside of that Umbreon. So I think we see a lot of Lickitung play from Aspercelto in this matchup.
Yeah, you mentioned the Pelipper from Jerson sort of being that big, dangerous pick where if it gets that bit of energy advantage, if it's got a shield advantage, it can do a lot of work against really all of Asproshelto's team. And usually that Shadow Charizard would be the same role on the other side. But yeah, Jerson Sanks' team is just not very willing to have to face off against that Shadow Charizard, or other way around, sorry. But we have the sort of Azumarill and the Pelipper with that double water sort of already giving it a bit of a wall. But you also have that Galarian Stunfisk with a single Rock Slide sending Charizard to the moon and back. And like you've got the Venusaur, but even Venusaur can do that fair bit of damage against the Charizard. But it just doesn't really have any targets on Jerson's team. So I do think you're right that Shadow Charizard is probably going to sit its way over on the bench for the remainder of this matchup. But hey, I've been wrong before. But I think that you're right that the Lickitung sort of really is providing a lot of that bulk for Aspercelto's team. It's actually built an interesting team where you have the Shadow Charizard with like, one of the frailer Pokemon in Pokemon Go PvP, and then you have a ton of bulk surrounding it with the Medicham, the Umbreon, the Lantern, the Lickitung, the Cresselia, just trying to really bump up that PvPoke team build bulk score on this team to round out that Shadow Charizard. And maybe that's sort of how the strategy's been built to keep all of those shields for the Charizard. But when you don't really have an opportunity to use your Charizard, I guess you sort of have some extra shields to use on the rest of your bulky Pokemon. I think with the shields in play, you potentially give Medicham a little bit more of a play as well. And it's sort of weird to say that when you're up against a water fairy like Azumarill, a flying type like Pelipper, even the Frenzy Plants coming through from Venusaur hurt quite a bit. But Medicham is just such a powerful pick. It's got such a good stat product in the game, and you're able to get those Ice Punches and Psychics through that can really sort of hit a lot of the meta. And in a weird way, one of the Pokemon that you sort of don't enjoy facing a ton is the Umbreon, just because you don't have that fighting type charge move. Unless, Aspercelto definitely could have brought one in. We've seen people run Dynamic Punch in these big tournaments before, Caleb.
Yeah, that's my personal favorite moveset is the Dynamic Punch Ice Punch combination. But Psychic does give you some valuable coverage, and you really need it for Azumarill. So I'm not really sure if Aspercelto is going to go that far off meta. And, Shadow Charizard Umbreon is such a strong pairing, really only broken up by that Water Fairy core. And you do see that on Jerson Sank's side. I think I was talking about the Pelipper earlier, but looking more at this matchup, Jerson Sank's Venusaur looks so strong. Just completely walls off that Cresselia, unless you're running Future Sight, which most people are not. Walls off that Lantern, fantastic shields up against the Medicham, has a lot of neutral play into that Umbreon, and like that, you only have to watch out for that Charizard on Aspercelto's side. But the problem is you have double Water and Galarian Stunfisk on Jerson Sank's side. Also, you have the bulky neutral matchup of Umbreon. And even Deoxys Defense can land a move to take out that Shadow Charizard. How do you deal with this Venusaur is probably the biggest question Aspercelto is asking himself right now, because that thing looks like it's going to cause so many problems in this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, and he's going to be really tricky. It's almost like you need to rely on your Medicham to try and just line up with the Venusaur as opposed to lining up to things like the Galarian Stunfisk or the Umbreon, where you have that super effective counter damage. And I guess you are really hoping that you can try and get some neutral damage through with the Lickitung or the Umbreon. Obviously, Umbreon, like there is the opportunity that you could be running Psychic on Umbreon. I think it's sort of a little less common, and in this meta, I don't think I saw any Psychic Umbreon sort of being in play. It was just a lot of last resort, especially when there's so many other Umbreons sort of running around in that slot 3 pick. But it's going to be a tricky one to work around. And I think that, look, we should say again, Aspercelto is the number 2 globally ranked in the world and has definitely fought through tough matchups before. So I don't think that we can sort of count Aspercelto out here. We've seen very strong picks in the first round that were able to be played around. So I think that there is a way through here. Potentially, there's not as much room to sort of do an ABB-ish strat against that Venusaur. And I almost feel like Aspercelto, it's a little bit scary to bring the Lantern. Even though Lantern looks actually really strong against a lot of Jerson's team, it's just so weak to that Venusaur that you really have to... in an ideal world, you'd bring something that could counter it a little bit stronger than a Medicham or a Lickitung. Look, maybe this is the reason that Cresselia could be running that Future Sight, just for that extra little bit of coverage. But it's also possible that Aspercelto sort of come in here not expecting a whole lot of Venusaur based on the Continental Championships. I think going through all of the competitors' teams in this tournament, back in Continentals, only 3 out of 16 were running the Venusaur. So not a whole lot of grass to deal with. So maybe they were hoping they could slide through, sort of not having to face one. But as is, it's definitely going to be a little bit scary here. But it looks like we are actually going to be going into the first battle of round 2 here. And we have Jersen Sanks up against Aspera Shelto with the Defense Deoxys into Umbreon. A really interesting lead matchup where they are both doing some super effective damage to each other. Umbreon having that little bit of an advantage in being able to do super effective charge move damage, but we actually see the swap out into the Umbreon and Jersen Sanks side, maybe trying to catch that foul play to waste some energy from Aspera Shelto, but it means that in comes the Metacham, so we've just swapped Fighter versus Umbreon to the other side of the field.
Yeah, I like this play from Espresso, bring a lot of neutral play into that Venusaur. I actually like that double bulky setup, right? You got the bulky Umbreon and the Lickitung. So much bulk allows you to have so much neutral play into pretty much all the starting type Pokemon that you can even have in that slot 1, Venusaur and Charizard, and Swampert too. So I think Espresso probably feels still pretty comfortable on how to deal with this Venusaur. And as expected, there's that Venusaur lurking in the back. But also notable is Jersen Sanks is running Thunderbolts and Rock Slide on that Deoxys defense, not rocking that Psycho Boost. Very interesting choice. I mean, I think it does give you really nice coverage. So maybe not the worst play. And going for that last resort on Jersen Sanks' side, I like this play. Yes, it's not as energy efficient, but it is going to do a little bit more damage. If you can only get one move off, this is the move of choice. Almost knocking out that Metacham. You can barely even see the health on it. And we get that counter down from that Deoxys defense. And now this is kind of an awkward matchup. I mean, yes, you're doing super effective counters, but they're non-stab and the rock slides aren't a ton, whereas you have the super effective Snarl and foul play coming through from Umbreon, and this Umbreon is loaded with energy. And I think it's looking very good for Aspercelto because there's no Zoomer on the back, so this damage is going to go somewhere against everything.
Yeah, and there's still 2 shields on every side, but we see the catch of the foul play into the Venusaur. Still not like an amazing catch in terms of this is still going to do a fair bit of damage to the Venusaur, but now there's a decision from Aspera Shelto whether they want to sort of keep going with the Umbreon or swap into that Lickitung to try and do a bit of damage over there. I wouldn't be too... potentially we might be seeing a little bit of lag, not sure. I'm not sure if there were any missed moves there, but we've got the foul play coming through on the Venusaur now, bringing the Venusaur down into the yellow, and now we've just got this Frenzy Plant, but there's still 2 shields in play, so I feel like we have to see one. Oh no, we don't see a shield. Gonna be relying on the Lickitung in the back instead, which definitely still has a lot of play against both of the remaining Pokemon, especially again with 2 shields to keep Lickitung a little bit safer.
I love this place from Aspercelto here because you have so much bulk. You just go straight for fast new pressure at this point. I don't think the Venusaur can get to enough moves, and Lickitung can definitely withhold and does not even get to that second Frenzy Plant. This is going to be I don't know if he can lick down all the way, but it might not be a bad play. You have, and still not shielding the move. Maybe expecting the Psycho Boost. We haven't seen the Psycho Boost yet, so Aspercelto does not know there is no Psycho Boost, but the lack of Psycho Boost is definitely going to be handy, and you see it going to be almost a complete lick down against this Deoxys defense, and the bulk is going to reign supreme for Aspercelto in this first game.
There were 4 shields to use in that battle, and only 1 ended up being used at all, and it probably didn't even need to. I mean, I feel like there was a bit of a play there of trying to let the bait go through from the Defense Deoxys, expecting them not to want to debuff their attack straight away, and so going to go for a Rock Slide instead, not knowing that it was actually a Rock Slide Thunderbolt moveset. And up against Aspera Shelto's team, there's not really a lot of reason to even reveal that it does not have Psycho Boost, but either way, definitely some really strong play from Aspera Shelto. As you said, a really good decision to sort of just let the Umbreon go when that Lickitung was in such a strong position, able to lick the Venusaur all the way down, and then also lick down all of the Defense Deoxys as well, and throwing no charge moves from that Lickitung at all. Did a really good job in just being able to outbulk and power through. Jersen Sanks didn't really have a lot of opportunity to use their shields. I think that Aspera Shelto was in like a pretty strong position all the way through. Potentially, if you shielded up the foul play a little bit earlier from the Umbreon, you'd be a little bit healthier going into the Lickitung matchup. But then you would just start seeing those body slams fly really quickly. And without the sort of more of a nuke move in Psycho Boost, I don't think you'd be doing enough damage anyway. So I think that shields or no shields, Aspera Shelter was in a pretty strong position there. But it does mean that Jerson Sanks is going to have to think a little bit more about that Lickitung Umbreon combo with all of that bulk, and with your only fighting, sort of fighting type user, the Defense Deoxys, taking super effective damage from both Umbreon and the Lickitung, you're in a little bit of an awkward position. So I feel like you maybe have to try and go for a little bit more of a neutral play against them, sort of relying, you already brought in the Venusaur, but relying on it even more. You could try and go for the Pelipper play, potentially, but there's a lot of risk there when Lantern's just lurking around.
Yeah, I think as for Celto's strategy here is just going for straight bulk. I mean, look at his team. You got Umbreon and Lickitung, two of the bulkiest Pokemon Great League. You also have Cresselia, super bulky. Lantern, one of the bulkiest electric type to date by quite a margin. And then Medicham, the bulkiest fighting type Pokemon. Yes, you have Charizard, but I mean, you don't really need any shields to be spent. And you can see on both trainers' side, I mean, there were 3 shields remaining combined between the two of them at the end. As for Celto just throwing not very hard hitting moves from bulky Pokemon, putting Jerson Sanks in a weird position. You don't really want to shield a body slam on your Deoxys defense or a foul play, but you got to shield something eventually. And I think maybe Jerson Sanks is going to have to try to make that adjustment for that second game. I did see somewhere in chat saying, are trainers allowed to TM between rounds? If I'm not mistaken, they are not allowed to. So they are locked into these move sets for the entire tournament. So that is interesting to see because Jerson Sanks is going to be rocking that very unconventional Deoxys defense moveset. And here we go into game number 2. It is going to be Venusaur into that Umbreon to kick things off. And we see the same exact lineup from Aspera Celto in game number 2.
Yeah, still seeing a lot of bulk on Aspera Shelto's side for sure, but the foul plays are going to start adding up here onto the Venusaur. This is a little bit of a good spot for Jerson Sanks in trying to get the big neutral damaging Venusaur onto the Umbreon, where these Frenzy Plants are going to be adding up. Hopefully we see a few more shields being used here, but Aspera Shelto definitely does not need to burn it straight off the bat. It's being able to keep Umbreon healthy enough to be able to get these foul plays off. So still no shield from Jerson Sanks. I mean, one of these guys is going to have to shield the next move, or we are going to see a KO pretty soon, but we'll see if we finally get one on the field.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a matchup where switch advantage is quite important. Do we see a shield come up from Aspera Celto's side, or maybe going down 2 shields, going down or not shielding at all, trying to go for this final move, and is going to reach against Venusaur? This is such a weird position for Jerson Sanks. Do you want to preserve this? And it is going to be Jerson Sanks pulling the trigger on the shield on the first out of these 2 trainers and getting the full Vine Whip down. That's huge because this energy is going to be meaningful pretty much against anything in the back. Of course, there's a Charizard. You don't really want to throw a Sludge Bomb, but other than that, you could safely go Frenzy and is going to go for that Frenzy Plant against this Medicham. This is going to be so nice, and we do see that first shield come out from Aspera Celto.
Yeah, really nice pressure coming in from that Frenzy Plant, because really does not want to take it into the Lickitung to weaken it down, or into the Medicham either. But we see the Defense Deoxys coming in against this Medicham because you really don't want to just throw your Umbreon out to take those super effective counters. The Ice Punch is not going to do a whole lot, and the Psychic's not going to do a ton either. This is really a little bit of a war of attrition because no one is throwing any big hard-hitting charge moves, but Jerson Sanks is now going to reveal that they have the Thunderbolt. Aspera Shelto burning the shield here and sees that Thunderbolt hit that Protect shield, but we've got the Lickitung versus Umbreon both just sort of hanging out in the back. We could potentially see a really long bulked out battle here because I'm not really sure how this ends up going in terms of the fact that this Medicham is just so bulky. The we even see a catch of the Thunderbolt into Lickitung.
Yeah, that's a huge catch. I mean, Aspera Celto definitely has a better Medicham versus Deoxys defense matchup now that we know there's no Psycho Boost. I mean, yes, this is not a great matchup for Aspera Celto, and there's still a shield on Jerson Sanks' side. This is definitely Jerson Sanks' game to win, and taking all that resisted damage from the Lick. I mean, this is bulk on bulk action, but Umbreon is typically going to come out on top unless you come in with just like a million energy on Lickitung side, which is not the case. Jerson Sanks preserving that switch advantage, which is really going to come in handy for this back end matchup. This dark type, it just looks like no damage is coming through, and this is looking like a very uphill battle for Aspera Celto.
Yeah, it sort of looks like Jerson Sanks is going to be quite comfortably able to take this Lickitung out and have energy ready to go into that Medicham, where Medicham has no shields to protect themselves. And I mean, Jerson Sanks can also run away probably out of this matchup without using their last shield as well, just to add it to the pile of unused shields in this matchup. But we do see the swap out into the Medicham here, so you're going to be going straight for that. Oh no, we actually see the Ice Punch coming out first, and still no shield from Jerson Sanks. But really going to be trying to throw. Oh no, we're actually going to see a swap out into Defense Deoxys, not throwing the foul plays. Wanted to keep them for a little bit later and using up the Defense Deoxys in this matchup. I do think that this is sort of the way to go and use up a little bit of that energy from the Medicham, shield up here, and presumably going to just go for that Thunderbolt to try and land a bit of damage onto this Medicham before Umbreon can get the chance to potentially finish it off.
This is actually looking kind of dangerous for Jerson Sanks, mainly because we've been in this matchup for eternity, and it might come out to a timeout matchup. I think Celto is going to come, and here comes the timeout matchup, and it's going to throw, trying to whittle down this timer as much as possible. This is looking so bad if Jerson Sanks cannot take out the Medicham or Lickitung in time. I think the switch timer is not up yet, though, so maybe having a lot of play, yes. No, I think Jerson Sanks is going to take this, but it looks like, and going for that last resort, having so much energy banked on the Umbreon, almost coming out to timer. I mean, there's so much bulk on both ends, not a surprise, but Jerson Sanks finishing at the buzzer beaters to tie it up 1-1 going into game number 3.
I mean, look, when Shelto has built a team with so much bulk, I think that this is one of those win cons that has been keeping in the back pocket as something that can always come out because you never know which Pokemon are going to be left in the end, and potentially is going to give Jerson Sanks a little bit of food for thought. Maybe I need to try and make sure that these Pokemon go down so we do not see a potential tiebreak in the end either. But it's hard when you don't have those hard-hitting charge moves either, with great bulk becomes not great damage, and so you really give Shelto a lot of opportunity to sort of whittle away and keep these Pokemon around. And with just a little bit more health on that Medicham, maybe the game could have gone in that slightly different way. And now I think Jerson Sanks is going to have to make some calls about whether they want to try and keep things alive. You know, potentially you keep the Umbreon in that matchup a little bit longer and try and throw a foul play into Medicham, trying to keep Defense Deoxys around a little bit just to try and, even just to whittle down the health on the Medicham to try and make sure that there is no room for the timeout 2 Pokemon to 1 Pokemon victory there. But it does mean that we do tie up the set with a 1-1. Shelter running the same team twice in a row. I don't know if they really have a better team. I feel like it's the right team. It's just about how it plays out and what Jerson Sanks sort of does to try and defeat it, because I don't really see Cresselia coming out here when that Umbreon is hanging around from Jerson Sanks' side. I don't see a particular need, especially when you aren't seeing, for example, Azumarill isn't a Pokemon that is particularly coming out from Jerson Sanks, where the Grass Knots would be really nice to have. Although, now that I think about it, I feel like Azumarill could be a bit of an interesting pick to use up against Shelter, just because we aren't seeing that Lantern come out. You've got a good matchup against Medicham. You've got a good matchup against the Umbreon. And you don't do too bad against Lickitung, even though Lickitung is generally going to be able to do a lot of damage to you. But depending on that moveset on the Azumarill, I think it could be an interesting one. I feel like in this particular meta, the Ice Beam Play Rough moveset could be a pretty popular one. Although I see value in Hydro Pump instead of Ice Beam as well for all of those Galarian Stunfisks. But assuming you have Play Rough, it's looking pretty interesting up against Shelto's team.
Yeah, I think Jerson Sanks trying to play a little bit safer, right? Because you have that Lantern Lickitung to worry about for Azumarill and also Cresselia, which we probably don't see a ton of. But in the right situation, it can definitely cause problems for Azumarill. I think that Justin for Celto in Game 3 is probably being that Charizard. Charizard being that shutdown option for that Venusaur, which has been coming into every single game as expected, but able to hit really hard back against that Umbreon and that Deoxys defense. I mean, Deoxys defense can't really even bait with Psycho Boost anymore with this current moveset. Yes, you have to watch out for the double super effective Rock Slide, but you are going to outpace with the Charizard over time as long as you have shields. So, and you could easily bait with that Dragon Claw. So that might be the play for Asper Celto because currently Jerson Sanks' Umbreon looks really strong into everything that Asper Celto's been bringing. Great into Lickitung, a mirror matchup into Umbreon, and then, can hit decently hard back into that Medicham. Medicham only throwing kind of the neutral non-stab Ice Punch. Yes, the counter damage is a lot, but outside that, not so much. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, we haven't seen any of the water types from Jerson Sang so far. So Asper Celto might see a slight opening in game number 3. But like you said, maybe it's time for that Azumarill to come out. I mean, it has great matchups into a lot of what Asper Celto's bring. Umbreon and Medicham in particular, both of those coming into both of those first 2 games. Azumarill might be the key for Jerson Sanks.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're sort of talking about that Shadow Charizard, and it is quite clear that Asper Celto has certainly built their team a little bit around that Charizard, with all of the 5 picks surrounding it having a lot of bulk to counter out that Charizard, and with not a lot of shield usage either. It's sort of clear that Asper Celto's sort of playstyle is to keep those shields for that Shadow Charizard. So if you can sort of get it into those spots where it can do really well with that shield advantage up against the Venusaur, even up against something like the Umbreon, you really do have a lot of play to sort of try and push through and get around it. And so it would be an interesting thing to see. And I do wonder if Asper Celto is sort of keeping it in the bank, something they might want to decide to use, because it could be a very, very useful pick if he can get it in the right spot. But we are sort of leaning into that sort of risk factor, talking about things like the Charizard, like the Azumarill. You get to those spots that you can get stuck in team compositions that are quite frankly really, really difficult to get out of. And so it sort of seems like these players are playing it safe. They want to play these neutral matchups. They are both incredibly talented battlers that are really, really good at getting out of these tricky situations with a lot of neutral play. Shield play, even the timeout strats sort of become more of an option when you aren't getting into these sort of high loss, high risk, high reward sort of matchups that you would get with the Charizards, with the Azumarills. But maybe sort of after you play 2 games against each other, you start to think, I think I see a chink in this armor. I think that I can see if I just play this Pokemon and I play it right, if I build this team around the Charizard that I've built so many teams around before, I might be able to push my way through and take that victory, because only one more game is what they need to win to get through to the next round of the sort of the World Championships here. So it all goes down to this battle going into game number 3, and we see a Venusaur going into the Lantern. They've gone for the risk, and it has not paid off from the bat, with that Lantern running straight away into that Umbreon. And Jerson Sanks is going to want to keep this Venusaur around for the Lantern, so gets up to the Frenzy Plant and swaps out into the Azumarill. This is going from bad to worse for Asper Celto. Oh, man.
Yeah, a huge catch for Jerson Sanks, but not so bad for Asper Celto. If you look at the backline matchup, this is kind of exactly what you want with that safe swap Umbreon. You want to draw out the Azumarill if there is one, and because of this, now that Charizard looks really free. Yes, the Venusaur has a bit of health remaining, or a lot of energy on the Venusaur, but it's still going to be a tough matchup against that Shadow Charizard, and Charizard can definitely go to work against this backline. Yes, Umbreon's pretty bulky, but your true counter to this Charizard is now being drawn out from this Umbreon.
This is actually an incredibly interesting matchup here, with obviously this Azumarill getting weaker and weaker. Asper Celto presumably going to bring that Lantern back in once this Umbreon goes down to take down the rest of this Azumarill. And then it's going to be a little bit of a question of, how much energy can Venusaur have to throw up against that Charizard, because even a Frenzy Plant really does put that pressure onto the Charizard. And so we're actually seeing a Water Gun Lantern, so a little bit worse against that. But here's the swap out, and we get the Charizard into the Venusaur. Jerson Sanks sitting here wondering what to do, throwing the first Frenzy Plant again, putting a lot of pressure onto that Shadow Charizard, so forcing the first shield, and already at another charge move as well. So just going to keep it back to back with the Sludge Bomb now, trying to, and we do see the second shield, but this Charizard is definitely going to be a danger for Jerson now.
Yeah, I mean, but Jerson still has two shields remaining. I think as long as you shield up this Azurmo, you might be good. I mean, doing
Gosh.
a full farm down from Astro Celto's side, and Astro Celto coming straight away in with the Azurmo. Do you have time to pivot out if you are Astro Celto? You want to throw these Blast Burn right away, trying to force out those final shields. And no, it looks like one Ice Beam is going to come through. And this is Shadow Charizard. It is not known for its bulk. Can it hang on against a neutral Ice Beam? It barely does. And then here comes the Blast Burn. And I think, yeah, it just gets no shield from Jerson Sanks. This is already looking really good for Jerson Sanks because that Charizard has very little health. Shield advantage on Umbreon is going to be very strong into that Lantern. Going for the Snarl down. Here comes a Dragon Claw. I'm actually not sure if this is going to do more damage or not than the Lantern move. So looking like going to let it go. Yeah, not too much. A little chip damage, but Umbreon, known for its bulk and its fantastic neutral matchups, and it is in a great neutral matchup right now against this Lantern.
Yeah, really huge to land that Ice Beam onto the Charizard so that you can get that full snarl down. And now in this really neutral matchup, as you said, Umbreon is definitely in its element, able to throw these foul plays just essentially back to back to back, keep throwing them on, twiddling down the health on this Lantern. Probably going to need to, I mean, potentially you could go for a last resort here to do that little bit of extra damage and you might be able to get a snarl down, but Jerson still not deciding to burn that last shield, wanted to keep it to the very, very end. But at this point, yeah, going to go for that last resort. And I don't think it'll be enough to KO. I think you might still have to get a snarl down, but with that one shield still in tow on Jerson Sank's side, there is not a whole lot that Aspera Shelto can do. And one snarl, okay, still going to have to burn a shield. Actually, it's getting close to another charge move here. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah,
Are we?
I don't know. It's going to be very close. Maybe you eat the snarl damage on the Charizard and looking like just barely getting to the serve after Celto playing out of his mind in this game. We did not think it was possible, but here comes that Lantern beating the Umbreon with a sliver of health left. And it looked like Charizard was the key in that final game for Ashra Celto. I mean, you got to think about this. This is a Water Gun Lantern into a Venusaur in the lead, and then a counter swap Azumarill into that Umbreon, but drawing out that Azumarill, putting it low enough so that the Charizard could take it out was the key to victory for Ashra Celto. And that it doesn't get closer than that.
Uh, I mean, look, it was pretty clear. I was counting it out for the count. I was like, okay, game done. Let's wrap up here. We can wash our hands off. But no, I mean, look, IVs don't matter until they do. And this is definitely a day where they mattered, keeping that Lantern alive and being able to water gun, take out the Umbreon with the charge move, being able to just get there. It was really sort of, I mean, heads up play in knowing exactly what to do, where the win con was. I mean, even like after taking the Ice Beam to the Charizard, it was just like looking so grim. Because I was like, well, I'm going to get Snarl down here. That Umbreon is going to have not only energy, but a shield going into that Lantern matchup in the back. I actually think that the swap out into Lantern was probably key, as opposed to sort of letting that Umbreon sort of keep whittling down that Charizard down. And, maybe Aspera Shelto was still in that mindset of, hey, the timeout strat is there if we keep this Charizard alive for a little bit. But, it depends on how many charge moves we can get off. But the last resort, I mean, I thought it was the right play. It was the only play. It was like, can this do enough damage? I need that extra little bit that last resort is going to do to me as opposed to the foul play, and try and push it through, but it just wasn't enough, and able to take it out with a 2-1. A really close set for sure. And such a comeback from that lead and counter swap.
Yeah, Astro Celto really optimizing his charge moves really well there in the end, getting every little water gun through whenever you can when the snarls are coming in. I think the win condition for Jerson Sanks in hindsight was probably shielding that Azumarill and then bubbling down the Charizard so you could get a play rough off. I mean, you get that play rough off on the Lantern, it's pretty much game over. And that Lantern was running water gun, so it's pretty hard to water gun down that Azumarill. Throw a play rough, swap over to Umbreon, Charizard's out of the picture. You can't even go for exact swap later too. But of course, everyone looking at that situation is like, this looks like it's Jerson Sank's game, but Astro Celto not giving up, hanging on there, and that grit is what gets you this far into the World Championships and this far as a top tier trainer. So huge congrats to Astro Celto moving forward and taking out the first Silph Continental Champion.
That's true. That's true. And of course, it is double elimination. So not going to see the last of Jerson Saints going through into the sort of losers bracket. Still will be progressing through and still has that shot at the World Championship title. Because I think, last year we certainly saw the losers bracket. I think the year before, Dunebug was able to come through the winners bracket. So we've seen both flavors. So this is sort of going to be we'll see how things go, I guess. Because I think the year before that was when Speed is Chief became world champion, and that was in a round robin format. So this is only the third of the sort of double elimination world championships. But if we can take a look at the bracket to see how the matchups have sort of been developing on the back end. So I think we do have sort of one other result here in a Dialap coming along at the top, keeping the Continental Championship dream alive a little bit and taking out 13 Giopi in round 2 of the winners finals. So Dialap going into the winners semi-finals and really keeping his eye on that triple world championship title. But it looks like we've got Jay's Fan versus Neon Kake and Paulinho Toad versus PvP David still waiting to be played. We've also got a result down in the losers bracket with Magic Mason keeping their dream alive. We have 2 results coming in from the losers bracket with Magic Mason taking out LNDS Bernardo and King OWT actually taking out Ventuski. It would have been an absolutely brilliant matchup, I'm sure. Definitely sad we didn't get to see it, but look, Ventuski still, I'm sure, played really well. We see a 2-1 result on both of Ventuski's battles. First against Asprashelto and then up against King OWT. So, I mean, let's be clear here. This is like 16 of the best battles in the world. They are all incredibly talented trainers and deserve a huge amount of kudos for getting themselves into the World Championship with, I think, Ventuski playing in 4 out of the 5 essentially world championships of the SilphArena sort of history. So Ventuski definitely going down in the history books as one of the best who ever did it, we'll say. But still waiting on results from Vroom Vroom Power versus Wadaj, another really interesting matchup, and also Rifki Aditya versus Inner Bloom. Looks like I'm seeing a 1-0 on the scoreboard, actually for both of them. I'm not sure if that's just there, if there's a 2-1 coming, or if that's just an update as the results are coming through. But I think that we might be seeing Jace Fan versus Neon Kake potentially having our dreams come through, sort of coming next up on the screen. So Caleb, you're getting your wish.
Yes, that will be an interesting one too. We do see the 1-0 so far. Maybe they're just live updating us on the scores, or maybe it was a 2-1 victory. Still waiting for the reports from Inner Bloom and Wadaj. But we're gonna have to see how that plays out. A lot of really great matchups so far, and yes, we do have the elimination of some of these trainers, but like you said, this is 16 of the best trainers in the world. There's no shame in that. Even making to this world stage is no easy feat. I mean, there've been close matchups. I know Dunebug had an incredible run 2 years ago, but that is a hard one to replicate because, these are, everyone has gotten so much better at the game over the course of a couple years, and we could just see it in these first sets of battles.
No, exactly right. These are definitely, look, they're putting on a fantastic show, put it that way. These are definitely some of the best in the world, and I'm really looking forward to see the next couple of rounds unfold. As we sort of getting everyone sort of set up on the back end, I can say also that Rifki Aditya, who's sort of sitting there in the sort of losers bracket, was actually the only sort of unique starter Pokemon in the Continentals to sort of come through here, because they were actually running Meganium on their team. Which at the time I was kind of going, I don't know about this, but they've brought it into the World Championships as well. Rifki Aditya bringing that, I think they've actually brought the exact same team that they brought into the Continentals with Meganium, Metacham, Alola Ninetales, G-Fisk, Pelipper, and Regirock as well. So another person that sort of brought in 2 Pokemon that no one else in the World Championships is bringing. Obviously getting taken down in the first round, but no easy feat to take down Dialap either. So interesting to see the result up against, up against Inner Bloom, who was the other sort of really spicy trainer in this tournament with the Quagsire Shadow Dragonite. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle of the spice going on down there. That is definitely an interesting one. And I think the one, well, actually, Neon Kake, who we're about to see take on Jace Fan, also coming in very hot and spicy with the Blastoise in the starter spot. Now, Blastoise, I don't think it's a Pokemon that I saw anyone using in the Continental Championship. Back in the APAC Continentals, Neon Kake was running a Shadow Swampert rather than a Blastoise. So I'm interested to see what you think, Caleb, about Blastoise in this meta and sort of where it fits into the pie.
Dude, I don't know if it's even in the pie. I mean, Blastoise, I don't really see how it fits at all. But again, these trainers are doing something here to get to this stage, and I'm very excited to see how they're utilizing it. Meganium as another one too. I mean, Meganium sounds wild in a meta where there's Shadow Charizard and there's Venusaur, and you're not even resisting the counter from Metacham. Yes, you're a little bit bulkier, but I'm not really sure what the coverage is for, and you have nothing really effective you can even throw at the Charizard, and it's a interesting situation. Yes, you're a little bit better into Galarian Stunfisk, but I don't know. Meganium was great in season 1 of GBL, and that's about it. So it's looking for its time to shine again, and maybe it'll have a little bit of play here. But yeah, it looks like. So you said we have Jace Fan and Yankake coming up next, is what I heard.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's going to be an interesting matchup because I think a lot of people are very curious to see how that is going to play out. I don't think we've seen a lot of screen time for Neon Kake in the past, maybe outside of the Continentals weekend being showcased on stream. But it looks like this is going to be the team matchups. And I'm going to talk about Neon Kake's team because we've already seen Jace Fan's team, and Neon Kake is running a Blastoise, might be even a Shadow Blastoise with Noctowl, Alolan Ninetales, Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Deoxys Defense. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but this is pretty wild, I gotta say. If I were to guess, that's probably a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales because you definitely want some additional coverage for that Venusaur, and I mean, hey, even Meganium at this point.
Oh, you've got to be prepared for everything, I guess. But I think this is almost the same team that Neon Kake was running back in Continentals, only with the swap out of the Shadow Swampert into a Blastoise, which is such an interesting swap out. Like, they've had to look at their team and go, this is something I need. This Swampert is not cutting it in certain matchups. It is Blastoise that is going to carry me through. And we've just got that update of the Shadows, non-Shadow Blastoise, but we have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash on Jace Fan and the Shadow Alolan Ninetales on Neon Kake. But I guess that Blastoise, like, does it even have a better matchup against the Noctowl? Because I feel like those Hydro Cannons are still doing pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the Hydro Cannon damage is going to be pretty nice. I don't know. I mean, typically speaking, you are running a Skull Bash in open leagues for coverage against some of the fairy types like Azumarill and opposing water types. Maybe you run Ice Beam. I don't know. I feel like Skull Bash is probably still the play into Lantern because Lantern is going to be just too strong, and Tapu Fini. I mean, double water on the side of Jace Fan. I don't know if we see that Blastoise come into play or not. We didn't see. We did. We did see Jace Fan's. No, we didn't see Jace Fan's Lantern in the first round. I think it was
No.
it was Vroom Powell's Lantern. So I'm just curious to see what that moveset is. Is it Water Gun or is it going to be Spark? It potentially could be Water Gun. But we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, I think Lantern looks very good into the team of Neon Kake if it is going to be Water Gun. Having play into pretty much everything, not great into Lickitung, but we saw that Lantern in a bad matchup, such as the Umbreon, is still going to be able to power through a lot of times. But yeah, I mean, looking at these teams, what do you think is looking strong on both sides, Steve?
I mean, what I'm sort of noticing on Jay's fan side, especially sort of up against Neon Kake, is that there isn't a counter user. So there's no fighting type damage coming through from Jay's fan. And when on Neon Kake's side, you've sort of got the Galarian Stunfisk, you've got the Lickitung, I mean, Noctowl has the normal typing, as well as that flying typing. But there's a lot of things that sort of make it a lot more neutral. And I mean, what have we seen having success in these neutral matchups for the stream so far is that Lickitung. So I feel like Lickitung, I mean, you've just got that neutral play against everything. You've got really nice matchups up against both Lantern and the Tapu Fini. Not that we've seen a lot of love for bringing Tapu Fini so far, but I feel like the Lickitung, in addition to having the mirror match with the other Lickitung, you're not in the greatest spot up against that Noctowl or the Alolan Sandslash, but you're all right up against Venusaur, able to do at least a little bit of neutral damage there as well. I feel like when you sort of want to have some bulk on your team, and Neon Kake doesn't have like the bulkiest team in the world, there's definitely some bulk there. I feel like you either want to bring that Lickitung or I mean, I was going to say, the Noctowl, but it's scary. I almost feel like it's sort of one of those risky picks where you can get yourself into a really tough spot where you're up against a Lantern, like we saw in the end of in the previous sort of game. But there are ways around it. So I feel like Neon Kake, I mean, look, I'm looking at this team basically as a team of 5, right? I'm not looking at that Blastoise coming out at all. I'm seeing, so maybe that Noctowl, the Lickitung, you could bring the Defense Deoxys as well, so you sort of have that counter into the Alolan Sandslash. I mean, we don't know the moveset on Neon Kake's side yet, so it could be that same Rock Slide, Thunderbolt, spicy moveset we saw before. But if you've got that Psycho Boost, you've got that really hard-hitting move into the Venusaurs as well, which I think Neon Kake could use that little bit of coverage. So it would make sense to me if they are running that Psycho Boost while also having double super effective damage to the Shadow Sandslash, doing super effective damage to the Lickitung, able to still hit the Noctowl for super effective with a Rock Slide. You don't have that, well, you wouldn't have the Thunderbolt for the Tapu Fini, but you're still doing pretty well there. And then the Lantern, not too bad either. So I'm sort of seeing that Defense Deoxys from Neon Kake sort of being a little bit of a star pick that is potentially just a little bit scared of that Noctowl.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of double water from Jace fan. You know, especially if it's Water Gun Lantern, right? Because the really big shutdown Pokemon for Nyankake is that Lickitung, and once you draw that Lickitung, the second water is pretty free. I mean, Tapu Fini looks even stronger into that team because you resist the counter damage from that Deoxys defense as well. Now, this is all expecting that it's going to be a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, which I think if Jace fans making the team read, I think it likely is going to be a Powder Snow one just for that additional coverage against Venusaur. But I agree with you. I think it's probably going to be Psycho Boost, Deoxys Defense, and Deoxys Defense and Lickitung both look pretty good into Jace fans' team. So maybe still having a lot of play, but I don't know. Maybe we see some Noctowl double water come out from Jace fan, which could be very interesting.
And it wouldn't be the first time we see some ABB action coming in from Jay's fan. Definitely a fan of the strat. And it's just a question, but it actually looks like we're going to be going into the very first battle of this round 2 winners battle between Jay's fan and Neon Kake. And we have Battle of the Bulk in the lead with a Noctowl going into the Lickitung. Definitely in Noctowl's favor. So we actually see a quick swap out from Neon Kake into the Dapper Hatted Noctowl, which is, an interesting play here because Jay's fan has the Lantern just sitting around. So as much as you did get the opportunity to get a fair bit of energy to get this one essentially extra Shadow Ball off onto the Lantern, this still isn't a great matchup here because this is also a Spark Lantern. So it is going to get to these Thunderbolts even faster and really put that pressure onto Neon Kake. So I feel like you kind of have to let this go, but there's not really a hard counter to this Lantern in the back either, at least actually still able to get to this Shadow Ball, which I think is huge because now it's a little bit easier to take down neutrally.
Yeah, as expected, it looks like Jace fan is running that Noctowl double water user. It is going to be Spark and not Water Gun, but Spark still putting in so much work into that Noctowl and getting so much value. The problem is, even if you can lick down this Lantern, this Lickitun's not going to be able to hit the Noctowl back very hard. And then we have a 2-shield Tapu Fini in the back for that Galarian Stunfisk. This is looking a little bit, as people would say, RPS, rock, paper, scissors, row, Clark, a bow, maybe. And here it comes. It's going to be or maybe it's Rochambeau. I don't know. I'm getting confused with the faction's name. But either way, this is not a great situation for Nyan Kake.
Yeah, getting rock, paper, slark up in here, but we've got the Noctowl taking these body slams on the chin. Not going to be too worried about this. And yeah, that Tapu Fini is just sitting, waiting in the back. We haven't seen either of them sort of hit the field yet. So potentially, both of them could be sitting in the back, sort of hoping that they know what is in the back of the other person's team. Nian Kake ready for an unfortunate surprise when that Tapu Fini does sort of come out here. You could, I was going to say you could swap out, but we actually see a catch of the Sky Attack into the Galarian Stunfisk. Nian Kake bringing out every possible stop that they can, but it just means that we're going to see the Tapu Fini come out now and just water gun all the way through this Galarian Stunfisk, who, I mean, Tapu Fini doesn't even need to shield this Earthquake. It's a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you bait perfectly, if you're Nyankake, there is some play. I mean, otherwise, you just got to hope for a potential hidden power. But no, not even getting the baits on the rock side. A huge no shield call. I mean, at this point, if you're Jason, you could potentially just water gun down, but is going to throw this surf. Still pretty solid situation for Jace fan. Nyankake trying to do everything he can, going for the second rock slide, but you still have to throw 2 more rock slides to even come close to taking out this Tapu. I just don't think you have enough juice in the tank left at this point. And you can see this water gun damage just adding up so quickly, forcing the Yankake to shield once again. Maybe you have time to pivot out to the Lickitung, but I mean, you can't much shot down this owl either way. And here comes that final rock slide being
to be able to do in that scenario, because it's not like they don't have a Venusaur, they don't have a grass type. They're sort of like best counter is that Lickitung in a lot of ways. So it's sort of like it's a tough one to use as a some real fancy strats here and go, I'm so confident that you would think this is. I just think that Lantern, that double water strat from Jay's Fair, for that, and I don't. It's hard to leave Noctowl at home alone. Big counter to the. You could decide to bring in the Alolan Ninetales and try and sort of still have that generally positive matchup up against the Venusaur if you are running that Powder Snow. Able to get at least one good charge move in there to try and whittle down its health and sort of be able to finish it off with the Lickitung in the back. But I don't know, is there a need? Does it have to happen? Do we see the Alolan Ninetales?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I think maybe Nyankake expecting there to be a Venusaur in that first game, but there was no Venusaur. You didn't really even need it for Jace fans team being super strong into that Alone Ninetales in the back end matchup. And yeah, I don't know. I think it just put Nyankake in a very tough position. Like you said earlier, right? This is kind of like a 5v6 team. Like that Blastoise just doesn't have too many places to go. You got grass type, you got 2 water types, even the Spark Lantern, especially, and a Lickitung to deal with. I mean, your best hope is for that lone Sandslash, and even then, I don't even know if the Blastoise wins that match. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's a little slow on my side too, but it looks like this lantern is gonna try to play this out and is throwing a final surf as like it's maybe trying to go
And look, really interesting early shield from Jay's fan, really wanting to try and win switch advantage. All on the bait. The stream. This, I think that this matchup might be going.
Yeah, not sure if people can hear us out back at home, but if they can, I think this situation looks like it could be really anyone's game. Nyankake trying to preserve that switch advantage for that potential backhand matchup. I think it was the knocked out and the glaring Stunfist in the back for Nyankake. I think switch advantage is going to be pretty important, expecting maybe the Tapu Fini on Jace fan's side. So wanting to preserve that knocked out for and trying to align that with the Tapu Fini is probably the win condition for Nyankake.
Okay, it looks like the stream is completely down on the back end, and presumably after this matchup, by the seems that we might go to a BRB. I'm running under the pretty strong assumption that people may not be able to hear us, but you never know. Maybe there's still people out there. Okay, it sounds like we might be back as of now. Still looking at a frozen screen here, but thank you for sort of coming with us through the technical difficulties. But we can report that Jay's fan was able to take out the victory with a 2-0. We didn't get to see a lot of game number 2, but game number 1 was definitely really strong team composition wise in Jay's fan's favor. I mean, Caleb, can you imagine just take us through an entire battle, just create what might have happened in game 2?
Yeah, you know, I have a theory, right? So yes, Jace fan probably did not win switch advantage there. Lickitung is pretty low on health. I don't think it gets to another buy sim. Definitely not a power whip in time before the Tapu Fini could take it out. That being said, Tapu Fini looks very good with energy. Yes, it really wants to be on that Galarian Stunfisk, but with the energy lead, it could take out the Noctowl. It could do some chip damage against the Galarian Stunfisk, and also the third Pokemon being that Noctowl for Jace fan, we've seen time and time again. Noctowl is actually not that bad into Galarian Stunfisk, right? Yes, you're resisting the mud shot damage, and you do take some damage from the rock slide, but you hit back quite hard with that shadow ball damage. So, and if you have a certain breakpoint, you could do even better into that Galarian Stunfisk.
Okay, when I said paint a picture, I definitely wasn't expecting that picture to include breakpoints and bulk points. So, full marks for telling us exactly how that battle went down. I'm confident that you're 100% correct. But Jay's fan able to take it out with a 2-0 and progressing along ahead in the bracket all the same. But still, again, this is up in the winners bracket. So Nyankake not knocked out by any means at all. And still, I mean, look, the Blastoise may have been a burden in this matchup, but maybe we see the Blastoise sort of carry them to victory going forward into the tournament. It's got to be there for a reason, Caleb. I still don't know what that reason is, but
It might just be the flex pick. You know, I know something about just running your favorite Pokemon, but not actually running it, such as like a Bastion. But that being said, Nyankake is going to move on down to that losers bracket, and I think we do have an update from the previous losers bracket matchups. We have Inner Bloom going 2-1 against Rifki. So Rifki is now eliminated, as well as Ventuski after King OWT. Wadaj taking out the reigning world champion for SilphArena. So what that means, Steve, is that I think there's no possible way we could ever have a repeat Sylph World Champion in history. So quite unique there. I mean, tough competition. It's hard to win, even qualifying for Worlds multiple times, let alone win it in multiple times. So we're going to have a fresh new King of Sylph King after this one, and then we have Magic Mason taking out Bernardo 2-0 in that losers bracket. So I think that set of rounds is wrapped up, and we're moving forward in this winners bracket and losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vroom Vroom Power sort of brought the World Championship home to APAC for the first time after it had been in North America for the previous 2 seasons with Speediest Chief 2 and Dunebug 97. And actually, Vroom Vroom Power being taken out by 2 North Americans, Jay's Fan 55 in the winners round 1, and then by Wadaj in the losers round 1 as well. So North America taking their revenge and bringing Vroom Vroom Power down. But of course, there are still some APAC competitors pumping through, and it did work out in a really nice way. There are actually 4 competitors from each of the 4 regions: APAC, North America, Latin America, and EMEA as well. So as sort of things are battling through, I mean, you also actually have the result. I'm not sure if that was there before or earlier before the battle, but PvP David also taking out Paulinho Toad. So we actually had, we've got 2 of the Continental champions still alive in that sort of semi-finals, and in such a way that we could see a Dial-Up versus PvP David Continental champ versus Continental champ in the winners final. So the dream is still alive, but maybe sort of one match pushed up down the line. I'm not entirely sure which matchup we'll be seeing sort of after this, but I mean, between Dial-Up versus Asproshelto and Jay's Fan versus PvP David, I mean, who do you see as the sort of most hype matchup between the two? I think we might be going to the losers bracket after this, but out of those 2 in the winners, which are you most hyped to see a little later?
I think Dial-Up and Astrocelto would be a great matchup. We might not see on stream, but that should be a good matchup either way. I mean, you can see the scores on both ends. Super close games in the first 2 rounds. Jay's Fan on a tear, though. Back-to-back 2-0 in World Championships is no easy feat, but definitely making quick work of the competition. PP David, though, kind of also on a similar track, 2-0 and then a 2-1. So only losing 1 game to Paulinho Tad. So, very curious to see how that one plays out. But yeah, the losers bracket, there's a lot to fight for those trainers, because they cannot lose another set if they want to take it all. They have to battle through a long losers bracket and then go to the winners finals, grand finals, I should say, reset the bracket to have a chance at taking it all the way. So they got a long day ahead of them. I hope they have some snacks. I hope you'll have some snacks back at home. And I know I'm seeing some people in chat there, with some, I would say, interesting games that they're playing, right? Based on maybe stuff we're seeing. All I got to say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, especially for those watching here. So hopefully it's 5 o'clock or later for you. But that being said, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. It looks like Jace Fan and PP David are starting to load up into this bracket, and maybe a little precursor for Dial-Up in the winners finals.
Dial-Up really showing his confidence, jumping straight into that grand final.
I'm sure he believes it too these days. So we'll see. He might jump straight into grand finals if he can.
Look, he's not going to say no if he can be pushed straight through, but unfortunately, not going to get there quite yet. But by the seams of it, it looks like also Inner Bloom, like taking out Rifki Aditya in that battle of the Spice, it does unfortunately mean that Meganium has fallen out of this tournament, leaving Blastoise as the only sort of spicy starter pick partner Pokemon remaining. But Inner Bloom still sort of keeping that spirit strong with the Quagsire and the Shadow Dragonite sort of going into that next round of the losers bracket as well. And we are getting an updated bracket here on the matchups in the losers bracket because there is a little bit of a sort of, they move around a little bit differently than you might expect, so that you don't have insta sort of rematches up if you lose against the same trainer in round 1 and round 2. So the losers matchups are going to be Paulinho Tad versus Inner Bloom at 94. We've got Nian Kake versus King OWT. We have Jerson Sanks versus Wadaj, and then we also have 13 Gioppy versus Magic Mason. So I think I think that we have a lot of sort of across region sort of battling here. So sort of keeping all 4 regions alive through this tournament as well. I mean, Latin America and EMEA both have not had a world championship come home yet. So they sort of want to, in this last opportunity to ever become the SilphArena World Champion, bring that thing home. And up in that winners bracket, we do have we actually don't have anyone from Latin America, but we have 2 battlers from Europe and we have 2 battlers from North America. So Europe definitely getting terribly close to getting that World Championship title, but Latin America are keeping well and truly alive down in the losers bracket for sure. But hey, I can be a little biased. I can keep the APAC hopes alive, even though we are down in the losers bracket.
I mean, speaking of bias, our friend Amanda Lumberger is definitely rocking that bias, right? This is the thing that just shocks me, right? She's always, she got the bias for the EMEA region, right? Always touting how they're some of the best battlers in the world. Meanwhile, she's all the way from Iowa, United States, from the North America region. Kind of a little weird there, But that being said, she can root for whoever she wants to. It seems like whoever she roots for typically is gonna take a early exit from these kind of tournaments. So maybe she's not rooting for EMEA for once. But yes, we do have 2 Europeans still in that winner side, and Asher Celto playing out of his mind in that second round that we saw on stream. And so definitely gonna try to make keep Amanda's hopes and dreams alive, as well as PvP David.
Look, I think it's best for all of the Europeans if potentially Amanda is not out there rooting for the Europeans, because her
Exactly.
there's some juju coming in with her big predictions. So maybe for the best that she roots for someone else this time around. But regardless, I mean, look, Dialap, as much as he had those previous hopes of going straight to the grand finals, I think Asper Shelto is certainly a trainer that is going to give them a run for his money for certain. Going to be really putting that pressure on with probably 2 of the best. I mean, look, these are definitely 2 of the best battles in the world. These are 16 of the best battles in the world. But I think Jays Fan versus PvP David definitely going to be huge for sure, with PvP David carrying that Continental Champion title, which is, a really nice medal to have around your neck, and was also sort of the meta breaker a little bit, in the sense that they had to play the first Continental Championship tournament of the 4 as well. Because I feel like usually APAC is the one that sort of comes out first and sort of lets everyone know what the meta is going to look like. But this year we saw Europe taking that sort of front and center stage day 1. And so PvP David sort of going in a little bit blind and able to take it all. And I definitely saw a pretty solid shift in the sort of following tournaments of people following PvP David's lead in copying his team a little bit more, where I think he sort of, I think Umbreon usage in particular really started to rise after PvP David was able to take it out. PvP David actually had a bit of an interesting team back in the Continental Championships, where he also had I think he was running an Altaria in slot 2 alongside the Umbreon. So Altaria was a very interesting pick that I don't think anyone else that has qualified was running on their team. It was a very unique pick, and I guess a little bit like that Shadow Dragonite pick from Inner Bloom, in just getting that dragon damage a little bit less oppressive though than the Shadow Dragonite. How do you sort of feel about that Altaria pick? We should probably fact check. I don't think he's decided to. Oh no, he is. Oh no, Paulinho Tad is running the Altaria, but he has dropped it for this tournament. So we do still have an Altaria in play.
Yeah, I mean, Altari is going to have a much better matchup against stuff like Lantern, right? Compared to something like a Shadow Dragonite, because you could just tank the moves from Lantern much easier. But you do have to go for the more energy-intensive Moonblast in that situation. Altari is just known for his bulk, right? Having great matchups against, Noctowl, having a great matchup against Umbreon, right? Not a lot of things can outbulk Umbreon, but I don't necessarily say it outbulks it, but having access to that Moonblast and that Dragon Breath damage just really adds up against Umbreon. We've seen a lot of Umbreon and Lickitung as well. So, I mean, I think Altair could be well positioned in a lot of games. It's just not as safe as some of the other potential flying Pokemon like Noctowl. Noctowl at least has Shadow Ball for those steel types. And for those fairies, I mean, I guess you have Sky Attack too against most fairies too. But Altari being double weak to ice and just having that Dragon Breath damage resisted by steel, it makes it a lot more polarizing of a Pokemon, which is why I think I can see why a lot of people are choosing not to run Altaria. But yeah, Altari could be quite good in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, now that I'm sort of looking at it a little bit deeper, I think you're absolutely right, by the way. But that one Altaria is hanging on Paulinho's team with the Mantine as well. So they've gone for a very non-traditional double flyer strat without bringing in that Noctowl. So very interesting decision sort of in there. But I mean, Paulinho, Tad, facing off against Inner Bloom. So again, we've got a little bit of a spice versus spice. Inner Bloom managing to find all of his fellow spicy competitors going through the bracket. So that'll also be a really interesting matchup that I'm looking forward to seeing for sure. But it looks like that the next matchup we're going to be seeing on stream is going to be Dialap versus Asprashelto, that North American Continental Champion up against the global number 2 in the world. And we've got the teams up on the screen here. We just saw Asprashelto's team, so we'll take a little bit of a look at Dialap's here, who's running that Venusaur, Noctowl, Alolan Sandslash, Galarian, Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini. Obviously, Dialap did incredibly well in the Continental Championships, but he's actually changed up his team because I'm pretty sure that he was running Shadow Charizard in the previous team. So he is yet another competitor that has gone from the Charizard into that Venusaur. Venusaur attracting a lot of attention here. But I think actually, he's also made a swap from Cresselia to Tapu Fini and had an Azumarill instead of the Noctowl as well. So Dialap making some big adjustments going into the World Championships here. But up against Asprashelto's team, what are you sort of seeing straight away, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, Astrocelto is no stranger to facing off against Venusaur. Venusaur looking pretty strong into Astrocelto's side, and even though it could not even get the Charizard completely locked into the Venusaur in that final game against Jerson Sang, still able to come away with victory. So I think Venusaur might not be as big of an issue for Astrocelto. Looking at it more carefully, though, I think Noctowl actually looks pretty strong for Dialap Churn. I mean, you having neutral play into that Charizard, for the most part, decent into the Medicham, very strong to Lickitung. Having a lot of play into Cresselia, that Shadow Ball really hits hard, and then kind of neutral into that Umbreon. I think you really just got to avoid that Lantern, and you should be in a good spot. But Charizard's pacing to moves are pretty scary too. So in that matchup, I'd rather be the Charizard in most situations than the Noctowl, especially because you could bait so easy with Dragon Claw. Astrocelto, on the other hand, again, that's Lickitung looks super strong outside that Noctowl matchup. Um, Umbreon looking pretty strong. I actually really like Umbreon in this matchup because the Tapu Fini has to land that Moonblast to do any significant damage into Umbreon. Meanwhile, Umbreon resisting the ghost damage from that fast move damage from the Alolan Sandslash, the Lickitung, being just a little bit bulkier than Noctowl in a lot of situations typically can usually outbulk Noctowl, having great play, neutral play into Venusaur and Galarian Stunfisk. I think we see Umbreon in every single one of these games for Astrocelto.
Yeah, I mean, look, Asprashelto definitely showed themselves as a big fan of that big bulk, especially leaning on that Umbreon Lickitung combo a little bit earlier. But I think that this is finally the game that we are going to start seeing that Shadow Charizard action coming into play, being backed up by that bulk so that Asprashelto can sort of lean into the shield usage on the Charizard, because there's just so much that it can hit there. It's got the, a single Blast Burn is probably going to take out 3 Alolan Sandslashes, as well as being really good up against the Venusaur. Got play up against that Noctowl, as you mentioned. You've got the chance to land a Blast Burn against Galarian Stunfisk, even though you will just disappear to a single Rock Slide, and play against the Lickitung as well, only really scared of the Tapu Fini. So I feel like Shadow Charizard, this is its time. It's really, really weak to those water guns coming through from Tapu Fini. So it's sort of the one Pokemon you really want to avoid, but I mean, Asprashelto has those 2 shields that don't protect against water guns. They protect against everything else. So it's sort of important that you've got some sort of pivot there. And so I feel like a potential ABB strategy from Asprashelto with the Charizard and potentially that double bulk with the Umbreon presumably coming in, and then maybe the Lickitung. You are a little bit weaker to the Tapu Fini in Umbreon being also weak, as well as the Charizard. But as you mentioned, you're really relying on the big nuke of a charge move sort of landing through. And so it becomes a little bit more of a game of baits that becomes just a tad trickier to try and force through as well. So it's sort of something that you have to maneuver around a little bit carefully. And I mean, if Aspercelto is going to be leaning into the shield usage on their Charizard, then maybe they don't have the shields to spare to protect the Umbreon from that big fairy charge move damage. So potentially there is room for Tapu Fini to sort of do not too bad a job here. But I mean, look, I love Fini, but it is definitely a tricky Pokemon to try and get good usage out of in certain scenarios. It feels like a Pokemon you really need to have on a solid team that surrounds a Tapu Fini. And so it's going to be interesting to see what Dialab does decide to sort of get out of it. But I think Charizard is going to be the sort of Pokemon of the day for Aspercelto, even though Umbreon is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I actually, I don't know, personally speaking, but looking at it, I don't know how strong Charizard is because it gets outpaced by the Alolan Sandslash and the Glaring Stunfisk, and then, Tapu Fini is a hard wall to it. I do think it has three potential okay-ish slash good matchups against the Venusaur, Noctowl, and Lickitung, but I wouldn't be surprised if Aspercelto plays it a little bit more safe, just like the first two games against Jerson Sanks, maybe running that Medicham, Lickitung, Umbreon, some like trio of that potentially, maybe sprinkling in a little bit of Lantern because it is a water gun Lantern, which is going to be much better into that Glaring Stunfisk, but much worse into Noctowl and Tapu Fini.
Okay, look, maybe my hope is just a little bit high. I just want to see that Charizard sort of come out and do its thing. Just please let me see that Charizard double bulk. It's like a very different sort of ABB in weak, well, squishy, non-squishy in the back, but it's something that I'd like to see. I want to see some big blast burns. I want to see a Shadow Sandslash just melt into complete nothingness from a single blast burn. But like, you do mention being outpaced by a Alolan Sandslash, for example, but it is where you're investing both of your two shields. And if you're Dialab, I think Dialab is a person that plays a lot of neutral matchups from all of the matchups I've seen from him in the past. And so it's not something he's going to want to see. But we have the game one coming through with the Galarian Stunfisk into Medicham. And as much as this is a fighter versus steel type, Dialab I've seen play this matchup many times in the past. This time actually deciding to swap into the Lickitung, a very neutral matchup where you are taking super effective damage from those counters, but are able to do quite a bit of damage back and actually no shielding this Psychic straight off the back, which is definitely going to bring that health bar right on down into the pretty deep yellow and the defense debuff as well. That is so unfortunate for Dialab here because now this Lickitung is basically guaranteed a certain demise.
Yeah, I think the Lickitung is not maybe in the worst spot after the debuff because this gives the Medicham a little bit less farm. But no, not getting off that second Bison. Okay, I stand corrected. That is not the ideal situation now because not getting off that second Bison is going to cause some trouble for Dialab. And here comes the Venusaur, which is going to be interesting. I mean, Venusaur actually looks super strong into the backline of Aspercelto, but unfortunately is going to have to come in with Venusaur and does a last second shield on that Ice Punch. Can you get the Vine Whip down before the Ice Punches reach and throwing? Oh, and catching actually on the Galarian Stunfisk. I like this play. Bank all the energy, and now Galarian Stunfisk actually having a lot of play into the entire backline of Aspercelto. Here comes that Water Gun Lantern, which you want to avoid on from that Venusaur, but Venusaur is loaded with energy, and I don't think one surf's enough here. I think this Earthquake is going to come through, even if Dialab chooses not to shield. I think Dialab is going to save the shields for that Venusaur. Here comes an Earthquake. And do you shield if you're Aspercelto? Probably not. I mean, you just don't have too much play with the Lantern against the Venusaur. Is going to get hit by a hard-hitting Earthquake. And this is actually not too bad. Oh, Aspercelto being very patient, trying not to throw any additional energy, does not want to give the opposing Venusaur. You see a little, standoff here from both trainers. Who's going to finish him off first? You see Aspercelto is going to finally Water Gun down, only leaving one Vine Whip worth of energy to be farmed off of. I mean, this is still an interesting situation because Dialab turned almost at 2 back-to-back friends, but actually, this is the clone version of Venusaur too. You don't see this very often, but kind of an interesting setup.
Yeah, that clone Venusaur coming in didn't get to get a whole lot from that Lantern, but still, I mean, with already having so much energy, it really does put the hurt onto that Lickitung, getting those shields off the field. And like Venusaur, like it can take a body slam, but it's pretty squishy. And with Dial-Up still having a shield in the bank, definitely worth using one here because now you can get to that next Frenzy Plant. You can bring that Lickitung down in health a little bit. You still need to get to another Frenzy Plant if you try and want to take this out. Dial-Up is definitely a battler who likes to sort of move around, swap his picks as often and quickly as possible. But with only one Venusaur in the tank, he's going to have to stand and take this body slam. Not exactly looking the best for Dial-Up here as this health bar gets real low. Is not going to be able to get to one more Frenzy Plant either. And unfortunately for Dial-Up, Aspercelto taking out game number one. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Dial-Up. There were definitely a few spots there, not able to get that body slam off from the Lickitung after getting that psychic debuff. Left Metacham a little bit healthy. We did see Metacham still alive in the back, but not with too much health in the bank. I don't know. I feel like there was definitely a win con on both sides. Aspercelto just played better through the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that debuff really threw a wrench in Dialab's plans here. If you're able to get that shield or take out that Metacham, you just are in such a good spot. If you take out that Metacham, you have a Venusaur on a Water Gun Lantern, which is going to be a great spot if you're Dialab turn, and then Galarian Stunfisk on the Lickitung. If you get a shield off of Aspercelto, that's great too, because then that back end matchup plays out perfectly, and Aspercelto needs to make an incredible catch on a 1 HP Metacham to win it. But because of that debuff, getting to counter down that Lickitung before that second body slam is reached put Dial-Up in such a tough position. And I think he played as best as he could in that situation, but it was just a tough matchup, even catching the Ice Punch on that Galarian Stunfisk to make the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, it's sort of a spot where because Metacham still had that health in the bank after not taking that body slam, Dial-Up was left with a Venusaur with Vine Whips and a Galarian Stunfisk with Mud Shots, and neither of those fast moves are adding up very quickly onto that Metacham's health, and so you sort of got stuck in this really tricky spot where you needed to rely on being able to get to a charge move to try and take off Metacham. Metacham was sort of able to sort of power up and get to another Ice Punch and really weaken down Dial-Up's side. It's sort of a really hard spot to come out of. So it definitely put Dial-Up in the back seat. Aspercelto definitely driving the car here, but it was sort of like, in a game like Pokemon Go, you are going to see these things. You have to be aware that these situations can come up. That 1 in 10 chance of the Psychic Defense drop is always just around the corner. And of course, when you're in these games where Enhoff can come out with 3 Moonblast debuffs in a row, things can get pretty wacky. But we're going into game 2, and we have the clone Venusaur into the Shadow Charizard. 2 starter Pokemon corrupted by different forces, but we have the swap into the Lickitung in the lead here, going for a bit more of a neutral matchup, but Aspercelto is not going to be is not going to burn the shield. He's going to let the body slam come through. Definitely expecting the quick 2 shield from the Charizard, but instead just going to take it on the chin and go straight for that big, heavy hitting blast burn that is really going to hurt this Lickitung, and we see a last second shield again from Dial-Up. Really likes to keep us waiting, but we now see the Lickitung mirror match, so I think we might be here a while.
I actually really like that play from Aspercelto. I think everyone's thinking like, what are you doing not shielding a Charizard? You need to shield everything if you're a Charizard user. But knowing that you survived long enough to still get that blast burn off, and not only do you have a health advantage, you have a shield advantage on the Lickitung side, you just maintain switch advantage. You never end up seeing that Venusaur on that Lantern if all things go well. But Venusaur has a lot of health left, so it definitely could be a problem for Aspercelto in down the road. But we're gonna have to wait and see how that plays out. Getting that first shield from Dial-Up turn is gonna be huge, though, and Aspercelto building up to close to 2 body slams. But I think Dial-Up's going to throw some body slams of his own before he is taken out. And actually, no, pivoting out. I like this play. Swapping over here and then maybe saving the Lickitung for later. And see, here's the thing. This chip damage is actually pretty nice for Dial-Up because you can't really easily wing attack down this Venusaur. Oh, wait, okay. Staying in and still throwing another body slam. I mean, it's coming kind of down to the wire at this point. Dial-Up needs to start doing something with this remaining Pokemon. It looks like he is going to just continue to farm. Oh, and
Oh,
catching a Frenzy Plant on the Charizard. What a play from Astro Celta. I didn't even see the catch coming, but here comes a clone Frenzy Plant. Definitely enough to take out the Charizard. But at this point, can you just lick down and then this is looking really dire for Dialab Churn. Yes, you have a little bit of health on the Lickitung on the back, but Astro Celta still has both shields and going to get the full lick down. This is kind of reminiscent of that first game of the counter down before getting a move off. And now we see the final Pokemon from Dialab coming out. It is going to be that Glitter Stunfisk. Astro Celta knows all the Pokemon left on Dialab Churn's side. You know, staying in this matchup is actually pretty good for Dialab Churn. You want to come out with some energy, maybe expecting the potential Lantern in the back and actually throwing this body slam from Astro Celta. It does not want to get completely taken out without throwing any of this remaining energy. And the body slam is actually not too bad. Yes, it's resisted, but you just want to put that Glitter Stunfisk in Water Gun range. I think at this point, you just need to go straight water guns. I don't think you get to that many moves. And it looks like, yes, just continually throwing this lick damage. Oh my gosh, and getting to another body slam. This is such a bad situation. You don't want to shield, but you have like almost no health left. And it looks like after Celto's water gun is starting to go to town. I mean, if you don't shield, okay, well, is going to spend the first shield. I think it's a safe shield, right? Because I don't think Dialab Churn's, Glitter Stunfisk is going to get to 3 moves anyway, and not even getting to that Earthquake. I know somewhere in the world, Amanda is cheering in joy and no shielding the Power Whip, but I don't think it's going to be enough either way. And the water gun damage is going to start adding up. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, you need to land a bait here and then maybe another Power Whip. I mean, if Dialab pulls this off, I'm about to lose my mind.
We've seen stranger things happen before. Aspercelto, not one to shy away from the interesting win here, but this body slam is going to be thrown here. It's not going to be enough to KO that Lantern. And yeah, I think this is going to be a quick water gun down just with a couple more taps. Could have gone for the charge move as well just to draw things out, but knows that water gunning down the quicker way to go. And Aspercelto taking it out with a 2-0. I mean, look, that first game definitely came pretty hard down on that psychic debuff, but game 2 we just saw again that, as you pointed out, that same scenario where Dialab was just so close to getting that one extra charge move through, but all of the energy just got thrown out. And if that one charge move got to go through again, it could have been a very, very different game. I actually think, again, if Dialab was able to get that Frenzy Plant through, I think we actually would have seen Dialab able to take the victory in the end. And again, we saw some catch action. We saw a lot of sort of tricks and trades to try and make it through, but Aspercelto just stayed calm. Knew, even though we were all sitting there talk about shielding the Charizard, but knew exactly what they had to do, knew where they needed to get their damage, knew where they could rely on their other Pokemon, and the Lickitung Lantern combo able to do a lot of work for Aspercelto.
Yes, most definitely did. And, again, Venusaur looking pretty strong to Aspercelto's team, but finding ways to play around it. I think in game number 1, Aspercelto just had a very solid matchup. But game number 2, just making all sorts of catches, making all sorts of reads as well. I mean, typically speaking, you're not swapping in Charizard to catch moves from Venusaur. I mean, yeah, sometimes, but usually you don't let the Charizard go, right? But instead saying, you know what, I can take out this Venusaur by committee with some damage from the Charizard with mostly that Lickitung. And yeah, Aspercelto with a 2-0 against Dialab Churn. A fantastic set right there, and moving closer and closer to that grand finals. It looks like Dialab Churn's wishes of being in the winners finals is not going to happen, but can still fight his way all the way to the grand finals from the losers bracket.
Yeah, look, he's still definitely in it to win it, with Aspercelto pushing himself through to, I believe, the guaranteed top 3 going into that grand finals. Of course, we'll sort of find out who they're going to face next up, but Dialab definitely still with a chip on his shoulder, sort of ready to push through and get the victory if he can try. But Aspercelto now putting in a really good chance for that European World Championship title. If we could take a look at the bracket bracket potentially, just to sort of re-update ourselves on what we might be looking at. I believe we're on the other side of the winners bracket. We do have the Jays fan versus PvP David 7 matchup sort of ready to go. Sorry, not ready to go, but I believe that'll be the next one up on stream. But I think we'll sort of see the update sort of start to roll in on the losers bracket side as well. But I don't know. I feel like it was a really, really strong battle from both battlers. Dial-Up did all he could, right? You know, he made these catches, he made these plays, but in the end, Aspera Shelto just able to push through as that global rank number 2. And we can start to see the results coming through on that loser side as well. King OW3 taking out Neon Karke. Blastoise, unfortunately, also taking it out of the battlefield, but obviously has done really well to get here. We also see Wadaj taking out Jerson Sanks, the Latin American Continental Champion, being knocked out, and Magic Mason KOing 13 Giopi with a 2-1 as well, knocking out one of the other Europeans remaining in the tournament. So North America remaining pretty strong here, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, you know, unlike you and Amanda, I don't really have a strong bias towards my specific region, but I gotta say, North America is looking pretty strong though in this situation. I think you have all your hopes and dreams on Interbloom here, though, Steve, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's not just APAC. It's like literally the Australian representation
Yes.
that we're getting here with Interbloom. And you know, I mean, not only do I love the Australian vibe, but I can't get away from loving that spice pick as well. That Quagsire is definitely just calling my name. So you know, if I'm putting my bias chips on somewhere, it is definitely going to be all in on that Interbloom. But hey, regardless, definitely some really strong battles sort of waiting to go. I think that we might actually. I think this might be the end for us, Caleb. So this is sort of, you know, we've been here to take around the first couple of hours of the stream. We're getting really close to that winners grand finals, but we will be passing it on. But it's been a pleasure being here with you, Caleb.
Yes, it's been such a great time to kick off the final Sylph World Championships. If you're just joining us now, we are still powering through the winners and losers bracket. A lot of great battles to come. But yeah, it's been an honor to be here. You know, it's been an honor to be a part of SilphArena for over the course of many, many years. Who would have thought we'd be here after that first Boulder Cup tournament? I played in the beta tournament too. It was quite a time. I was running Charizard back when it wasn't even good. So I was running some fire spin action, and yeah, it was a fun time.
Hey, Charizard was still pretty decent back then, right? You know, maybe it wasn't wing attack buff type Charizard, but it was still doing really good. But yeah, it's really been an honor to be a part of sort of everything that SilphArena has been doing for the past sort of almost 5 years again, all the way back from that Boulder Cup. And I'm very honored to sort of have been here with you, Caleb, sort of come through the last ever World Championships, where we will be crowning the last ever, the forever reigning SilphArena World Champion. So I'm really looking forward to it. But any last words before we pass it over to our next set of casters, Caleb?
You know, thank you all for tuning in. You know, it keeps tuning in because it's going to be great, and the casters we have lined up is amazing. And of course, we've seen incredible battles too. I don't know who I'm really rooting for. I'm just rooting for some good battles, and hopefully there will be some good ones. So I'll be tuning in the background with you all in Twitch chat. And yeah, be sure to show some love to Sylph. This is our final rendezvous, but hopefully it will end on a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. A big old hashtag thank you, Sylph, to everyone involved. And with that, we'll head off. So thanks, everyone, and we'll pass it over to our brand new faces of the cast, which I believe is going to be King IV and Rise to Occasion. So see you on the other side, guys.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? King, great to see you. I feel like it's been a while.
It's been a little bit. Last time I saw you on stage, so it's good to see you again. You're looking very dapper today.
I appreciate it, man. You as well. And I just wanted to start off by saying it's a pleasure to get the chance to cast with you, and just for the final Sylph World Championship. Sylph's where I got my PvP start. I remember my senior year of college, I was looking to graduate. That's when the pandemic hit and everything went remote. And I found out about these local Pokemon Go PvP tournaments. I'm like, oh, I go to Raid Hour every Wednesday, but I can battle. And I started finding these local tournaments and got started in Sylph, and that's where I got my PvP start. And everything kind of went from there. So being here, calling some of the best players in the world's matches is a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you've told the story many times, but how did your first tournament go?
You know, I did 2 in-person local Sylph tournaments before things went remote. And I actually went 3-1 in my first tournament. And I was kind of the new guy that nobody knew. So I remember after 4 rounds, it was like, oh, okay, so who won? And 2 people were like, oh, I think there was a 2-way tie. These 2 guys both went 3-1. And I had to kind of like raise my hand. I'm like, I think I also went 3-1. They're like, oh, it's a 3-way tie. So first tournament went 3-1. I think second tournament I went 2-2 and tried to improve from there. How about you? What was your first Sylph tournament experience?
Yeah, my first tournament experience was actually Caleb brought up that before Boulder Cup, which was the first official cup, there was a beta tournament. So I went to the beta tournament up in North York, which is a part of Toronto. And yeah, I won that tournament, beat one of my friends in the final. I actually remember at the end, near the end of the match, I had Altaria. This is when it had like Dazzling Gleam. It still has Dazzling Gleam, but before it got Moonblast. And I remember like Dazzling Gleaming and Umbreon. And I'm like, it's over. And it actually did not KO the Umbreon. I'm like, oh shoot. And I had to keep tapping there. But I almost threw the game because I thought the game was over. Then that's when I realized how tanky Umbreon is. So we're definitely going to be seeing some Umbreons in this tournament. We're going to be shoutcasting it. I'm sure there's going to be many times when I think the Umbreon should have fainted, but it'll end up still surviving.
Yeah, absolutely. The dreaded Umbreon Metacham match that's always seemingly good for the Metacham, but sometimes can go the other way. And we may not see that in our next matchup because Jay's fan is taking on PvP David here. 2 absolute titans of battlers. And Jay's fan, as we know, the global rank #1 on Sylph this season, has been probably the most consistent battler over the last 2 Sylph seasons, along with players like C. Leonardo in terms of their high global ranking. And PvP David, an example of someone that's constantly on the GBL leaderboard. And that's something I've been noticing watching the Sylph World Championship. You have players from both sides of the coin, players that have been Show 6 Titans and players that are more so known for their GBL prowess, but have shown that carryover into the Show 6 format.
Yeah, I think one consistent thing when you see these really great battlers is that they're great all the time. They're always on, whether they're playing in GBL, whether they're playing in Show 6 Pick 3, whether I'm sure they're doing some auto rec battles. They probably take no battles off and they're always on point, which allows them to really refine their skills and perform at this really elite level against the very best competition.
And looking at this matchup between the two, I felt playing in Continentals that slot 2 was a really pivotal slot in order of which Pokemon you're picking. Noctowl Metacham, probably the most common 2 Pokemon in the Open Great League. And it's really pivotal what you're going to build around them in that slot 2. So Jay's fan opting for the Noctowl, David opting for the Metacham. And in terms of the more unique picks on each side, we see Jay's fan with the Venusaur as his starter Pokemon in slot 1. And of course, David with the Charizard. That's not where Venusaur wants to be. But other than that Charizard, it seems like Venusaur has a lot of play against David's team.
Yeah, I think we've seen this early in the tournament as well, where Jace fans, Venusaur is really strong, and there's only one check. And that one check, Charizard has 2 really difficult matchups in the form of Tapu Fini and Lantern. And even the rest of the remaining matchups are pretty challenging when shields are still up, especially since Charizard does not take fast moves that well.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen a lot of Lickitung play throughout this tournament. If you look at that slot the vast majority of battlers have elected to go with Lickitung in that 5th slot. And David has the Umbreon as the harder punish to the Lickitung. Jace Fan has the Noctowl. So both trainers do at least have a punish where neither Lickitung is completely free as a pivot or a safe swap. Both players have something that they can use to punish that and get ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what kind of strategies do you envision each trainer trying to deploy? Like if you were in PvP David's shoes or you were Jay's fans in Jay's fans' shoes, what kind of strategies would you try to deploy?
You know, that's a good question. These two battlers, I've played Jace Fen quite a few times in Sylph, and I think he's just exceptional at maximizing his play and not making mistakes. We talk about the top ranked players. We see Jace Fan global rank #1, and sometimes I think there's a misconception that the #1 ranked players are going to pull off these 1,000 IQ big brain plays that no one sees coming. But with Jace Fan, I think he just is really technical and doesn't make many mistakes. And if you're off on your counts or your energy management, he's gonna make you pay. So I expect him maybe to use some of his bulkier mons like Noctowl and Lantern and try and set up that Venusaur as a sweeper with shield advantage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if you can draw out that Charizard, that Venusaur is going to be free and going to be very difficult for PvP David to handle.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think the Cresselia is a unique pick as well. I don't know how much play we're going to see out of it for David because that Alolan Sandslash is awfully scary. And the Lickitung, the Venusaur, the Noctowl, all I would say have slightly favorable matchups towards that Cresselia. So I've heard casters in the past mention Cresselia is almost like a more consistent pseudo grass type in the meta because of that spamminess of getting to the grass knot. But Jace Fan seems to have some nice coverage for it.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. It's going to be challenging, but going to need to rely on either the Lickitung or Cresselia to keep those water Pokemon in check so that Charizard can remain on the field and hopefully line up with the Venusaur.
And that's a heck of a mind game, right? Like he's got 2 hard punishes to the Charizard in those 2 water types. Does Jace Fan just disrespect it, thinking there's no way David brings the Charizard? Does David think Jace Fan's not expecting me to bring it, so I am going to bring it? And that's where the technical aspect of this game is also combined with the mind games and the anticipation, almost like a poker match. Are you bluffing or not?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And sometimes you just have to make a read, take a risk in order to try to win these games. Because in these type of really challenging team compositions, it can be difficult to try to line everything correctly. And sometimes you just have to outthink your opponents by sometimes playing risky strategies.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. I think the Lantern might be the safest pick on Jace Fan's side, and it looks like both trainers are locked in. So here we go. We're going to have Jace Fan on the left, PvP David on the right, and we start things off with a neutral matchup of the bulky beasts Noctowl and Umbreon.
Yeah, this is a very neutral matchup. I believe in the Zero Shield, it slightly favors the Noctowl. I think the Umbreon, in order actually to win the Zero, it actually has to land 2 foul plays in a last resort. Otherwise, most Noctowls will survive the 3rd foul play. But let's see how Jace Fan and PvP David decide to play out these leads.
Yeah, the Noctowl is going to be doing a little bit more damage, I would say, with the Sky attacks. And Umbreon is going to slightly outpace. We're going to see both players really focus in on their move timing, of course. Kind of becomes second nature when you're talking about players at this caliber. And we'll have to see if either player is going to fight hard for switch. I wouldn't anticipate either player wanting to commit a shield in this opening matchup, but switch could be important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially Jace Fan running the Venusaur does not want to run into the Charizard in the back, which there is none right now. We see, as I've discussed previously, the Noctowl just barely survives in order to make the Sky attack and does take it out. So we see the Medicham. So what do you decide to come in at this stage? You decide to come in Venusaur to secure the okay matchup versus the Medicham, or do you decide to go in Lantern?
Oh, wow.
Okay, this is actually a very, very challenging read for Jay's fan, because if you come in the Lantern where you are less likely to have to shield, you might run into Venusaur versus Charizard. So we'll see how these two decide to play this out.
David electing to let the Frenzy Plant go is interesting, but going to get a shield from the Venusaur. And from David's perspective, I think originally letting that Umbreon go made sense because once the Noctowl is out of the picture, your Lickitung is quite free. So that's probably what David's thinking right now is just save shields for my Lickitung. It's going to have a solid matchup no matter what. And this is a favorable matchup for the Lickitung. Obviously, Lantern still can hit for some heavy neutral damage, but Lickitung does threaten with that super effective Power Whip.
What do you think about that? What looked like a blind switch by Jay's fan, not electing to throw the move. Maybe was fearful of the potential Charizard coming in and just decided to switch out right away, not electing to throw the move, but likely was going to farm down the Medicham. So we do see the shield from Jay's fan in order to shield the power, which is a nice shield. And we see the Surf bait.
And David, still considering whether he wants to commit a shield, finally puts up that first protect shield. And like you said, King, I think getting off that frenzy earlier might have been more beneficial for Jays, but it's such a tough call. You don't want to get sniped and let all that energy go to waste. Power Whip lands on the Lantern. I think Lickitung is likely going to still have to throw a Body Slam. I don't think it can lick down, but let's see how this plays out. Oh, a quick swap.
Oh! I was just about to say, I hate playing against a one-turn Pokemon because the ability to try to catch or to not have them catch is like almost impossible. And we see the only undefeated thing in the entire game, which is some delays in the game, but very good timing by David to throw beforehand, and this matchup looks like it's going to be a wrap.
That scared me a little bit of mutual as the Lantern is still there. And the perfect overfarm by David. Oh my goodness. That is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, because with the mutual latency issues, still had the wherewithal to overfarm the perfect amount to outpace in the end game. That is a ridiculous end game there by PvP David.
Yeah, I'm sure Jay's fan is regretting not throwing that Frenzy Plant at the Lickitung. Well, still had a chance, but sometimes you gotta make the plays in order to try not to get behind on energy.
Yeah, what a game that was. Pretty neutral all around. And David, one of those players when you queue up against his name in GBL, I'm like, okay, here we go. This guy is going to give me a tough match. And Jay's fan, of course, is going to look to make some adjustments here to try and get back in this. But 0-1, I don't think is going to phase Jay's fan too much. I think he's going to still be confident in his abilities and trying to adjust for this game too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What's your mindset after you lose a game like that, where it was seemingly winnable? Obviously, your opponent played absolutely out of their mind, to secure that win. But what are your thoughts?
It's tough losing a game in such close fashion, but knowing that it was winnable, I think gives you some ease that you can make the necessary adjustments to try and win. And also, you could even say there's some sense of an advantage if you want to be a glass half full type of outlook, where if you're the one that lost, your opponent might be less willing to be the one to make changes, and you're the one that can try and make the necessary adjustments to win. So that's kind of my mindset usually after taking a game one loss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as Jay's fan, do you try to run a similar line? Are you going to run something different? Do you think that PvP David's going to bring that Charizard, or do you think PvP David is someone that's going to try to basically brought the three most neutral Pokemon against the Venusaur in the form of Umbreon, Lickitung, and Medicham, especially since Jace Fan doesn't have a counter user?
Yeah, Jace Fan could adjust by bringing the Tapu Fini potentially, and we'll see if he does.
And you make an excellent prediction in seeing the Tapu Fini, and we see the absolute worst lead here. But we also see that there's no safe switch, no good counter swap to this Noctowl. But we will see if gonna choose to throw the Dragon Claw.
Yeah, interesting decision by David. But the reason he's doing that is because he doesn't want to give Jace Fan a free denial by letting him get to that move first. So we see the chip with the Dragon Claw and then the swap into Umbreon. And you would think that chip damage will help Umbreon secure this matchup.
I believe so. The one foul play certainly won't be enough. But let's see how these two decide to play it out, because energy on Tapu Fini later might be really valuable, especially if you can time this correctly and get out and able to farm down the Umbreon appropriately, or perhaps even banking this energy here. Okay, choosing to throw again, or maybe you shield and try to take out the Umbreon.
Yeah, we'll potentially have to go down shields if that's the case. I think Umbreon's okay. So going to elect to let the Noctowl go. Jace Fan content with letting Noctowl go, farming down likely with Venusaur. And, you know, if you can get a farm down here, you're going to have to eat the last resort. But if you can get that shield off of Charizard with a Sludge Bomb, is there any way that could set up Tapu for a sweep? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going to see the Sludge Bomb come through. Likely we see the shield from the Charizard, and we're going to see the instant swap into the Tapu Fini, and then we're going to see Tapu Fini up a shield versus Lickitung. We will see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, the swap into Lickitung, down a shield, down a couple of fast moves, and David just going straight body slam. Sees how much this lick damage is chipping. Feels like body slam is really all he needs, and we actually see Jace Fan take the body slam. Still hasn't committed the shield.
That is very interesting. Not shielding there. Because this Tapu Fini is getting very low. We see the no shield on the Moonblast. Are we gonna see?
Oh man. I think if you're Jace Fan, you potentially shield this up, water gun down, get a surf off against the Charizard to grab that final shield, and then if Venu can somehow get to a move, but he's got to commit to the water gun down. Is he going to get it? He does get it. There.
I like the one water gun and then throwing, because you're going to have to give up the fast move regardless. And we're going to see whether or not this Venusaur has enough health in order to get to the move. This is a Shadow Charizard that's absolutely ripping apart this Venusaur, and this Charizard is going to get to 2 Dragon Claws and take out this Venusaur, and going to unfortunately wing attack down this Tapu Fini as well.
Yeah, a good effort from Jace Fan to try and turn around that bad lead, but Charizard, those wing attacks are shredding the Venusaur so much. All you need is the Dragon Claw, and one more wing attack will do the job for PvP David, as he is going to advance to the winners finals and send Jace Fan, the global #1 ranked Sylph player, down to the losers bracket.
No, those were some phenomenal reads from PvP David. Reading that the Venusaur lead was going to come in, coming with the hard check into Charizard. It was really tough to believe that Tapu Fini, even up a shield, was going to be able to beat the backline, mostly because you saw 2 Pokemon that were already extremely weak to Tapu Fini in the form of Shadow Charizard and Umbreon, but you had to try to come up with some sort of advantage, and unfortunately it was not enough. Even straight body slam, I was thinking in the end is going to be some mind games, but PvP David just going for the straightforward, I'm just going to spam these body slams, you're going to have to be forced to shield regardless, and put the Tapu Fini really low.
Yeah, you have to wonder if there was any chance for Jace Fan if he shielded up the body slam and then came out with more energy. But I'm not sure. I think the only way I could think of out of that for Jace is if he committed an extra shield, got an extra farm down to the point where he could surf Charizard, and then Tapu Fini wasn't in Dragon Claw range, so Charizard had to blast burn, and then he catches the blast burn, something crazy like that.
No, it was going to be too much. I think Jace fan had to either try to control switch, which would still been pretty challenging to do, or potentially bank the sky attack, go into Tapu Fini, and try to water gun down. But again, those are really challenging situations, and you hope that your Pokemon up a shield is going to be able to win and sweep the Pokemon, especially Tapu Fini into Charizard. Is such a strong matchup that it was basically going to be 2 shields versus 1 versus the final Pokemon. Unfortunately, it was a Lickitung, so it was going to be a little bit too much to handle.
Also, how bold of a lead was that in leading the Charizard for David against a team with Tapu Fini and Lantern, and makes the risky call leading the Charizard and catches the Venusaur to win that game too.
Yeah, especially if Jace fan would have made the correct prediction there, and likely would have safe switched into to Lickitung or into Umbreon, which can be met by both pretty hard counters in the form of Noctowl and Tapu Fini. But really well played by David, and we're going to be seeing David play in the winners final shortly later.
Yeah, against Asper in what should be an amazing matchup between two battlers. Asper, the other winners finalist, terrific Italian battler. I personally compete in the Gym Breakers format sometimes, and Asper, one of the top battlers for Team Italy, who has been really dominant along with Team Brazil over the last few months. So a player that has a lot of Show 6 format and is really, really consistent in these Show 6 formats, as he's the global number 2 ranked Sylph player, and that's how he got his spot here in Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you know who we're going to be featuring next in this particular tournament?
Well, we've got some good looking pairs down below. I see Magic Mason and Wadaj are both still alive in the losers bracket, and King OWT was able to win his losers bracket match as well. So definitely a lot of big names still alive in the losers bracket, and we will wait to see exactly who's going to pair against who. I know Wadaj and Magic Mason have faced off before and played Pokemon formats. So if those two were to pair up, that would be a battle between two big names I'm sure the fans would love to see. And we'll await as well with PvP David and Asper Shelto, as they probably are going to wait to see some of these losers bracket matchups play out.
Yeah, if you're a EA fan, you're feeling pretty good right now that you're going to be able to potentially bring home the world champion with both our winners finalists from that region.
Yes, I know there's definitely some friendly banter between the different regions. Which region is the best, especially after Play Pokemon Worlds last year? We saw the regions outside of North America kind of dominate the top 8. And of course, Vroom Vroom Pow last season winning the Sylph World Championship out of APAC. So it seems all the North American contenders have been knocked into the losers bracket. If any one of them can rise and get to the finals. But like you said, we've got a couple people from Europe in the winners finals, and one of them guaranteed going to the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. What picks or what teams most intrigue you with who's remaining?
You know, that's a good question. We see a few Tapu Finis, or I'd say many Tapu Finis on the remaining team. So most of them are including that. Quite a few Shadow Charizards, of course.
We see a Shadow Walrein in the 5th slot.
Oh, okay. King OWT representing the UK with the Shadow Warren. That's probably the most unique pick I see at first glance out of the remaining competitors. And Shadow Warren's an interesting one with Icicle Spear getting nerfed, of course, a while back in terms of its energy. Recently got a slight damage increase. A really oppressive Pokemon in the right spots and can put in work against both the flying types and the grass types with that oppressive ice damage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And still has an outside shot versus Lantern if it's able to land the Earthquake, especially as the Shadow variant.
Yeah, the Shadow Earthquake just extra devastating in those matchups. It can flip, and nothing feels worse than, especially if you're in a Alolan Sandslash. We do have a Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Jay's fan, and nothing feels worse than Shadow Walrein baiting you with an Icicle Spear and putting up the shield. So we'll see if that situation presents itself. I think as we're awaiting the next pairs, there are some community videos that have been suggested we can show. So we'll get Ask Production on that. And I think we will flip to that for just a few moments. So we're going to take a short little break. And as we await the losers bracket and the next pairings for the rounds coming up, we'll take a look at some community videos, but don't go anywhere.
Sylph gave me a place where I could use my skills and find new ones to build the community. It's been a great ride. Thank you, Sylph. Koala power!
Thank you, Sylph, for everything we've done together. Thanks to all the players I faced during the solo competition. Thank you to all the faction players we faced with the Chevalier. And thanks to all the referees I've worked with. And I hope we can meet together in future events, which are remote or local ones. See you soon.
Gracias, Sylph. Since the news came out, I have been thinking so much about the way that you have changed my life, and about all of these people I met through Sylph that I can now call my close friends, and all those places I have traveled to that I would have never went to if Sylph wasn't a thing. So I am having such a hard time choosing just one favorite Sylph moment, and I think that my favorite one is just the whole journey. All of the good, all of the bad, all the stress and all the fun we have been through, and every single tournament, meetup, event, Discord call, or trip I have made with these people I met through Sylph. You have changed the way that PvP is and that was supposed to be, and I think that everyone is just grateful for that. So I will just say thank you, Sylph. Thank you for changing my life. Thank you for all of that, and I will miss you so much.
Hello, battlers. This is Hurricane Kaz here to say thank you, Sylph. 7 years ago, I was chasing down my very first Pidgey in a local park by myself. But today, I've befriended and get to battle some of the most incredible trainers in the world, and it's all thanks to Sylph tournaments. So good luck to everyone competing in this incredible finale.
Hey everyone, I just want to say thank you so much, Sylph, the entire team. You guys were instrumental in creating an environment for all the battlers, all the trainers, everyone who played Pokemon Go, and you're going to be severely missed. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and best of luck in the future.
Hey, it's me, Leander, or probably better known to most people as Leandro, and I want to really say thank you, Sylph, for everything you've done for us, for the game, and also for me. For all the game, the community, and especially PvP wouldn't even be remotely close to where they are now. And especially for me, Sylph just had a fundamental impact on how my life developed, basically. I've met so many friends because of Sylph. I have so many memories that all happened just because of Sylph. And it's just insane that all the things that happened only happened because I started to join Sylph tournaments, and all of this has gone so far that I'm now able to staff at so many Play Pokemon events and just know so many people, made so many friends online, etc. And yeah, it's just insane. So really big thank you to Sylph. It's really sad to see them go, because they just had such a big impact on everything. And yeah, I will never forget what Sylph has done for me, for the game, and I will hold these memories as a special treasure in my heart. So hopefully we'll hear from Sylph maybe again in the future, but if not, thanks for everything, and yeah, bye.
Those are some fantastic videos, especially like the background from our very good friend Leandro. Very bright background and great picture.
Yes, looks beautiful. A walk in nature. That's what Pokemon Go is all about. And we are ready for our next matchup just about, with King OWT taking on Paulinho Tad. And King, you pointed out a unique pick on Paulinho's side, the Mantine making an appearance. And tell us a little bit about this Pokemon, Mantine.
Well, it's a flying water type. I actually believe it has the exact same stat product as Skarmory, a Pokemon that used to be pretty popular in these type of formats. But it'll definitely struggle versus this team, especially with Lantern and Shadow Walrein, but does have positive matchups versus the Charizard, Medicham for the most part, and then neutral matchups to the Umbreon and Cresselia, but unfortunately doesn't have very strong stab or same type attack bonus charge moves at its disposal. Could be running Aerial Ace, could be running Ice Beam, could be running Bubble Beam. I guess I'm taking it for granted that it's running Wing Attack. Could also be running Bullet Seed.
That's true.
Which would not do very much against the Lantern matchup, despite the super effective.
One strategy I've seen trainers implement before when running Mantine is they lead it and they just Bubble Beam right away in trying to force their opponent to switch out, and then running a sort of RPS backline to try and align things in the back. I don't know if Paulinho can risk doing that against King OWT's team with the Lantern there. But on King OWT's side, the Shadow Walrein actually looks quite dangerous for Paulinho, with multiple Pokemon in the Venusaur and the Altaria not wanting to see it. The Mantine doesn't really want to see it either. Sandslash and Lickitung more neutral. I would presume the Sandslash matchup is just bait dependent. If you can land the EQ, of course, you're going to knock it out with the Walrein. But of course, the Powder Snows are not doing very much at all. So a bit of a wonky matchup there, if you will. And then, of course, Deoxys defense going to be the hard punish to the Walrein.
Yeah, no, absolutely. On King's side, I really like the Umbreon. It's very safe versus the team, with only really one negative matchup, or consistently negative matchup, which is the Altaria, but does rely on the Altaria eventually landing the Moonblast in order to deal the super effective damage. So I do expect King OWT to use the Umbreon as a safe switch or as a pivot consistently in these next set.
Yeah, I totally agree. Umbreon pretty much unchecked from Paulinho's side. Even the Altaria matchup isn't that bad for Umbreon. I know from firsthand experience against a player you may have heard of named Wadaj that the Altaria Umbreon matchup isn't that comfortable for Altaria.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see how King OWT is able to utilize it. Does he use it as like a neutral lead just to be safe, or does he use it as more of a pivot? Even could consider using it as a closer, knowing wherever it is, it's going to have some sort of play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're King OWT, you see the Mantine as like the only real check to Charizard. How safe do you feel since there's so many deterrents? But we're going straight into the match.
And here we go. What a lead for Paulinho, exactly where he wanted to catch the Walrein against this Deoxys defense. King OWT actually safe swapping the Charizard as opposed to the Umbreon. And Paulinho, despite having a Mantine in the back, is going to Psycho Boost to get a shield and then go into the Mantine.
We actually see the Mantine come in, and it does, in fact, have the wing attack. And actually going for the Dragon Claw. I believe the Blast Burn is actually more energy efficient, but maybe things need to land multiple moves here in order to potentially take it out.
I guess you do get the double Dragon Claw off before the debuff. So I was thinking the same thing, King. I thought Blast Burn made more sense there, but maybe King OWT knows something that we don't. And we're actually seeing straight for the Ice Beam. Paulinho not expecting a shield, wants to make sure that this knocks out the Charizard.
Interesting here. We're going to see the Walrein likely full farm down. Do you throw the Bubble Beam or you throw the double resisted Ice Beam?
Interesting. I almost would prefer the Bubble Beam here if you're Paulinho to leave this Walrein debuff, because this isn't going to do very much damage.
Yeah.
But a little bit more than the Bubble Beam would have.
And this Umbreon actually looks very safe in the back. So we are going to see the shield. Interesting. From maybe thinking that there was going to be an Earthquake, going to be a little bit harder hitting, but and we see the Umbreon come in. Definitely want to Thunderbolt and then dip. Oh, actually going to bank the move. Okay, very interesting.
And this suddenly looks a little bit scary for Paulinho. Doesn't have a great response to the Umbreon. Getting off that Thunderbolt for some chip damage might have been a little bit more beneficial. Now has two Pokemon that struggle versus Umbreon, going to try and tag team to take it out.
Yeah, and I think banking the Thunderbolt is not necessary because the Shadow Walrein is already pretty low. The Body Slam would almost take out almost all of its health. So I think utilizing the Thunderbolt onto the Umbreon would have been a little bit better, but also didn't want to potentially misalign clocks. But again, Lickitung would do okay against the Walrein.
If from Paulinho's perspective, perhaps you're thinking, okay, I'm just going to use Lickitung to chip as much as I possibly can, and then rely on the counter damage from DD with a shield to try and close out this game. Now, do we see a pivot here? And we do. We see the combo play with the Icicle Spear. This will knock out the Lickitung, and Paulinho has a Deoxys defense, which is still quite healthy to try and close out this game.
And are we going to see? We're going to see quite the farm here. You have to let this go and go for the full counter down, but you're going to be over 100 energy at this point in time. This is why I would prefer to see the Thunderbolt previously, because now you're over on energy, but you do have the 100 energy. We're going to see.
This is going to be really close, King, because Thunderbolt's not quite going to be enough. It's going to be a matter of if the counter damage plus Thunderbolt can knock out Umbreon before these Snarls take out DD, and oh no, doesn't get it off.
Oh no, what happened there?
I think Paulinho threw after 4 counters and was hoping that it would get off before that third Snarl came in to knock out. But as we know, that mechanic is inconsistent, and that third Snarl registered before the 4th counter. So unless there was something I missed, and unless some sort of lag impacted that game, from my initial reaction, that's what happened. There was 4 counters, and the third Snarl knocked out before the charge move.
That is very unfortunate. But I think there was a slight mistake in the mid game there, not throwing the Thunderbolt to ensure you get the damage, just because the ended up countering down the Walrein because it was pretty low. But really well played from King OWT side, especially being virtually hard countered in that game in the lead and in the counter swap. But Umbreon, again, as we talked about before the match, is largely unchecked in the team, and we saw it utilized beautifully in the end to absorb a bunch of damage and ultimately finish off the defense Deoxys.
it was certainly an awkward endgame for Paulinho, and one decision he could have considered would have been throwing a Thunderbolt quickly at that wall rain, but instead he went for the full counter down and taking the spear. Perhaps if you throw that Thunderbolt, if King OWT lets the wall rain go, then maybe you have enough counter damage to eventually knock out the Umbreon and maybe even live a foul play. So that's a huge part of PvP, man, is trying to identify those end game win conditions and awkward matchups where the energy is different on each Pokemon, and the amount of health is different, and just trying to figure out your way of how am I going to close this game out.
You know, so what's your mindset on both sides going into this second game?
Well, I think Paulino's got to take a deep breath, and here we are, right into
not too big of a deep breath
game
here,
number 2.
Ends up with another positive lead here. And
yeah, so
Lickitung into the wall rain. How do you generally like to play with this matchup?
I probably never play it the same 2 times in a row if I'm Lickitung. Sometimes you go for the power up, sometimes you bait the body slam, and this is a good start for Paulinho, getting a shield with the body slam. Now, Shadow Wall Rain has double Icicle Spear loaded. We're going to see if double spear is enough to knock out. Looks like Lickitung should barely hang on here. So Paulinho is going to elect to let this go and get off the body slam that he has loaded.
And you do have to be careful of the potential catch here.
Oh,
the attempt to catch there, but Paulinho saving the power whip. But this is not the best matchup here, and we see what's in the back. You know it's going to be the Umbreon, and we're going to see a very interesting end game here between these two. But going in the Altaria to try to avoid this wall rain matchup at all costs. Do you no shield this and then farm down with the wall rain again?
It looks like that's exactly what King OWT has in mind, and this Altaria had to throw pretty much immediately. So wall rain,
no time here, going in right away. This wall rain has loads of energy, but how do you play this? This wall rain has so much energy, but
yeah,
you must know that there's an Umbreon in the back, and well, we're gonna see how.
Yeah, the Umbreon in the back looks pretty treacherous to deal with for Paulinho. It seems we just have King OWT's perspective at the moment, but Umbreon is looking to put in some work. Still 2 shields, though, to hide behind for the Deoxys defense. And it is going to be able to output a lot of counter damage here over time. But these non-same type attack bonus counters aren't doing as much as you'd think. A combo play from the Lickitung. Lickitung did have quite a bit of energy. Is there any world where the counter damage from DD can close this game out? I don't know. Umbreon fully maxed out with energy and is going to have to start unloading these foul plays.
Yes, I think this Umbreon is just going to be a little bit too much to deal with. And
we see
double up here. Should be able to secure this win. This Thunderbolt is certainly not going to be enough. And has the 2. Okay, gonna choose to snarl it down in fashion. Gonna save us about 20 seconds worth of time by choosing to snarl down the defense Deoxys.
Yeah, King OWT with a very impressive performance there. And the Umbreon, as we considered in kind of the pregame talk, was just too much for Paulinho to overcome. I was super impressed in that lead scenario, the patience of Paulinho as his Lickitung was about to faint and had the wherewithal to anticipate a potential catch and didn't allow his opponent to catch that power whip on the Charizard. So really nice patience on display from Paulinho, but unfortunately it was not enough to overcome the Umbreon in the end game there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Was able to draw out the flyer in this form of Altaria, and forcing the Altaria to throw at the Charizard, or otherwise would lose the Altaria and still have to deal with the Charizard, which can be a very difficult situation. So really well played by King OWT. Phenomenal gameplay, losing the lead twice in each of the games, and still able to come out with a very comfortable victory in very similar fashion by snarling down the Defense Deoxys.
Yeah, an incredible run for King OWT, who I looked at personally when I was trying to build a team for Continentals, because he had played in several practice tournaments. And I think this guy had won like 3 practice tournaments for the Continentals meta. And he has proven to be one of the top players, it seems, in this specific meta as he keeps on winning. And that said, 2 other players that know a thing or two about winning are Wadaj and Magic Mason. And these 2 players are going to be taking the field in our next matchup. 2 players that the community is definitely familiar with, have had so much success on the Play Pokemon circuit. And if we look at their teams, we see quite a bit of overlap, but a few differences, which could be key.
Yes, Wadaj coming with this double fairy strat. This Alolan Ninetales looks to be a menace for the team, and especially hard checking the Medicham in Umbreon potentially. So this is going to be a pretty interesting situation. We're going to see how well Magic Mason's going to be able to utilize the Charizard to potentially check the Alolan Ninetales and Venusaur. Because the Venusaur, again, similar to the Jace fan matchup, looks pretty strong against this team outside of the Shadow Charizard.
I don't know for sure, but if I'm not mistaken, I think that Mason ran Water Gun Lantern in the Continentals. So if he's running Water Gun again, I would say that looks a little bit more favorable than Spark, just because it can also put in work against the Galarian Stunfisk. And it really only has the Venusaur to watch out for. 5 matchups where Water Gun Lantern has neutral play or favorable play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'll be curious on how these 2 decide to play. On Magic Mason's side, what do you potentially predict what the MVP is going to be?
Oh man, well, I think the Alolan Ninetales looks concerning. So because of that, I think he's going to have to utilize the lantern, the bulk of the lantern, and maybe the Lickitung as well. Noctowl, obviously the harder check to Lickitung, and Mason only has the lantern as a check to the Noctowl. So a lot of the top picks for these 2 players, it's really a matter of anticipating what your opponent's going to bring and trying to adapt.
Is this a potentially a case where the lantern looks pretty strong, especially if it's a water gun variant, but is it too much reliance on the lantern? Does the lantern have to do too much in this matchup? Potentially check the knockdown, check the Galarian Stunfisk, use as the bulk for against the potentially charm Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Is it too much for it to handle? Like, despite it being looking pretty decent against this team.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and that's one of the things with Lantern is if you're Water Gun, right? Even a matchup that on paper should be favorable, like Tapu Fini, might not be the most comfortable. If they shield up a Thunderbolt and they land a Moonblast, suddenly you're in Surf range. Lickitung, of course, another neutral matchup. Assuming the Alolan Ninetales is Powder Snow, Lantern should do pretty well there. But the Water Gun, and once again, that's just my anticipation. Who knows? It could be Spark. Mason could have switched up for the World Championship format. But that's one of the things with Lantern. Sometimes it looks really safe against your opponent's teams, especially if they don't have a grass type. But is it really neutral? Are you hard punishing things, or are you just kind of getting caught up in slightly positive matchups and then just giving Wadaj a potential Vine Whip down?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And figuring out the moveset is going to be really critical for this set, and whether it's Powder Snow Ninetales, which makes a lot of sense since you're pretty weak to you're potentially weak to Charizard if you are running Charm. Figuring out that moveset, figuring out whether it's Spark or Water Gun is also critical. So these there's definitely some moveset considerations to figure out how you're going to realign and play out your game plan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Mason elects to bring the Charizard here game one, because if you're with Dodge, you know Mason's bringing Lantern most likely. And if you're Mason, you know the Noctowl is pretty good, and that Noctowl Venusaur core just seems like it's almost a must bring for Wadaj. I don't know, King. Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself with these predictions, but a lot of mind games going in here. I think our players are now in the battle screens and going to take their time selecting teams. But Magic Mason versus Wadaj, man, these two guys have faced off quite a bit. And King, I remember Wadaj saying in one of his Play Pokemon interviews, who's the player he doesn't want to face at Worlds? And he said Magic Mason, because he feels like every time they play in the Play Pokemon circuit, Mason has beaten him except for once. I think once Wadaj has returned the favor. We'll see if he's able to do that again.
You know how you were talking about Jace Fan plays very technical, very straightforward type player, always precise. I feel like Magic Mason is, as his name implies, is one of those players that just pulls a rabbit out of his hat and it's actually a tiger, then eats you alive, right? So it's he's a very tricky player. When I've watched many of his battles, I've showcasted many of his battles, and he always pulls out some very tricky gameplay and is a very unconventional player and very difficult to read in terms of gameplay. So tries out all the tricks in order to try to flip around negative matchups. So you can never quite count him out of any particular matchup, even if the team composition is very, very challenging.
I'd have to agree. It's funny with those fitting names, right? I feel like Dancing Rob is so good at dancing around and finding win cons. Magic Mason, like you said, pulling a rabbit out of his hat. And as a teammate of mine with factions and gym breakers, there are times we're in voice chat and he's like, I think I'm going to do this. And in my head, I'm thinking like, wait, why are we doing that? And he finds win conditions that I didn't even see at the moment. So Magic Mason, a big name on the scene, the Toronto Play Pokemon regional champion. And of course, Wadaj has just been on an absolute tear as of late in pretty much every format. But here we go. Game number one between these two, and a terrible lead for Magic Mason.
And we're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to pull a magic trick out of the hat here. Actually choosing to throw the Frenzy Plant. This is very interesting. Is there any particular reason to throw this Frenzy Plant?
Wow.
Okay. Making a read here. Okay, now I know why throwing the Frenzy Plant. Making a read that there's the Tapu Fini? No, the Charizard's in the back. So
yeah, what a read from Wadaj. I think most players, right, in that situation, they see the Umbreon, they go Tapu Fini. He anticipates that Mason's trying to lure out the Tapu Fini, so chips with the Venusaur and then goes into Noctowl to just try and secure his alignment. And if you're Wadaj, as long as you keep your Venusaur aligned with the Lantern without going down a shield or without going at some sort of disadvantage, you should be in a pretty good spot.
Interesting not throwing the Sky Attack before the Umbreon got to the move here, but it's pretty safe.
You also give the Lantern a little bit less farm, a little bit less of a spark down here. As Noctowl knocks out the Umbreon, Lantern will go for the spark down here. But how Wadaj has set this up, it just looks like there's no way out for Magic Mason.
Definitely no way out here. Making an absolutely beautiful read, predicting what the potential team comp was going to be, and able to come up with a huge advantage here. Going to shield the Blast Burn and going to look to Water Gun down. And there's not really too much that can be done from Magic Mason's side. Gonna throw the Dragon Claw, which is, I believe, does negative damage to the Tapu Fini.
And Wadaj going to take it on the chin. And with all this energy, Lantern's not even going to have a very comfortable time getting rid of this Tapu Fini. Never mind the Venusaur that's still in the back. We do see a shield from the Moonblast.
Oh
but it's
my
a
goodness,
debuff.
that is
And that is just insult to injury against
my
Magic
goodness.
Mason with the Moonblast debuff. And it seems like that always happens, King, in the Go Battle League. Like, you're in a terrible position, and then the RNG just gets you as well, like just to add insult to injury.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's no mercy here. I don't even know if this Surf will, with KO with the debuff there, so it didn't really even matter if it's going to. Do you throw the move here, or do you let it farm down? Potentially, I would throw the move here just to get a sense of how much the damage is. Maybe try to read what the IVs of the Venusaur are, but also just save a little bit of time and think about the next match. I know Magic Mason's one of those players that likes to take a lot of notes, so I'm just envisioning him playing right now, and he's just not even looking at the screen at the end, just taking notes.
Right. Yeah, with Dodge with a commanding game 1 victory, and you see the thoughts going on from what Dodge had an idea in mind, because I don't think that's something that you just decide in the moment. Like, he swapped Umbreon. Oh, he probably has this in back, so I'm going to Frenzy, and then I'm going to go this. I think this is like what Dodge had thought about before the game, what Mason might be bringing, what he might be running, and went in with a game plan and just executed it perfectly. Because that's also kind of heartbreaking for Mason. You'd think when you swap, okay, he doesn't have a hard answer. Oh, okay, he came in with Noctowl. There's probably not a Tapu then in the back. And then, yikes, demoralization. Tapu Fini versus Charizard for Wadaj.
Yeah, exactly. And Wadaj, as you said, probably had that all game planned and was calm, throwing the Frenzy plant, knew exactly what to do, chip, and then see a very interesting lead here. Do you think it's going to be Charm or Powder Snow?
I think Powder Snow, and we won't know for sure, but we see the immediate dip out into the Galarian Stunfisk. Mason going to elect to throw the Surf to chip this Stunfisk, as he doesn't have an obvious answer, and now he's going to go into Umbreon.
Yeah, this chip is hopefully going to secure the matchup for Magic Mason. You're going to need 2 Earthquakes and a Rock Slide in order to take out this very tanky Umbreon. But you also potentially don't want to come out with too much health in order to allow the Ninetales to farm down, because a Shadow Dazzling Gleam would be able to do quite a bit to the Lantern, depending if it is running that moveset.
Absolutely. Another Earthquake will connect on the Umbreon. Galarian Stunfisk should be able to barely withstand a foul play, but I don't know if it will. Oh, we're actually going to see a shield come up.
Oh, interesting here.
Wadaj's going to try and make this uncomfortable for Mason and try and fight for Switch. He knows that there's a Lantern there. If he can flip this and get alignment, even going down a shield, suddenly Mason is in a tough spot, and we see a shield come up from Mason here. Maybe now wishing he had shielded one of the Earthquakes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it looks like this Umbreon is going to be able to secure the Switch. I don't think it's worth fighting it any further. So we will see the Ninetales potentially farm down. And it is the Powder Snow variant. Going to be able to, not able to get to the move there.
So Ninetales with a hefty energy advantage here, going for the Dazzling Gleam. This does a lot of damage to Lantern, puts it near Weather Ball range, and we're going to see Mason elect to take it. And now has this energy going for the Surf. The problem here, if you're Mason, if Wadaj swaps in this Venusaur, your Lickitung is going to be down energy and is going to get outpaced. So how's this going to play out? We see the charge move priority, and suddenly Mason, faced with a really difficult position, going to use the shield to get off the Surf, but now you're down 0-1 shields.
Okay, we're likely going to see a no shield here, and this looks Magic Mason's not going to be pleased here to see what's in the back, and is going to be the Venusaur. So, barring some unforeseen play from Wadaj, this matchup looks like it's going to be over.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot Mason can do at this point. Wadaj was able to create some sort of advantage, right? Out of a tough lead, he swapped, he played out a one shield scenario, and he got a big energy lead on the Alolan Ninetales. And despite that being a favorable matchup for Lantern, if you give that Ninetales a 5-6 Powder Snow head start, suddenly not so comfortable for the Lantern, and just set up this Venusaur so well in the back end. So Wadaj gonna be advancing through the losers bracket and knocks out a very formidable foe in Magic Mason. Congrats to Mason on a great run, but Wadaj continues his hot streak.
Yeah, keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, King, I don't know if there's another battler on planet Earth right now that's hotter than Wadaj in terms of his success across all formats. I happen to know in the Gym Breakers format, he's currently number 2 on the Gym Breakers leaderboard. You saw he finished global number 8 in Sylph this season. Hartford regional sweep, NAIC champion. I think over the last couple of months in this game that we play, where I think everybody is so closely skill gapped and everyone's so evenly matched, where it's hard to say like who's the best. I think if you're picking one battler right now, it's hard to argue against this 17-year-old kid named Wadaj.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know how in documentaries about sports or esports or history, they say age of X, they're just going to say Wadaj of Wadaj. Right. So just it's an absolutely terrible pun. So, but he's pulling off some incredible formats, and I'm sure this will want to be on his bucket list to be the last and final remaining SilphArena World Champion. Would be quite a thing to add to the resume.
Yeah, another player that has shown the ability to translate his skills from the Go Battle League format into Show 6. I think that's been a conversation as of late. You see it with players like Wadaj, who I think had the record for Go Battle League leaderboard days at number 1. Players like Elite Zero, who have translated their skills to the play Pokemon format from GBL, and even in the Sylph Factions format, the Elite TMs, a team that is made up of a lot of players that were more so GBL leaderboarders, the 3500 club, right? And now find themselves in the Sylph Factions World Championship finals. So I think it goes to show in the debate, if there really was a debate of GBL versus Show 6, there certainly is a lot of carryover there, and that can't be denied.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're someone that's in a very elite, no pun intended there, or maybe pun intended, faction. And many of these battlers are also in very great factions. What kind of how does that help you refine your skills, or help you prepare for these type of tournaments and formats?
You know, I always have liked trying to pick the brain of other top battlers. Back when I was teammates at a point in time with Dunebug, it was always interesting, like hearing his thought process and how he plays the game. And players have different styles. I mean, you can only play the game in so many ways, right? But some players might try and hard read what their opponents are going to bring, and that's more their style. Some players might try and run a strategic lineup where I'm going to try and lure this out with this so X can sweep in the back. So just kind of picking the brains of different players and how they like to play. And I personally try to use that to not be super predictable. And maybe the top battlers can not only play ABB, but can also play different types of strategies as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sure being inspired by watching some of your teammates play phenomenal, or seeing how they make even the smallest adjustments and change it to your type of playstyle can make you, again, as you said, a little bit less predictable and make it more challenging for your opponents, especially at the very top. I'm sure all these battlers have played each other's number of times in several different formats, and they go back and watch the footage or remember this person likes to bait, or they like to catch here, or they like to wait here. So, but it looks like we're going to be getting into the winners final. Do you want to talk about these? When we get a moment, we're going to be taking a look at these two teams here. Whose team do you favor? What do you like on each team? They're pretty similar. Are they exactly the same?
Yeah, it looks like they are between Asper Shelto and PvP David. We see Charizard. Yeah, it is a mirror match confirmed with Charizard, Medicham, Umbreon, Lantern, Lickitung, and Cresselia. I should specify the Shadow Charizard variant on both sides. And we have two incredible players here in the winners finals. Asper Shelto, the Italian stallion, against PvP David, a young trainer from Stockholm, Sweden. I've met PvP David briefly at the Play Pokemon Worlds last year, a very talented young battler. And King, when you have a mirror match like this, you're both running the same team. How does that impact your thought process at all, your strategy? Like, how am I going to figure out a way to beat the same team that I'm running?
Yeah, in some ways, it's. I played in tournaments. I played in best of 5 formats where I had to play in virtually a mirror match, and in some ways, it's easier because you kind of already know inherently what your team's weakness is, and what from your team potentially core breaks it. So it makes it a little bit easier, but it also makes it a little bit more challenging as well because they can definitely get in your head. What do you favor? I think the Umbreon. I think we're gonna see an Umbreon mirror.
I was thinking the same thing, man. Unfortunately,
Okay.
we may see the Umbreon mirror match at some point.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, what are the chances we will see a timeout?
Oh, honestly, I would kind of like to see a timeout. I think that would be fun because how rare is it to see a timeout in these super high level battles on this stage? So I'm gonna go 40% chance we see a timeout.
I like seeing that.
If we see Lickitung and Umbreon on both sides, I think, and Cresselia, I guess that's a likely chance for a timeout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I also like the Lickitung on both sides too, which is just screaming for a long match here. But then the question is, who is going to risk bringing the Charizard, and who's going to risk bringing the Medicham, and who's going to make the correct read in order to play out those matches favorably in their side.
Mm-hmm. And if a trainer swaps Umbreon, what is your response going to be? If you don't bring the Medicham, what else do you really have? So I think there's a very high percentage chance if one trainer loses lead and pivots into Umbreon, we're going to see maybe a chip and dip, a chip with the lead Pokemon and dip into one's own Umbreon to secure switch advantage. And when I played in the Milwaukee Regional, I noticed a lot of players were using that strategy with Lickitung. Lickitung was quite popular. And if they didn't have a hard punish to a Lickitung swap, a lot of players were chipping with their lead Pokemon and then going into their own Lickitung to secure that matchup. So that might be something we see here in this mirror match.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting. Do you see play from Lantern on either side? Do we know? I can't recall whether they're running Spark or Water Gun on their Lanterns.
I don't remember myself either, but I think Lantern looks fairly safe, especially if it's Spark. You have some soft counters in the Lickitung and the Cresselia, but Watergun Lantern, I want to say, beats Lickitung in the 2-shield scenario. And I would think Cresselia would be more of a hard punish than Lickitung, just because you're pacing a lot faster to those grass knots, which do nearly half health worth of damage to the Lantern. But the problem is, when you know Umbreon's coming on both sides, it's kind of hard to bring that Cresselia.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you might end up getting hard punished by the Charizard as well if you're not running Future Sights. Most are running Grass Knot, Moonblast as their variant.
Yeah, and as we talked about during this cast, kind of the coming together of GBL elite players and some of the Show 6 Titans, Aspercelto, I think, kind of representing that Show 6 glory, with number 2 global rank on Sylph, top player in Italy, and really representing the Italian scene. I know there's a lot of Italian players that were towards the top of the Sylph global leaderboard this season. And David, I certainly came to know through the GBL leaderboards, and I mean, global 15 is nothing to scoff at either. So he's shown to be able to do it in both formats.
So how confident are you as PvP David? Essentially, you haven't lost in this format, right? Like, you're undefeated in this format thus far, right? In the Continental run and in this Worlds run, but you're also facing the number 2 battler in SilphArena. That's someone that's shown consistently strong performance throughout, and someone that you've probably seen perform quite well in your own region's tournaments. How high is your confidence, or are you cautious, or are you how would you feel going into this type of matchup?
Man, I would think David's confidence has got to be super high at the moment. Like you said, Continental champion, and now going undefeated thus far through the Sylph World Championship Finals. So I think his confidence has got to be at an all-time high. Of course, you have a healthy respect for your opponent and everything he's accomplished. The reason Aspercelto is here is because he had the top performance throughout the entirety of the regular season. So there's players that had put together amazing performances in their continental tournaments, and there's players that showed prowess throughout the entirety of several months throughout the season. And sometimes it's about who gets hot at the right time. And if you can put together a spectacular run here in the finals, right now, David, as we talked about, along with Wadaj, like 2 players that are just really on a tear right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this type of walk me through your mindset. You've been in this position where you're waiting for quite a while for your matchup to come up, right? You know who you're facing, you know who you're battling. Are you one that prefers to battle right away? Well, let's just get this over with. Or do you prefer more time to prepare? Or is there like a sweet spot in how much time you like to prepare before you feel like you're, pulling your hair out, trying to go over potential matchups and potential leads?
That's a really good question, King, because I've been in situations where I've had to wait several hours. And sometimes I like that because I know what my opponent's running, and I can think about in my head certain lineups I could run or certain lines to play things out. But sometimes the anxiety builds, but there's no more anxiety left to wait here, because our 2 players are locked in, and we have a Charizard into a mere Charizard.
It's very interesting. So how do you like to play out this matchup?
I think you gotta throw right away if you anticipate you win charge move priority. We see David throwing the Claw right away. There's really no reason to build up to Blast Burn, because Claw plus Wing Attacks is all you need in this matchup.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And now we're going to see a shield come up from David. And let's see if they go for a charge move priority here on the second Claw.
Oh, they actually do go for priority. I thought Aprichetto was not going to throw, knowing that potentially would lose. Oh, gonna shield.
Gonna shield. And the awkward thing here is I do believe, okay, so gonna let it go actually, and willing to take the shield advantage in exchange for losing the lead as Lickitung comes in. Charizard is gonna reach a blast burn here, and actually stores the blast burn and pivots Umbreon.
That's interesting. Okay. Oh, potentially trying to catch there. And we do see what we anticipated, the Umbreon mirror. But a lot of time has elapsed trying to build up the energy there. So we're going to see how this is going to play out between these two.
Yeah, we talked about this mirror match and how this was a very likely situation. So these two Umbreons will exchange last resorts for a while. But that Lickitung has 2 body slams loaded, and PvP David has the shield advantage. So I think you have to save that shield almost no matter what for the Charizard. And then it's just going to be a matter of whether Lickitung up energy, but having taken a little bit of chip, is going to be able to beat that Medicham in the end game.
Yeah, and this becomes super critical to keep track of all the energy because they're both over farming. They're both making it very difficult to track all the energy. And do you potentially try to put it into claw range? But I guess you only get one move off on the Charizard no matter what.
If you're Aspercelto, like you could also consider preserving some energy and dipping out, but it looks like he's content just chipping away with his own Umbreon, going to absorb this last resort as David was just about maxed out on energy. Oh,
interesting. And going for the power whip here. Would Body Slam not have been enough?
Yeah, I think Umbreon hangs on to a body slam and having the wherewithal. Oh my gosh, we're actually seeing a Dragon Claw bait here. And David's going to put it up. Is there any way Charizard reaches a claw? I think it's 2 wing attacks away, but not going to bother. Just going to pivot directly into the Medicham. And this is going to be tough for Lickitung. I don't know if it has enough in the tank to knock out this Medi.
This is going to be very close here, but this Charizard in the end might survive a snarl and still make it 2. Oh, we don't see the... Is this enough?
No, I think Lickitung will reach the body slam here, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Medicham. Medicham's going to hang on. And does that Umbreon have energy? I've personally don't remember the status of this Umbreon here. Doesn't quite have the foul play, and the Medicham will knock out as Aspercelto takes down PvP David in game number 1.
So obviously the critical piece of information is that PvP David's Charizard does win CMP, which obviously you got to evaluate how good or how high of attack your personal Charizard has. But gathering that information is useful, but shielding that CMP and then made it definitely challenging there.
Yeah, and Aspercelto, despite losing CMP in the lead scenario, was willing to commit that second shield. PvP David elected to let his Charizard go, take the shield advantage. The awkward thing there is the Charizard still had enough health for Aspercelto to still pose a threat to David. So the other awkward thing, right, is if you're David and you do shield that, I think you're still forced to throw the claw. And then all you're basically doing is giving Aspercelto an opportunity for a catch or an opportunity to farm down and get a head start. So definitely an awkward situation where I don't think there's one right move or wrong move. It's kind of up to your judgment in the moment.
Yeah, and it was interesting. PvP David decided to play out that lead, despite having 2 Pokemon there were slightly weak to Medicham, because it seemed like a very typical strategy of something really strong to Medicham in the front, and then try to draw it out, put it really low, and then farm it down with Charizard afterwards. So choosing to stay in that matchup, despite the Umbreon and Lickitung being very safe against your own team, right? So
yeah, and I thought that was still a very exciting game, King, despite seeing the Umbreon mirror match for a bit.
Yeah,
So we'll see if these two players make some adjustments here in game number 2. Ran 2 out of the 3 same Pokemon. Aspercelto was the one to gamble, bringing that Medicham, and was able to align it in a situation to deal some super effective counters in the end. And, you know, Lickitung, King, I do believe actually beats Medicham in the Zero Shield scenario. But like we talked about, these matchups don't always play out like a simulation. There's always a little bit of difference in health. And here we go. Game number 2, a spectacular lead for Aspercelto.
well, we do see the Water Gun variant, and we see the Umbreon into the Lickitung, which is a reliable matchup for the Umbreon since it does resist the licks. But it will take quite a few foul plays to take out this Lickitung, and the Umbreon will be pretty low. But as long as you control Switch, it's worth controlling the Switch. And this looks pretty challenging for PvP David, seeing the lineup in the end. But you never know how these matchups are going to play out.
Agreed. This is a brutal situation for Lickitung. These body slams, just you can slowly chip away. You can eventually get this Umbreon fairly low, but there's just no way Lickitung is going to be able to flip this matchup with these resisted licks. And as the body slams slowly start to chip away, I don't think you can ever switch out of here if you're David. And as long as Aspercelto keeps his alignment with that Lantern on Charizard, it's going to be a tough situation for David to climb out of.
You know, silly.
Oh, we actually
do. Okay, yeah. Maybe hoping to draw. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay. Okay.
I think David, in the GBL scene, I think that was just kind of his instinctual reaction.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he remembered. He remembered he's
yes.
being streamed to hundreds of people around the world, and he's going to try and play this and fight this out. But he knows, obviously, based off that instinctual reaction, this is a tough situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As you said, PvP David climbs the GBL leaderboard, and knowing when to utilize the ever so strong ability of top lefting in order to save some time is quite critical in order to finish off your sets appropriately. So we do see the foul play come through here. I actually prefer to throw the last resort here as opposed to the foul play, because the Medicham will survive the foul play. This is very similar to Noctowl type. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does get a nice snipe here with the Lickitung. The problem is Umbreon is still healthy enough, can probably live 2 body slams here. And PvP David, knowing that there is a Lantern. Oh, interesting play by Aspercelto, but I don't think this will matter too much, because the Water Gun oppressive nature is just going to be way too much for this Charizard to overcome, even with Charizard being up a shield here.
Yes, this is an example where saving your shield says you ended up doing no good for you. But there wasn't really too many moves to efficiently shield in this scenario here.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Charizard. There are certain matchups where Charizard can really overcome when it has the shield advantage, like Swampert as a water type, but the bulky nature of Lantern, with it being able to resist the wing attacks as well and live a blast burn, just going to be way too much for Charizard here. And PvP David will go down here 2-0 to Aspercelto. Aspercelto moving on to your grand finals on the winner's side, and PvP David will head down to the loser's bracket and await his next opponent there.
That was a very difficult matchup for PvP David. Literally, you couldn't find probably a worse lead there, and that's obviously one that you take a gamble running the Charizard lead. Unfortunately, can be met by the Lantern in, and then gonna not really too much play in terms of being able to control the switch there at the end.
Yeah, amazing team read from Asper Shelto. That was probably the perfect three he could have aligned in that game to seal that game number 2 win. And King, you had a quote I remember from when I was like coming up in my early days of PvP, where you were talking more so with GBL, I think, but you were saying how there's going to be 25% of games that you can win or that you should win just based off of team comp. 25% you should probably just lose based off of team comp. It's those middle 50% that you can flip. I think this was one of those 25% games where I don't think there was any way once the 3 Pokemon were locked in, there was really no way for PvP David to overcome Asper Shelto's great team call.
Yeah, maybe in that scenario, the Umbreon. Obviously, we're looking at the team comps and can say this after the fact, but maybe the Umbreon had a slightly better chance to flip the switch since there's no really hard answers to the Umbreon. But likely we would have seen the Umbreon get chipped by the Lantern before switching out, so it would have made it pretty difficult to flip the switch there.
Yeah, David will not be out of it though. And we talked about how much of a hot streak he was on. He's very much still alive, and we're going to be awaiting some of our next pairings as we head to the losers bracket for one more match. I do believe we are going to see. So we know Wadaj, King, OWT, Jace Fan, and Dai Lap are our 4 remaining battlers in the losers bracket. So they will be assorted into pairs. And I think after 2 rounds in the losers bracket, we will then see whoever emerges out of those 4 take on PvP David. And then those 2 will fight for the opportunity to challenge Asper Shelto in the grand finals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What pairing are you hoping to see? What matchup would be your dream matchup of the remaining? They're all dream matchups, but what is the one that you desire the most to see?
Oh man, I've been liking King OWT's team with the Shadow Wall Rain, so I'd like to see him pair up maybe against someone like Wadaj. If you look at Wadaj's team, doesn't really have a comfortable answer to the Shadow Wall Ring. Wadaj running Venusaur, Noctowl, a Powder Snow A9, Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, Tapu. So Wadaj's entire team doesn't really have a comfortable response to Wall Run. I would say Lickitung might be the best response.
Yeah, but we saw King OWT play out of the Lickitung lead very effectively, even after getting baited.
So I think that would be a fun matchup, more so just based off of
Other places, they're kind of a East versus West Coast rivalry. Alberta versus Ontario. I'm sure those 2 wouldn't mind facing each other off and taking each other out. So both absolutely phenomenal battlers. Both players I enjoy watching and shoutcasting.
Yeah, Dilap, I think exudes a lot of confidence as a battle. You have 2 different styles of battlers, some a little bit more mellow, some that they seem cool, calm, and collected, and some really just enjoy the moment. And when Dilap plays in these live events on stage, he reminds me almost like an athlete, where when he makes a great play, like he's celebrating, like he's an NFL player, like dancing in the end zone. And are calm, cool, and they're kind of waiting until the job's even. When they make a nice play, they're up jumping around and dancing.
Yeah, but the Dilap's the first player that I've seen that really tries to understand what the opponent. Maybe this is too big of a take from my side. First player that I've seen that really tries to make a read on what their opponent's strategy is. So similar, how Wadash threw the Frenzy Plant at the Umbreon before switching out and choosing to switch in the Noctowl as opposed to the Tapu Fini. That's like when I watched Dialap, it was the first time I seen a player try to outthink of what the potential ABB or what you're trying to draw out strategy and play it accordingly, which does work out for the most part. But I remember, I think in one particular match where the opponent was running not an ABB team, so then it ended up aligning incorrectly in the end. But making that really big read is something that I've seen. Even though Dialab has a lot of emotion, wears his heart on his sleeve, is still a very thoughtful and calculated player while going through it, while still exuding this type of energy.
Yeah, obviously a very technical battler as well. And I have another anecdote. I remember playing Dialap in a tournament format, and there was a situation where it was a pretty RPS game. He was in a dominant position against me, still had both of his shields, and I got to a threatening move. I think it was a Dazzling Gleam on my Alolan Ninetales against like a Lantern, and he still had both shields. His only lose condition was me landing a Gleam, and I baited Weather Ball just for the heck of it because he still had two shields, and he let it go. And just the ultimate flex in a situation where he just anticipated I would, and he could have lost the game by doing that, but he would have rather flexed than keep it. So a player, in addition to his immense talent in this game, also exudes confidence, exudes style, and has fun with it.
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, and then we're gonna looks like we're potentially gonna see Jace Fan versus Wadash if the bracket maintains between these two, and King OWT versus Dialab. So two tremendous matchups, and I'm sure we're going to be able to see one of them play out.
Yeah, I think no matter who we see, we should be in store for some. I think us two have one final match together. We're going to get to cast before we hand you guys off. But here we take a look at the updated bracket, and you see PvP David awaiting his next match, as Asper Shelto is all by himself in the grand finals on the winner's side. And down below, here we go, Dialap against King OWT and Jace Fan against Wadash. Two big time names in that lower pair. And King OWT, I think a player that's a little more under the radar, but has been extremely impressive in this tournament. And Dialap, of course, another big name that is trying to continue his run, of course.
And how much stock do you put into watching, because each of these players have been on stream so far, how much stock do you put into how they played out? I'm sure they go back and watch the VODs and see the team composition that they play, and see how they like to play, whether they like to stay the lead or whether they like to chip, whether they like to run ABB lines, whether they like to draw Pokemon, or they favor certain safe switches. How much stock do you put into that versus just playing how they're going to play in front of you, or anticipating that they might change their strategy?
King, that's a great question. I wish I knew the answer of how much stock, because I feel both sides of the coin. I've actually had times, I hate to do another personal anecdote because this is about the players that are playing right now, but from my experience, I've had times in a Play Pokemon tournament where I knew the next day I was playing someone against a team that I had already played on stream. And because I knew they would be probably watching back how I played against that team, I decided to run completely different lines than I played the previous time I played that team, and it worked out. So I think these players have probably done some scouting, of course, from the Continental streams. I'm not sure if they're allowed to watch the current stream that's going on, but I think they've probably done some scouting, and I think you once again, you got two different styles of players. You've got players that are going to be a little bit more relaxed and just kind of play out there. I know Wadaj is a player that really kind of goes with feel. Of course, he's one of the most technical players in the world, but he locks in very quickly. And you've also got players that are going to really take their time. I know Jace Fan is a player that really takes his time, thinks through a line and all the possible leads and how he would address those leads before locking in. So perhaps two varying styles, but still two of the best players in the world in those two.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I remember a story with Wadaj at the most recent Play Pokemon tournament where production had asked Wadaj. So I actually believe it was Butters who asked, who's going to be showcasing later, asked Wadaj in front of the other battlers there that were, you were there, asked, have you run, you have Toxicroak, but you haven't run it. And he's like, yes, right, I haven't ran in this tournament. And then I saw like everyone paying attention, and then he ran it in the game against House Stark. So I'm sure there were some mind games there in terms of thinking about how much additional information is helpful or hurtful in terms of your gameplay.
For sure, for sure. I remember earlier this season as well, right? Enhoff hadn't run Primeape all tournament long, and I think ran it in a finals game against Hot Pocket and got a win in the only game that she ever brought the Primeape. So some players and some Pokemon are really good for that bench pressure and just keeping your opponent on their toes, where they might forget about it, they might disrespect it, and then you incorporate it when they're least expecting it.
And absolutely. So looking at this upcoming matchup that we're going to be previewing, this Shadow Walrein looks very strong, but it's also looks pretty bait dependent in some of its matchups that it needs to play. It needs to land the Earthquake versus Tapu Fini, needs to land the Earthquake versus Alolan Sandslash. It would be preferable to land the Earthquake against Galarian Stunfisk. So it's a very strong Pokemon, but it's one of those ones, if you were to look in PV Poke and look up this particular matchup, the consistency might be a little bit low.
I agree, and I think the Shadow Alolan Sandslash for Dilap could be quite menacing towards King OWT's team, and that is the matchup for those in chat that we are going to showcase here: Dilap against King OWT, because the Shadow Alolan Sandslash has two checks from the other side, of course, the Medicham and the Umbreon, but everything else, if you're up energy, you could really threaten a lot of damage with that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. The Charizard, you'd be surprised how much just a simple Ice Punch does to that Charizard. I think if Charizard takes that Ice Punch, it's only getting to one charge move and before it gets farmed down. And then, of course, Cresselia does not want to see Sandslash. Lantern, of course, has play, but that Drill Run does quite a bit of damage. And as you talked about, Walrein, a very bait-dependent type matchup.
Yeah, I do envision the Walrein to be a pivot, to be a safe swap in this matchup, since there are no hard checks, no Medicham, and no Lantern on Dilap's side, which makes Walrein the perfect safe swap in this situation, and the ability to farm down. Is this what you envision as the potential counter swap, whether it's going to be the Galarian Stunfisk, whether it's going to be the Lickitung, whether it's going to be the Alolan Sandslash that's going to meet the Walrein, or whether or not we'll see the lead chip the Walrein and then something else come in to help secure that lead. But I definitely see the Walrein Medicham core being pretty strong on King OWT side. What do you favor on Dilap side?
You know, I was just thinking about that, and I think it's pretty hard for King OWT to bring the Charizard against Dilap's team with that Tapu Fini, the Stunfisk. Sandslash, I would say, has a favorable matchup against Charizard, unless shields are down, of course. So it's the really only target for Charizard is the Venusaur. Is it worth bringing if you're King OWT? I'm not sure. So I could see Venusaur potentially putting in some work, because if it gets a head start against that Walrein, suddenly Walrein's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And those Frenzy Plants will do a tremendous amount of damage to any of the three Pokemon that have a little bit more neutral play against it.
It's one of those matchups where I feel like energy advantage for King OWT's Walrein is going to be more important than switch advantage. If I think he could be content just losing the lead matchup if it allows him some sort of farm down or maybe pivot to get a quick head start against Dialab. If you're King OWT, I don't think switch advantage is quite as important. If you're Dialab, maybe it's a little bit more important because you want to make sure you don't get, for example, your Noctowl aligned with the Shadow Walrein.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What are your thoughts on Noctowl in this matchup?
Oh man,
there's two hard checks, right? And even the favorable lead against Medicham can be kind of tricky if you switch out too slow, which I don't expect battlers at this stage to switch out too slow, or they potentially put you low enough that you might get farmed down by Walrein. So there's it's a tricky matchup for Dialab.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'd have to give a slight edge to King OWT in terms of team composition. However, I think that Venusaur is a problem. I think that Venusaur is scary because if it avoids Walrein, it has a lot of play against everything else except, of course, the Charizard. But like we talked about, Charizard's a tough bring here. Charizard's a tough bring unless you're calling that Dialab has that Venusaur somewhere. So I think this is a fun matchup. This is two trainers who have a few unique sweeper type picks, and how are they going to best utilize them to try and take this matchup?
It should be an intriguing matchup for these two to face off.
King, we've seen several teams with Cresselia. Have we seen Cresselia enter the battlefield once? I'm not sure.
I have not. And I guess because there's a lot of Lickitung and a lot of Umbreon so far, and a lot of Charizard. But maybe this is the match we'll see some Cresselia action. Probably not.
Yeah,
because of the Alolan Sandslash, the Galarian Sunfist, and the Venusaur, and the Lickitung, and the Noctowl. So you really only have one target. If you think they're going to make a hard read and say switch or potentially lead and meet the Tapu Fini, which is the Tapu Fini doesn't look terrible, but definitely has some hard matchups to deal with.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are on to Dialab against King OWT, and a good lead for King OWT, leading Medicham into G-Fisk, and we see the immediate pivot into Dialab, but with no obvious answer, King OWT is staying in for the time being.
And this is actually one of those situations where you envision the Walrein being so strong as a safe switch that winning the lead is actually kind of awkward to play.
Yeah, and King OWT needs to win this matchup in order to get the alignment he needs, because Lantern does not want to see that Venusaur in back, and suddenly we see Dialab gonna potentially force a shield here. No, but is gonna take back switch in the zero shield scenario.
Okay, and we're gonna see this Galarian Stunfist. This is where King OWT wanted the Walrein with some energy, as you discussed. You want to lose the lead and have it farm down, but this Walrein took a significant amount of damage from the rock slide. Are we gonna see a shield here? Or are we gonna?
Oh my goodness! Dialab calls the Icicle Spear bait and is gonna fire off another rock slide, and King OWT forced to shield. But what he can't see, that we all watching can see, is what's back. Oh, Dialab switches though.
But I think this, unless chooses to no shield, which would be absolutely insane here, we will see the second Icicle Spear. And there's no way you call it here, right? So you shield. Maybe anticipating the Charizard, I think you need to save the shield, but yeah, this game's over here.
Yeah, maybe just for content, making making us watch and think he might let one of those go. But Venusaur looking mighty fierce here and is probably going to get an entire Vine Whip down. And Dilap from a bad lead ends up winning in convincing fashion simply by swapping the Lickitung and taking back switch advantage. And King OWT will have to reevaluate here after winning lead and losing in convincing fashion how he's going to adapt his strategy to game number 2.
And you called it out perfectly that it would be very tough to bring the Shadow Charizard. So the Venusaur was going to be the MVP of that match and really closed out. And Dialab making the risky call, calling that there was no Charizard, and it played out perfectly.
Yeah, also called that Icicle Spear bait, but I think he was comfortable enough to do that because he felt like even if it was an Earthquake to knock out his Galarian Stunfisk, he could probably Vine Whip down and maybe shield once.
Yeah, exactly. Once, especially since the Rock Slide had landed onto the Walrein.
Yeah, so sometimes calling the bait is actually more like the safe play because even if it is the nuke, you still have a favorable position for yourself. So Dilap just beautifully handling that situation. If you're King OWT, in order for that to not happen again, I would anticipate he considers bringing the Umbreon this time, to having a punish to that Lickitung safe swap. But if you bring Umbreon, you also want to bring Walrein. So it's like, do you risk being double weak to Metacham in that scenario? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think in that case, Dialab doesn't have the Metacham.
Oh, my bad. That's true.
So it would be.
I just assume every team has a Metacham.
Yeah. You see all 3 Pokemon, like Metacham's still coming. The 4th Pokemon coming off the bench, right? Just it's so prevalent,
right?
That it can be coming out of nowhere.
You're playing like a restricted meta with no fighting types allowed, and you're like, oh crap, this line's weak to Metacham.
Yeah, but the Umbreon, as you said, like the Umbreon is quite strong, despite the except for the Tapu Fini, right? So it handles pretty much everything else, pretty neutral gameplay. So maybe there is some strategy here in bringing the Umbreon versus Dilap's team, but maybe Dilap not willing to potentially call it, because bringing the Venusaur and relying on Venusaur, despite there might be a Shadow Charizard in the back. So Dilap also not afraid to bring some risk here, especially since you can see the Lantern has Water Gun and not Spark, which makes the Tapu Fini matchup much more awkward.
All right. 1-0 lead for Dilap, and here we go, game number 2. And we are going to see once again a favorable lead for King OWT, leading the Umbreon into the Lickitung, exactly the lead that he wanted.
This energy in the back, honestly, losing lead might be better in this scenario if you're able to get the Umbreon low enough.
Yeah, I think Umbreon should be able to win this matchup if Dilap just stays in completely. Umbreon should be able to win with enough health. I don't think it's going to be a comfortable farm down. Would probably have to eat quite a bit of damage on whatever he decides to farm down with. Umbreon needs like 4 foul plays as we see a pivot into Galarian Stunfisk, and going to throw the foul play here to do some chip damage before potentially going into the Water Gun Lancer.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategy. And this actually, the shield is actually much better for Dialab, knowing that he has a Venusaur in the back. And we're gonna.
Right, this is uncomfortable for King OWT. He's gonna unleash the Surf here, and I can't imagine Dilap shields. Maybe he does. No, he's gonna let it go. But you probably come in right away with the Venusaur while you're still switch locked, and here we go. Venusaur gonna be building up as much energy as possible.
This is still a lot of health. This Venusaur is going to be pretty low if it decides to Vine Whip all the way down.
Yeah, I don't think it can do that, but maybe he goes for the double up here.
This Venusaur is getting pretty low. It's going to be almost in the red after this surf.
Yeah, definitely in foul play range. So this looks pretty good for King OWT.
I
Oh,
love this play.
okay.
I love this play here. Not wasting the Frenzy Plant energy. And this is going to be a pretty interesting end game here. Though, like, you might need too many Frenzy Plants to take out this remaining team. And honestly, the Powder Snow is probably going to be enough to take out the Venusaur. But let's see.
Yeah, only one shield on King OWT's side. So he needs to force Venusaur to have to throw energy. Oh, okay. A shield on the Lickitung here. He needs to force the Venusaur to throw energy at the Umbreon, I think, to win this game.
Yes.
Another body slam.
It looks like it's going to have to be the case because even another body slam won't KO.
Yeah, unless it puts it low enough to the point where Venusaur can Vine Whip down. But the problem is Venusaur is so low, it can't afford to take a charge move. Oh, and the combo play Dilap just dancing around. But now King OWT feels secure letting it go so he can Powder Snow down and take and use his last shield here. But now, is there any way Dilap gets to a Power Whip against this Walrein?
I think it will get to a Power Whip, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, Walrein's so healthy. Here comes the Power Whip. It's going to do some super effective damage, but Shadow Walrein hangs on, still in the yellow, and will get the Powder Snow down. And King OWT, keeping his dreams alive, ties this series up 1-1.
Yeah, was able to utilize the energy effectively by landing the body slam onto the Lantern, taking it out. It does more damage than it would do onto the Umbreon, but the Venusaur ended up being way too low because of all the energy and all the damage the Lantern ended up utilizing. So going for the Earthquake there made total sense and was likely the correct play there since you had a Venusaur to farm Iglesia down, but unfortunately Lantern had a little bit too much health and forced you to throw at it.
Yeah. Okay, we were saying how this was a really intriguing matchup, and King OWT, I was thinking how good the Medicham looks from his perspective, but didn't elect to bring it that game and still came out with the win. If you're King OWT, recognizing you needed the Umbreon for the Lickitung and getting that lead was so big. And I guess it is tough to bring both Umbreon and Medicham together if you're concerned about the Tapu Fini potentially coming.
And I'm sure that's on Dilap's mind and on King OWT side mind. Do you bring the Tapu Fini? Because you've seen the Lantern in both games. And you've seen the Walrein as well. But you've also seen some nice target in terms of the Medicham and the Umbreon. And we're going straight into this game here.
Oh my goodness. Decisive game 3 to determine who moves on. And we see Lickitung into Walrein, a fairly neutral matchup, as we see an immediate pivot into the Medicham.
Interesting. And we see the body slam. Do you stay in this matchup? I think you have to stay in this matchup at this point in time.
Yeah, with the Medicham up energy, it's hard to swap the Venusaur. And of course, you don't really want to swap in Galarian Stunfisk. Dilap does win the Zero Shield scenario here, so might just be content playing that out once again. Lickitung absorbs the Psychic and will try and reach this body slam.
You probably see a no shield here, right?
Oh.
No, we do see a shield. Okay, gonna stay. Yeah, I'm gonna say immediate swap there into the Venusaur. Are we gonna see a bait though? We will see the bait. But this is a safe shield because even if you throw both Ice Punches, you're gonna have to shield one of them anyways. But we likely won't see the second.
Doesn't get it off.
Okay.
And this energy is real problematic for King OWT to deal with. So gonna be forced to come in with Umbreon to absorb this. Venusaur letting out a little bit of a roar there with that animation. And will Umbreon be able to get rid of this Venusaur?
Interesting. Farming up so much on both sides, knowing that one move doesn't KO either Pokemon. But
oh man,
what do you do here?
This is. I feel like you almost. Okay, I was gonna say you almost have to shield, not let all this energy go, because now I think Dilap's in a pretty commanding spot. And we actually see King OWT go for a shield and a Powder Snow down. But the problem here is Galarian Stunfisk can simply go straight for this Rock Slide. There's no catch to worry about. And I think if you're Dilap, you can safely shield without the risk of getting outpaced to a Spear Bait and then an Earthquake. So Dilap goes for the Rock Slide against the Shadow Wall Rain. Will this be enough to knock out? And it is not quite.
Barely able to survive, but was very comfortable in winning that game. Dilap in perfect control, understood that energy on the Venusaur was critical there, and calling that King OWT was not going to bring that Shadow Charizard, especially with the Umbreon in the back. So very tough situation for King OWT, and fantastic run so far. But we're going to be seeing more of Dilap continue in the losers run and hoping to be crowned the Sylph World Champion.
Yes, Dilap continues his run. I know he recently joined the Elite TMs faction, and a lot of his teammates were saying, what if he could become Sylph World Championship and also get that Team Factions Championship in the final Sylph season? So Dilap's hopes of that still alive. King, I think our time is coming up, but it has been an absolute pleasure, man, and some fun battles.
Yeah, likewise. And I'll see you in a few weeks. And best of luck to the rest of the competitors. But there's two amazing casters coming on board. So we're gonna let them introduce themselves. And thanks for letting us join here. And we appreciate all the memories, Sylph. It's been a fun time.
Yes, thank you, Sylph. Once again, got my start in PvP with Sylph and local tournaments, Kenosha, Wisconsin. So I did my first tournament and ended up having some fun memories, some success, and being able to join here on the cast for the final Sylph World Championship is something I really appreciate. So thank all y'all. Hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I think we're ready to toss it over to Mr. Speediest Chief and Miss DeFi E250. Take it away, guys.
All right, welcome in, everybody. How are you feeling, DeFi?
I'm feeling great. I am so honored to be here as part of the final SilphArena tournament, the final SilphArena championship. And yeah, I am excited to talk about these battles. How are you doing today, Will?
I'm doing really well. It's definitely bittersweet, right? I mean, just seeing all these incredible trainers, it feels like all these matches are coming down to the wire. Just a small change, a small variation, that 10% defense fall from a Psychic, that Zap Cannon debuff, as we saw earlier, can make or break entire games. And there was an element that was pointed out early on in the cast by Caleb, is that sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, just a small stroke of luck. You need to heat up at the right moment, and you need to carry that momentum through. And I think these battlers are trying to do that. They're trying to capture that magic here in the final ever SilphArena World Championships.
Yeah, I heard a lot of puns earlier, like Magic Mason pulling the rabbit out of the hat. And I certainly think there's quite a bit of magic happening here today. I'm sure we're going to be able to see our bracket to catch up again soon. But let us know in chat, how are you doing today? How are you enjoying these battles? Who do you have as going to be the SilphArena World Champion today? Is your favorite still in the tournament? Let us know.
Yeah, really, really good point. I think a lot of people have been watching the stream up until this point. A lot of surprises, a lot of things that maybe we kind of expected, but Espercelto being in the grand finals already is pretty huge because PvP David was on fire leading up to that battle. And some games, unfortunately, DeFi, they're won and lost on the lock-in screen. Sometimes you just outpick your opponent straight up.
That is very true, but I haven't seen as many of those battles today in the championship. A lot of them, like I'm looking to see, like, is alignment going to be key? And it's not necessarily true each and every time. We can see the bracket here now, and you can see that last battle, Dilap winning 2-1 versus King OWT, so he'll be moving forward. We saw Dilap just absolutely go on a tear in the North American Continental Championships, just an incredible run, losing, I think it was the first round, and then winning straight through. So seems to be doing the same strategy here, going in from the lower side of the bracket. We also will be upcoming watching Jay's Fan versus Wadaj. Wadaj, another trainer who we know very well from the Play Pokemon circuit, facing Jay's Fan, who has been talked up a lot, being #1 on the SilphArena leaderboards, and absolutely just making those plays where you think there's no win condition, and then just being able to find to locate that one final win condition in there. Speaking of which, we have Jay's Fan versus Wadaj. I'm loving all of this Tapu Fini love that has been today. Tapu Fini really gets to shine here in a meta that requires you to bring a legendary or a mythical. Really goes to show it is quite good. Is there anything else that you see in this matchup, Will?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there, Dilap kind of losing that first round and then reverse sweeping. We used to call that the Stark strat for all of our OG Silphers out there who have had that kind of similar strategy play out. And also, I think it's a little bit poetic, right? Because Jay's Fan was the first person to beat me in North American Continentals, and then I had the reverse sweep to kind of climb back up the ladder. So seeing Jay's Fan here, I'm so incredibly proud of him. Again, one of the best trainers in the world, consistently, without a debate. If you step into the ring with Jay's Fan, you're going to get punched in the mouth. We've got Wadaj there on the right side as well. Incredibly talented trainer. We've seen him really he's just lit this fire under him over the past few months, especially in Play Pokemon. To be able to, I'll tell you what, DeFi, to be able to succeed not only in the championship series, but then come here and be in Sylph Worlds just 2 weekends before the World Championships in Yokohama. I mean, this kid is cracked. What else can you say?
I think Rise put it very well earlier. Like, I don't think there's a trainer that's on fire. I think he used the phrase that's hotter than Wadaj right now. Just absolutely tearing it up, doing a phenomenal job. As these trainers start to get ready, we can look. These two trainers have pretty similar teams. We both have the regular Venusaur, not the Shadow variant, because there's no Registeel in this meta, Speedy. Shadow Venusaur really benefits in that Registeel matchup. But here in this specific SilphArena meta, the regular Venusaur has been the one coming out to play today. Both have the Noctowl, both have a Shadow Ice type, although picking different strategies with that Shadow Ice type.
Yeah, exactly right. I just want to shout out briefly to Miss Mystic. I don't think anyone has called this out yet during the stream, but the way that she slotted in the team graphics where we have the parallel picks on either side is just very, very appreciated. I think it helps not only us as casters, but also the general chat to break it down and say what pieces are similar, what pieces have been moved around, how does it change the identity of this team? For example, the two ice types you mentioned, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, incredibly good versus grass and flying, but you have the Alolan Ninetales that covers the grass and flying, but also is a really great asset against fighting types. Now, no Medicham on either side. This might be one of the first games we've seen today without a Medicham, at least on one side for these trainers. So it's going to be interesting because that counter pressure is so critical, especially against Lickitung, Galarian Stunfisk, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash. And you don't have that, so you have to find creative ways out of it. I think the pressure is kind of on Wadaj here to adjust because in terms of direct answers to Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, he's got nothing.
No, I think we've seen some trainers who just haven't brought good counters to Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash in the past, and it hasn't worked out very well for them. I'm thinking of Caleb Pang versus Elite. 3 times. Just it goes to show if you don't have a strong counter to that Pokemon, it really can put on a lot of pressure. I also want to quickly point out, Speedy, you mentioned the graphics. I really love how each slot has the logo. It has like which slot it's in. So for example, you can see the first SilphArena badge behind the Noctowls because that's that first slot. So it shows, the starter Pokemon have that Pokeball, the mythical Pokemon or the legendary Pokemon have that Premier Ball. So it really shows like what slot they're coming from as well. I really think the graphics for this are just gorgeous. Wanted to point that out as well.
I absolutely agree with you. It's the subtle things, right? It's the care, it's the attention that all of our trainers have given Sylph over the years. I think we have a lock in here at DeFi. I know these teams have been broken down over and over again. Let's see what we have on the field. We've got a Tapu Fini on the left into Noctowl. How does this unfold?
Well, it looks like these trainers content to stay in the matchup right now. Tapu Fini can go at this a variety of ways. I think going for the Moonblast first instead of just going straight Surf tends to be the play. I believe it's the way that I would play it. You can go for that debuff, and if the Moonblast lands, then you can just Water Gun down. But looks like going for the Surf bait, building all the way up to that Moonblast and going for the Surf, and that Surf is going to land here.
Wadaj not full. We see the switch in though by Jay's fan. He says, if I can't get you on the shield call with the Moonblast, I'm going to catch a resisted Sky Attack here. We pointed out no answers to Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So the best thing that Wadaj can do, this is like an episode of Pawn Stars. The best I can do is lick a tongue.
And that Lickitung will still be doing quite a bit. So even though it's only the best Wadaj can do, I think it's a pretty solid answer. The Alolan Sandslash already down under half health, and the Lickitung, look at all of that energy. It's got 2 body slams. That's going to be resisted damage. But the lick damage, I think, is really what is going to be key here for Wadaj.
Yeah, I agree. If Jay's fan is a fighter, then this Lickitung is a punching bag, just taking drill run after drill run, looking for the ice punch here. What Dodge's counting is on point, resisted or not. This body slam is going to deal some damage to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think it's going to be enough. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon, and it does take it out. Incredible calculation there by Wadaj. In comes Noctowl, and this is a little bit tricky here, DeFi.
It is. Those licks are going to be resisted, and Lickitung doesn't have all of that energy built up anymore. It had to expend a body slam. So we're going to see that switch out into Wadaj's own weakened Noctowl. And it looks like Wadaj going for the Sky Attack first. Jace fan, though, does have both shields available.
Yeah, this is an interesting call out, right? Switching in that weekend Noctowl, a little bit of mind games at play. You don't want the Lickitung to get all the way farmed down, but you're kind of leaving yourself exposed because now Jace fans Noctowl gets the full wing attack down, and you do have the Galarian Sunfist, but there is still that Tapu Fini in the back. We've seen the water gun pressure be too much for Charizards. Tapu Fini might be able to take out the Galarian Sunfisk in the end here as well, especially after some Shadow Balls rain down here.
Exactly, but Wadaj also has those 2 shields available, opting, saying, the Galarian Sunfist can handle both of these, and here is the Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini is most certainly in Rock Slide range, so we see Jace fan put up a Protect Shield, but you can see just how much damage those water guns are doing, applying so much damage. We're already almost at 2 Surfs, and here comes the first one.
Yeah, this game isn't quite over yet, but the Surfs are going to come through here. I expect a Protect Shield from Wadaj. He doesn't have much health left, and he lets it through. He's going to let it through, and the Galarian Sunfist still 2 Protect Shields. Here comes Lickitung looking for a full lick down, and it gets it. It's got energy, DeFi.
It does, and 2 entire Protect Shields. So we're going to see Jace fan expend the final Protect Shield on his side of the field. And here is going to get to that next body slam to knock out the Noctowl. 1 HP left on that Lickitung. What an incredibly close match. Wadaj saying, I've got an Alolan Sandslash counter in this Lickitung. It can take drill run after drill run. Very, very well played with Dodge going up 1 point here.
Hey, go on and slam. Welcome to the gym. With Dodge taking game number 1 with just a sliver, a micro, just increment of HP. I can't even quantitate just how close that game actually became. And again, these matches are so tough because when you're down to the wire and you're trying to make the call on whether or not to shield a serve to keep the HP on your Pokemon, it's so tricky, DeFi. I think honestly the pivotal moment there was the water gun versus the lick damage. Lickitung just barely outlasting, and then still needed those extra licks to get to the back-to-back body slams. So that was incredibly calculated. Like you said, like Rise pointed out, no trainer in the world is more dialed in right now than Wadaj.
Exactly. So definitely one of the trainers to beat today. But if anyone can do it, I think the number 1 in the SilphArena might still have a chance. Has to reverse sweep, win the next 2 in a row. So again, to recap, we saw the Noctowl, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Tapu Fini on the left from Jay's fan. We saw the same Noctowl, but instead from Wadaj, no true Alolan Sandslash counter, bringing in the Lickitung to serve that role, as well as the Galarian Stunfisk. So a couple things we have, like the Lantern we haven't seen yet. Lantern has a little bit of play. Scares the Tapu Fini a little bit on Wadaj's side, scares the Noctowl a little bit. Can also have some play against a Galarian Stunfisk, but it's tough when you're running that Spark variant.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Lantern is a bulky backdrop, right? A lot of these teams have at least 2 in this Sylph Worlds meta. I think Lantern can have some utility, but it's so dangerous when you've got Lickitung Power Up, you've got the Venusaur. It's one of those situations where if that Pokemon finds unfavorable alignment, it just gets eaten alive with the fast attacks, and then all that energy just erupts onto the rest of the team in the back line. It's really tough to come back from something like that. But I just really appreciate how these games have so many switches, so many different mind games at play. I honestly feel like that switch back into the unhealthy knockdown by Wadaj was almost like a tip-off, like, hey, maybe I do have a Venusaur in the back. Maybe I'm trying to avoid the farm down and preserve that Venusaur, so you better do something different, right? As the mind games play out through these matches, they're sending so many subtle, like physical cues to each other about what is in the back or what they want you to think is in the back. It can be very, very deceptive.
I completely agree. Having to play kind of that 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional chess against your opponent, like make them think that you have a certain Pokemon in the back. So I'm very excited to see what these battlers have in store for us. Hopefully we'll be moving into that lock-in screen soon, really having to decide which Pokemon is going to come to that battle. I think the Lickitung did really, really well for Wadaj in the first matchup, just being able to absorb a lot of different charge moves from the Alolan Sandslash, not really allowing it to get to its full potential. I'm wondering if the Shadow Ice type on Wadaj's side is going to see any play, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, being able to output a lot of Ice type damage as well as like, you know, a very scary Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dazzling Gleam is really nice. I think a lot of these trainers, when they were building these teams, had to kind of think in terms of fast attack pressure, charge attack pressure, and overall bulk and how you balance your team. And you need those hard-hitting moves. But that's why we see Pokemon like Charizard not really succeed against teams that have Umbreon, Lickitung, etc., because there's just too much HP to work through. Heading into game number 2 here, we've got a mirror match on the field, D5. We've got Noctowls everywhere.
Yes, Owl Pokemon out on the field. So we see both of these trainers content to stay in this opening matchup and play it out. So we're going to have to see which of these two trainers is going to be the first to blink, who is going to shield, who is going to swap first. Taking a look in that backline matchup, if the Tapu Fini can get aligned on that Galarian Stunfisk, seems pretty solid for Jay's fan, depending on how this alignment goes.
Yeah, I agree. Alignment is definitely important. We didn't see a charge attack priority event on the first Sky Attack, but looks like we're going to get a second Sky Attack fired off by Wadaj. Will connect. Jace Fan confident in his Noctowl. That was a charge attack priority. Wadaj did win it, so that's critical information. Wadaj actually opting to shield here. Now that you're in wing attack range, we might see a switch out from Jace Fan, and that's exactly what he does.
All right, and then bringing in the Lickitung, the only real answer, like you said earlier, best I can do is this Lickitung. But we saw how many charge moves that Lickitung can absorb. It is such a bulky pick that drill run after drill run. It's going to take several for Jay's fans, Alolan Sandslash, to be able to chew through it. But this time the Alolan Sandslash came in a little healthier than it did last time, I believe.
No, you're exactly right. Last time it did absorb the Sky Attack from Noctowl, so a little bit of chip and tip action made it a little more palatable for the Lickitung. Not so easy this time around. Going to go for the drill run here. As we've seen, this is going to take about 25-30% of the Lickitung's HP. It can definitely absorb a little more damage in terms of the Shadow Claws that are double resisted, but the Ice Punch is going to be dangerously close. This is a very important show call by Wadaj.
It is a will Wadaj choose to shield? No, lets the Ice Punch through, and the Lickitung goes down. In comes the Galarian Stunfisk. The Alolan Sandslash going for the Ice Punch. Same type attack bonus, getting a shield from Wadaj, and I anticipate that Tapu Fini is just waiting in the wings, and here it comes. Wadaj having expended both of his shields. One Surf is going to sweep away that Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, this is definitely a bait situation, right? You got two Protect Shields. Your opponent's really on the ropes. I'm a little bit surprised Jace Fan did throw up that Protect Shield there on the rock side, but I understand wanting to maintain HP. Wadaj going to try it again. Gets the double bait here. That's two parts of the equation that you need to take out this Tapu Fini, win the battle. Can Wadaj get to an Earthquake here as well?
Oh, and we're seeing a swap, but Jays Fan waiting patiently now can get a little bit more energy, throw a few more water guns before knocking out the Noctowl. And I believe we have a second Surf ready and waiting for the Galarian Stunfisk, and that is going to wash it away.
Wow, Tapu Fini with the back-to-back serves, getting back-to-back knockouts to win game number 2 here against Wadaj. Looks like Jace Fan is striking back. I don't know, DeFi. I think that Tapu Fini's primary occupation is beach.
I think it is. Man, I love Fini. But it's not. It can't be beach though, because beach doesn't surf.
True. It's just beach.
It's just beach. So taking a look there, we saw the exact same, I believe we saw the exact same teams play out, if I'm not mistaken, Speedy. We saw the Noctowl, Alolan Sandslash, Tapu Fini versus the same Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, Noctowl on the side of Wadaj, but able to play that out very differently with that Noctowl matchup in the beginning.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We a bit of a different lead scenario there, but still eventually the same outcome in terms of team compositions. I'm interested to see what happens here in game number 3. A lot of these trainers, if you're a little less experienced, this is maybe when you throw the kitchen sink at your opponent and just say, I'm going to bring the lantern. I'm just going to change things up. Here comes Venusaur. Maybe kind of make a wild adjustment to try to outpredict your opponent. Like King pointed out about Dialab Trung, he's probably thinking in that dimension. He's probably saying, what is my opponent going to do just beyond the lineup? What strategy do they think is going to work? What tendencies have they picked up on? Really trying to settle himself in the opponent's shoes. I think both these trainers are trying to do that, but I suspect them to both stick to very close, stick very closely to the lineups they've already used, because they're both so good. The games are very, very close, and I do think just a couple seconds of fast attacks could have flipped that outcome of game number 2.
I agree. The margin of skill in this upper echelon of trainers here in the SilphArena World Championships is so minuscule. These are all incredibly skilled battlers. It's one fast attack. It's one switch. It's one, maybe you outplay yourself a little bit. Like, I think they have this in the back and they really don't. It really comes down to these minute details to determine our champion. And Wadaj certainly being someone who is just so consistent right now in being able to do that. So this is going to be very tough. But Jace Fan, again, number 1 in the world in the SilphArena. You can't do that without some consistency as well.
Agreed. I want to shout out to Murphy36. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, trainers. You were here at the perfect time. Honestly, DeFi, I was watching this bracket unfold this morning, and I saw this Jace Fan and Wadaj matchup shaping up as we got closer. And I am so thrilled that we get to cast this. I knew this pair would be good, and we are not being let down in the slightest.
Absolutely not. These are incredibly close battles. So welcome in to the Raiders. Again, let us know in chat. Let us know, is your trainer still out there? I want to see, who are you rooting for if you're watching the stream today?
I am curious. Let's get some activity going in the chat. We're heading into a decisive game number 3, everybody, taking just a few extra moments to lock in. This is win or go home. I anticipate these trainers to take as much time as they need because this is one of the most important matches of their lives. That being said, DeFi, in this important situation, what route do you choose? Do you make that hard read, that soul read into your opponent, bring that Venusaur into a Lantern lead, or do you play a little more safe here, stick to your guns, and not kind of overthink things, just play in your element?
I tend to be more of the trainer, like if it's not broken, don't fix it. So if I have a team, if I have a strategy that's working really well, and I would argue even for both of these trainers that the lines of 3 they're running are working quite well. It's just these little pivots here and there that are determining the outcomes of these matches. You risk a lot by making that big call. It's high risk, high reward to switch everything up. Like I'm going to bring in the Venusaur and the Lantern. I'm going to bring in the Alolan Sandslash or the Alolan Ninetales. Really, it's high risk, high reward. So sometimes, we see a lot of trainers just kind of, I've got a strategy and I'm going to stick to it.
Well, I want to take everyone in chat a little bit down memory lane. I don't know what everyone's individual self experience has been like, but if you think about matchups like this, I am positive that Jays Fan and Wadaj have battled each other in the past. When you see this pairing coming up, let's say you're in these trainers' shoes, do you go back and look at their Sylph page, look back at the teams they use, maybe think back to your previous matches, what your opponent was likely to do, kind of dig into that history that you have with that competitor and try to figure out the best strategy, or do you just wing it? I'd love to see some people sound off in chat. Honestly, DeFi, I have definitely gone back and looked and said, oh man, I played this trainer. What do they use? How do they play? How can I outsmart them this time?
Yep, and I know that's a huge strategy, especially in factions when you're playing people week after week after week. Something else that's wrapping up as well with the whole of the SilphArena. But that's definitely, you use your resources. It's not, that's something I like to joke. It's not cheating. It's using your resources. You're doing your research. You're using what's out there.
Exactly right. Use everything at your disposal. Chat, we are back on camera. I know you want to see more battles, but we do have a bit of a dispute working itself out in the background. So we will rely on our Sylph judges to make the right call and progress us onto the next game. That being said, DeFi, these matches have been really, really fun to watch. I've been checking in periodically. Like I made a smoothie earlier. I made a couple of phone calls, but I always have this stream on in the background, kind of listening, trying to pick up pieces of what's going on. How do you feel about the meta overall that we've seen here this weekend? I honestly feel like it's pretty balanced. I think there's a lot of play. I don't see as many hard counter situations. And I know it's just kind of like icing on the cake that we get so much Tapu Fini, right?
It really is. And I think something that really helps that is the lack of Registeel. Registeel not being allowed in the meta. It can really be a polarizing Pokemon on a team. And I think that has allowed a lot of other picks to really shine through. The best way, honestly, to make a more balanced meta is just remove a couple Pokemon out of it. Could you imagine a meta just take out your big 3, take out the Noctowl, take out the Lantern? Like if we had removed the Trevenant back in the day for play Pokemon, just take out those 3 entirely. What kind of meta would spring up from that?
Yeah, right. You kind of move one piece out of your Jenga tower and the whole tower could end up looking very different, maybe even falling to the ground, right? So you never know what that one piece is, but no Reginald Steels in the meta is definitely a welcome change. I'm really excited to see how this continues to develop moving into the World Championships as well. Let's see what these trainers decide to bring. For a lot of them, like Wadaj, who are prepping for 2 tournaments at the same time, more or less, we can get a lot of cues and clues about how these trainers think about the meta in Great League in general.
I agree. And I really do think we're not seeing it here, but I am having a hard time imagining a world where we're not seeing Metacham on almost every single team up in the World Championship. And it certainly is a popular pick in its slot for the SilphArena for this World Championship meta, as well as it was for Continentals. We saw a lot of Metacham. It just really is that kind of center Pokemon in the meta right now.
Yeah, the anchor, right? The meta cham, as some people have dubbed it. I just want to make a quick shout out as well. I just want to express to everybody that back when Pokemon Go PvP was first released, there wasn't any structure, there wasn't any guiding light, and Sylph has really provided that to us. And the gifts that they've given us along the way, not only the chance to battle other trainers and feel what that tournament experience is like, not only remotely, but also in person, and then the condensed metas they've created, which have somehow found their ways in some different, iterations into Go Battle League. SilphArena was really visionary in the way that they paved all this going forward. And I sincerely believe with all my heart that we do not get a World Championships for Go in Yokohama without SilphArena over these past 5 years.
Exactly. It really ignited a lot of people. So many people who are battling today got their start in the Boulder Cup, in the SilphArena early on, or they were brought on a little later because their friends were like, hey, come to this tournament. So I did a lot of in-person tournaments that whole first season, right up until we all went remote. And that definitely, a lot of us are competitive in that, like having a structure before the Go Battle League to have those competitions was really, really crucial.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when Boulder Cup was first released, I was definitely uncertain. I didn't really know what the tournament was or what the SilphArena was. Then the second cup rolled out. I said, maybe I'll team build for this a little bit. This sounds pretty interesting. And I remember just kind of looking over all my notes and iterating team after team after team. And then finally, when Kingdom Cup rolled around is when I first gave it a shot. And honestly, DeFi, like so many other trainers that joined Sylph, we just never looked back after that. Had a great experience the first time and kept coming back.
Exactly. I think I used a Metagross on my first Boulder Cup team. It was not good. I did not know what I was doing. It took me many attempts to figure it out.
I was gonna say, don't tell Butters that. Butters will still try to make Shadow Metagross work in Great League.
It's too frail, Butters. It can't take a hit. It can't be done. So yeah, we'll keep that away from Butters, who's not here with us today. But he might be out there listening. So
That's true.
So, but yeah, continuing on, I think I've played in every single individual Sylph meta, and I've been in faction since the start. So I'm definitely a big fan of the SilphArena. It's very bittersweet today, like you said earlier, to be part of the final cast, the final tournament for our final SilphArena championship. It's just the finality of it is, again, very bittersweet.
Yeah, I definitely think personally as a trainer, one of my weakest points is actually team building. I think once I have a good team, I can pilot it, I can learn how it works, and I can move from there. But when you start from the bare bones, when you have a blank slate and you're just trying to put things in place and build something that's cohesive, makes sense, is actually, you can utilize it in a number of different ways. It's really, really difficult to do that. And SilphArena has been such a great resource for teaching people how to build teams, whether it's typing based, whether it's a whitelist, whether it's slot based. I will honestly say, DeFi, that the slot based metas are my favorite. That's my all time favorite. So it really, it's special to me as well that we have this Worlds with a slot based meta.
Yeah, and it really, the slot-based metas, I just, restricted metas in general, like Open Great League and Go Battle League is one of my least favorite things. I really like the more, I know. I like when it's more restricted. I like when you're forced to kind of think outside of the same 8 Pokemon just over and over and over. I like having those restrictions. Like I'm playing Fossil Cup, I get to use a Golisopod in the Great League. I love it. Yeah. I get to use my Pelipper. I enjoy getting to use all these Pokemon that I've built from the SilphArena for years and years and years. I've had so many Pokemon built and ready to go. So having the having metas with restrictions like slot based, like 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 the whitelist metas, that really helps. I get to show off a little bit of my inventory. I get to show off my collection.
Isn't it weird, right? When you meet with a bunch of PvEers, a bunch of trainers that only do raids, they only shiny hunt, and you show them all of your Great League 1500 Pokemon, like why do you have a 1500 CP Gloom? Like, why in the world do you have, this random Banette, this Shadow Banette? Why did you make this? Why did you spend so much Stardust double moving and playing it? It's because that SilphArena gave us those things to do. I know we've been talking for a few minutes here, chat, but we are still working out that dispute in the background. Again, this is a very important dispute, a very important game. These streamers are talking about all the potential outcomes and what they think went wrong. So we just beg you give us just a couple more minutes to work that out. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I would love everybody to type a number in the chat. Let's get chat involved. How many double moved Pokemon do you have in your inventory for PvP? sound off. If it's 69, you win a prize.
Also loving in chat, PvP Steve, Meteor Match is so good, just lacking in every other department.
True.
And then someone saying, I don't blame Butters. I think Shadow Sharpedo can work. I've seen that a couple times as well. So very, very good. Anybody remember Confusion Venomoth? I have a double moved Venomoth. So like all these little random picks, those things, Poison Fang. I remember Confusion Poison Fang Venomoth being really Dustox. Like all these things that like they don't get to shine anywhere except these hyper like really restricted metas, which makes them my favorite.
Yeah, I remember Toshi actually got, I think one of the most significant things that he did was actually play that Confusion Poison's Fang Venomoth, and he had a whole flat meme about that as well that he developed. So our community has had so many like little gems along the way. I still remember Valor Ash at the mega tournament in Orlando playing his Cloyster. Remember everybody? Valor Ash won Fusion Cup with a Cloyster with Icy Wind. It was the most bizarre, crazy thing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think CCO was also at that tournament, but I'm pretty sure he lost. I'm just kidding. Too soon.
But yeah, I agree. So again, put in chat as well, like your double move Pokemon. What's your wildest double move Pokemon? I think mine's probably that Venomoth. I would have to take a look through all of my Great League Pokemon, but I have so many. Or remember like having multiple, like having like 3 Hypnos because he didn't want, because it's so difficult to try to like play charge move roulette through. Still is incredibly difficult to play charge move roulette with something like a Hypno that has just so many different options.
Yeah, one of my locals in Tampa, he actually had I think 5 or 6 different Hypnos. He said Stardust is easier for me to get than charge TMs. So honestly, at this point, I'm just going to build a bunch of different Hypnos and just hope I pick the right one when I'm in the tournament and I don't get flagged for using the wrong moveset.
Taking a look for Great League, like 321, 460. We also have a raid from Lindos Audio. Thank you so much for coming in. Welcome into the chat. Home Slice Henry, 571 across all 3 leagues.
Get out of here, Henry. That can't be right. You had a typo in your search string.
So again, it is crazy. And like I have multiple Azumarils built.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something wild, but I think like Spiritomb. I have my Spiritomb built. I forget which meta that was good in, but I built a Spiritomb for PvP at some point. My poor 98% Sableye that's best buddied at 1471 CP.
That's the thing, right? We also have so many Pokemon in the pre-XL era, and then we have so many that are post-XL. We had to build brand new Sableyes, brand new Medichams, brand new Azumarils, brand new Lickitungs for some trainers. Although Lickitung at I think 100 IV, it only goes to like 13 something, right? So it's pretty underleveled.
Exactly. I think I've mentioned most of my crazy ones, at least that I have tagged. Jinx. I have a Confusion Jinx that's built with 2 moves. Somebody would let me know why I have that, because I am not entirely certain. But I think that it is spicy. I think that's it. I think out of all of my Pokemon that are double moved and built for the Great League, that is certainly the weirdest one.
Well, here's the thing, DeFi, right? Like here's Jinx. Jinx, I can't believe she has that. Go Battle League Season 17. It's going to be a Jinx meta, I'm telling you.
We just got to have that one meta where you need a Psychic and an Ice type, and you just need that exact coverage.
Exactly right. That exact coverage. I think can be useful in certain situations and certain metas. But again, SilphArena has taught us so much about Pokemon, about team building, about community, about being together. And I really sincerely feel like we owe so much. And they also owe us a lot of stuff like Stardust. Sylph, you got to pay up that Stardust we spent building Jinxes, all right? Can't get that back.
No, you apparently get it back in the Go Battle League. If you go on the screen, like my Stardust earned says 20 million. I don't know where it all is. Certainly not available to me to use. But apparently I've earned that much.
My guy CO, he says Zatu. I remember building a Zatu. I can't remember what cup that was, man, but I did the same thing. I was like, air/Zatu. This is gonna be really powerful. It's not. Spoiler alert, chat. It's not.
Great League Conkelders rise up. How many Haunters? I have 9 Hypnos, 6 are Shadow. My goodness.
Wow. 6 Shadow? Are you kidding me? We need a Hypno Renaissance here, DeFi.
Yes, 633 Mons double move. This is why I'm at 1,000 Stardust. Swoobat is another crazy one for such limited metas. Swoobat is a very good example of something like why have I done this?
Let's absolutely go. That's amazing. Keep on dropping those spicy picks in the chat, everybody. We love and appreciate seeing those as we try to work out this dispute in the background. Again, we apologize for the delay. With Dodge, Jace fans talking things over here. We want to get the right call. We want to make sure the right trainer progresses through the tournament bracket. So I'll tell you what, we still have a lot more games to go. So if you want to take this opportunity to grab a snack, grab a drink, you're not going to miss much action. But if you come back and the games have already started, I can't help you. So don't leave the stream. Go get a snack.
My strategy is I cast it up to my big screen TV in my living room so I can run around the house. I can still hear it. I know when the battles are about to start. Maybe we could take another peek at the bracket just to kind of see what we are building up to. So we can see that our match currently in dispute is JFan versus Wadaj. We'll be getting to that game 3 shortly. But we can see Dilap, again, we mentioned earlier, just has been on a roll lately. So we can see how he has gone through, didn't lose round 1, lost a little later on, so maybe not the secret sauce that he is looking for, but doing quite well. I believe we're going to be seeing, along with PvP David, along in the losers side of the bracket, so Dilap and then whoever wins versus Jay's Fan and Wadaj, they're going to go on to face PvP David in the losers final. Our winner side of the bracket already has concluded today with our other 2 fantastic pairs of casters. Big shout out to PvP Steve and Caleb Pang, as well as King IV and Rise to Occasion. Thank you so much for taking on the first 2/3 of this stream and really guiding us through this tournament. But we can see Asper Shelto really doing well here, already in the grand finals, just awaiting his opponent, waiting in the wings for the loser side of the bracket to narrow out.
Yeah, I know a lot of trainers at home were looking at this bracket, cheering on individual trainers as they made their way through. And I think that's also a huge part of our community. I saw somebody in chat saying, let's get some Canada representation in our grand finals. Let's get Dilap up there. Let's get our trainers that we really want to succeed. Let's make sure that they get into the finals. I think that's what a lot of these trainers take with them as well. As they climb through this bracket, there are more and more people, even their competitors, right? Their opponents. If they lose, they say, you know what, man, or gal, you've been doing amazing. Keep on carrying that momentum forward. Win it for the rest of us. That's what a lot of the Canadians are saying about Eddie. That's what a lot of these trainers from their hometowns are saying about these competitors, right? They're saying win it for all of us because it is a community effort, and that's really what matters in the end. I will say, looking at the bracket here, we've got Jace Fan. I don't know why I keep saying plural. I think the 55 looks like an S in my mind. Jace Fan 55 versus Wadaj. Then we're going to see, like you pointed out, the Dilap matchup, and then PvP David and the grand finals. So we only have a few rounds left to go. Like you said, incredible casters here earlier today, carrying us through the opening and the middle part. DeFi are here to wrap it up and put a bow on this as we look for a verdict in our dispute. Would love to see everybody in the chat sound off on which trainers you were rooting for today. And I think we might have a game 3 coming soon.
Yes. So again, big shout out to our referees, shout out to our tournament organizers and production. We have Miss Mystic along with Benji live being hosted by Game Arena in Columbus, really making sure that this tournament can move forward and we can have this beautiful stream for everybody. So again, thank you to everybody working in the background, but we have our game 3. Just to recap for everybody, these 2 trainers, they've been sticking to their guns the first 2 matches and bringing the same 3 Pokemon, just pivoting which one is in the lead. We've seen a lot from Jay's Fan of that Noctowl, Alolan Sandslash, and Tapu Fini. And then over on the side of Wadaj, also the Knock Towel, but instead pairing it with the Galarian Stunfisk and with the Lickitung. So what we are and anxiously waiting to see is, are these trainers going to stick to those same lines of 3, stick to what's been working, stick to what they're comfortable with here in this matchup, or are we going to see a big pivot to a different Pokemon? Will we see Wadaj's Shadow Alolan Ninetales? Will we see that Lantern perhaps? Or the Lickitung over on Jay's fan side also has quite a bit of neutral play.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the interesting question, right? What are these trainers going to decide to do here? Decisive game number 3, losers round 4. You made it this far. You need to make sure that a stumble, a game loss does not turn into a fall, into a set loss, which both of these trainers are on the verge of. Jace Fan, number 1 in the world or not, he runs the risk of going home empty-handed here at Sylph Worlds. Wadaj looking to keep that hot streak alive, but he could easily, just as easily, be knocked out here by the Titan that is Jay's Fan 55. So a lot on the line for both these trainers. A reminder, like you said as well, DeFi, there was no game repeat due to the dispute. We're heading into a clean, decisive game number 3, and we've got some leads on the field.
And we have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Knock Towel, and it looks like, Speedy, these trainers stuck to what they knew. They stuck to the same lines that they brought in the first 2 battles.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you're this close, you don't need to really change the formula up that much. Smaller tweaks are better than big adjustments at this stage in the game. Ice Punch takes a huge chunk out of that Noctowl's HP. Looking for the Shadow Ball here. No switch out from Wadaj. He might be sending a signal to Jay's Fan that there's a Venusaur in the back. Maybe a little bit of mind games at play here.
Exactly. Again, it's about that game of chess, trying to see all of the different routes, try to trick your opponent into making a wrong turn. But what we have here is we have a shield come up on the side of Wadaj, throwing the Sky Attack just before the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is able to get to the next Ice Punch. We see a shield on the side of Jay's Fan fighting for that switch advantage, can build up a little bit more energy, throwing the Ice Punch with good timing before Wadaj gets to that next Sky Attack.
I really like the double shield here from Wadaj. Can he get the full wing attack down though? And we see the switch out into the knockdown. This is actually really nice because if Wadaj would have lost the lead there, his Lickitung might have found Jay's Fan knockdown. That would not have worked out very well. Instead, going to throw the Sky Attack here. Anticipate a pivot into the Galarian Stunfisk. That's exactly what we get here, DeFi.
Exactly. So that Galarian Stunfisk has a very positive matchup against the Noctowl, but once Noctowl got that Shadow Ball, it became just a little bit closer. Shadow Ball, Galarian Stunfisk can take quite a few, but it does become a little bit closer. But look at these super effective Rock Slides. Jay's Fan's Noctowl, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, hitting, 1 bird with multiple, just an avalanche of rocks instead, knocking it down into the red.
Exactly right. A volley there from the Galarian Sunfish. Shadow Ball will connect. Obviously, Wadaj has already spent both of his Protect Shields. But what's so critical to point out here is that the Noctowl is weak. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash is very weak. Wadaj has basically cleared the runway for his Lickitung to sweep here in the end, and I think that's what he's going to get as well. Tapu Fini's in the back, hoping to see that Galarian Stunfisk in the back, but Wadaj flipped the script here, had it on the field versus an Noctowl. I think Wadaj is in full control at this point.
I would agree. The Tapu Fini is going to get a bit of an energy advantage because it is going to be able to water gun down here unless Wadaj leaves it. If Wadaj leaves it on the field, which he does not, brings in the Lickitung instead. The Tapu Fini does have a shield advantage, but that lick damage does so much. Tapu Fini already, it's been on the field such a short time, but it's already down under half health.
Yeah, this is so incredibly difficult to catch. Charge attacks here, 1-turn fast attacks on both sides of the field. The Rock Slide is so critical as well because it sets up this Lickitung to go straight body slam. No power whips needed after the lick damage. Moonblast does connect. No debuff occurs here either. Racing to the body slams. This is actually going to become a question of pacing. The pressure might be on here for Wadaj to get to that final body slam or not. This is going to secure the knockout here, and I think the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is just about spent.
It is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, not quite at a move, and that is what we call a 3-ball flex, ladies and gentlemen. We have Wadaj taking that 2-1, absolutely on fire today.
absolutely on fire and continues to heat up, taking down the SilphArena #1 ranked trainer in the world. JaceFan55 does fall out of contention for the next Sylph World Champion. Wadaj's hopes stay alive, but it was very close. It was a very perilous road to get to this point, DeFi.
It was, but as it's been said, Wadaj is on fire. So is absolutely taking the losers bracket by storm. And we are going to see 2 North American trainers face off very shortly. We are going to see, now that Wadaj moves on, we are going to see him face Dilap Churng. And that is going to be quite the matchup. These are 2 of the fiercest battlers I know, both in the SilphArena and in the Play Pokemon circuit. So that is going to be an incredible match. So be sure to not go anywhere as those 2 trainers get set up.
I'm telling you, DeFi, this is Christmas in July because we're getting so many presents here with these games. JaceFan versus Wadaj. Now we get Dilap versus Wadaj. Let's hear it in the chat. I cannot wait to see these battles. As King pointed out, Dilap, one of the more cerebral players in the entire world here. He not only envisions lineups and strategies, but he goes deeper into it. He tries to figure out exactly what his opponent is thinking in every single moment of the game. He's going to try to do that same thing here to Wadaj. I've seen some memes on Twitter as well. Dilap didn't have his strongest showing in factions this season, but somehow an individual Sylph, he is crushing it as he looks to stamp out all of his competitors here in the losers bracket and find his way back up into the grand finals somehow.
Yes, and in the same meme, I heard that that Dilap does quite a bit better when there's prize money somewhere involved. So that could be a little bit of a hint why Dilap's doing so well. I heard the meme that someone told Dilap after the first loss of Continentals that there was cash somewhere in this tournament, and that really helped propel him. That was what I saw out there on social media.
Hey, I'm telling you, back in the days of the antimatter tournaments, back in the GBLA tournaments we've seen Dilap compete in, when there is money on the line, Eddie turns it on, right? He is ready to play, and he's ready to play here this weekend as well. Dilap versus Wadaj. Again, these 2 trainers are not only incredibly talented in Show 6, but also Go Battle League titans. So their team reading is on point. Their mechanical skills are unparalleled, and I think that we're going to get a really incredible showcase here of both these trainers in just a few moments.
Yeah, and again, let's kind of take a look while we have the bracket open as we are waiting for these trainers to key in. We can kind of take a look and see where these trainers have come from to be able to get to this point here in the losers bracket. So Dilap started out really strong, beating Rafiki, Giappi, and then losing to Aspercelto, who's currently waiting in the grand finals. Wadaj, again, losing early on, I believe losing his very first matchup in round 1, and then has been just on a tear, defeating people like Magic Mason, defeating JaceFan here now to take on Dilap Churng. And I believe our battlers are getting very, very close to being able to battle here today.
Yeah, look at Wadaj's resume, right? He gets knocked down after the first round, and then you have to face the reigning world champion. Wadaj says, all right, no problem, 2-1. Then he goes up against Jerson Sanks, again, 2-1. Takes on Magic Mason, one of the most prominent players in the championship series these days, 2-0. Takes on JaceFan, #1 in the world, most consistent SilphArena trainer this entire season. And Wadaj says, all right, 2-1. Now he's moved on to Dilap. I think both of these trainers just look hungry. They look like they're starving to get up to that grand finals. To shout out to Dilap and his phrases that he's used throughout the tournaments.
Exactly. And again, shout out to these graphics. I really love that you can see in the background, you can see their achievements, and you can also see their factions, their teams is something that you can see on each of these. So Dilap playing with the Elite TMs, with Dodge on the GOATs, the group of young trainers, the Pogoats. Being his team as well. Also really loving that picture that they got for Wadaj to put in his SilphArena card here.
Yeah, it's really, really cool, right? I would love to see one of Eddie's pop-off faces be used on his trainer car. Maybe if he wins it all, we can put it on the winner poster, right? Because he's definitely a performer at heart. All these trainers are competitors, but some of them have a flair for the stage as well.
Very much so. And that's something that's really great about Play Pokemon and SilphArena as well. But being able to build these stories for trainers, sometimes it feels like even if you've never met them, you know so much about them and their play styles because we have great streams like the Silph Continental streams, like the Play Pokemon streams. I love that we get to really build stories for these trainers. For all of you out there at home, it helps you kind of decide who you're going to be rooting for here today. So I see for the battles, people need to stop letting these two lose early. So tends to be, I guess, but here they are. Who is going to be the winner out of these two? Very, very excited to see.
Yeah, we are going to take just a couple more minutes here to set up. I think maybe these trainers need a bit of a cool down, right? That was a very intense best of 3 there. They're going to stretch their legs a little bit and get ready to throw down in what's going to be a very important matchup. Again, this is the losers semi-finals. As you continue to climb, the air gets thinner. It gets more and more steep and treacherous, but you have to reach that summit. And these trainers are going to do everything they can to get there.
Yeah. Again, kind of taking in the chat. Poor Asprashelta waiting for, they're on the podium and just waiting for these final matches to know who he will be facing, to see if he will win that championship crown, that trophy for being the final SilphArena champion, but has to wait for these final losers bracket matches to finish out.
I just want to push back on that comment a little bit. If you are at this point in the tournament, there is no chance you are sleeping. You are thinking about anything besides the next game. My own matches early on in the morning. I know Vroom Vroom Pal famously was up until like 3 a.m. when he won the World Championships last year. I mean, these trainers will put anything on the line to win these battles that are coming up. So I definitely agree. It's a little bit tough waiting for the downtime. Personally, I feel like I get a little bit cold. I don't play as well when I have too much downtime between games. I need to warm back up. Some trainers like House Stark, like Rise, like the Tactical can just turn it on at any given second and be their very best. So we're going to see what happens. But I'm hearing a rumor, chat. I heard a rumor that the trainers might be ready here. Let's see if that comes to fruition, because I would love to see this matchup.
Yeah, and these teams, I thought the teams on the last match were similar. This really goes to show the meta of this tournament. We have both sides running that regular Venusaur. We have the Noctowl, just that differing ice type. We have a regular Alolan Sandslash versus the Shadow Alolan Ninetales on the side of Wadaj. But that bottom line, they've picked the same for each of these slots: Galarian, Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini. So it is going to be really tough here. You can't really rely on certain things when you know you're facing so many mirror matches. You have to really know your counts. You have to really be doing, like you said, some of these cerebral plays to be able to work your way out of these mirror matchups.
Yeah, 2 things I wanted to point out is that we just saw Wadaj handle Jace Fan 55's Shadow Alolan Sandslash really, really well. His answer was Lickitung. I think that the non-Shadow variant here does change that matchup slightly, right? Your Licks are going to do a little less damage. Your Body Slams even less damage than they already were. And we're not even going to talk about Power Whip, right? That is definitely not the right move to throw in most scenarios. But as you look at these teams, I think there's a blueprint, right? Dilap has been watching the games. He knows how Wadaj likes to handle that matchup. Maybe he has some clues, some context there. Also, speaking to Dilap's Venusaur, if I'm not mistaken, this is a clone Venusaur, which only came from raids, which I believe is going to be a little bit more attack weighted. So it's going to be difficult for Wadaj to win those charge attack priorities with his own Venusaur. Makes it a little bit more tenuous down the stretch.
Yeah, unless unless Dilap's not the original trainer and there was a trade involved, I agree. Those came from raids, and your attack is going to be stuck at that 10 IV at the lowest. But I really do love the flex. It's kind of like when you flex a shiny or you flex like just some fun costume Pokemon. We've been seeing those dapper Noctowls out there everywhere. So being able to flex, your Pokemon being just that little bit, every Pokemon is special, but having your Pokemon just be that little extra bit of special is really, really fun.
Yeah, I agree. Each trainer has their own unique twist. They all do the fundamental things very, very well, but they express themselves in ways that are not always as explicit as we would hope, right? But looking at this matchup, I do think Venusaur is a tough ask for both of these trainers. Yes, you get that hard counter situation against the Tapu Fini. Yes, you can trade blow for blow with a Lickitung, but there are so many obstacles. The Noctowl, the ice types on the team here, even the Galarian Stunfisk matchup can be precarious when that Earthquake does hit onto the grass and poison type. So it can be very, very tough. And then if you're Wadaj, right, unless that is a traded clone Venusaur, you also anticipate losing CMP. So whereas Wadaj kind of had a solid team comp for the last round, I feel like Dialab has a little bit more momentum, and it's just one or two pieces are different here, but it might give him just the advantage that he needs.
Exactly. And because you're going to need as much advantage as you can, because as we've said before, the skill gap in these trainers is so small. All of these trainers are so accomplished in the Go Battle League, in play Pokemon. They know their counts. They know how to play the mind games. So I think we have, like you said, Christmas in July. We have such a treat. We have such a present here for all of you with this matchup. It is certainly going to be a good one.
It absolutely will. Can't wait to get into this matchup. These trainers are going to lock in here shortly for us. Losers semi-finals here, if I'm not mistaken, still a best of 3 situation. So in the next 15 minutes, one of these trainers will move on to the losers finals, and one of them will go home empty-handed. Eddie's got his eyes on the prize. What's that cash? He is going to do everything he can to get there. And Wadaj has something to prove. He's got a chip on his shoulder, right? He said this early on in the season. I think I'm one of the best. Now it's up to me to show everybody why that's the case. I think he's done a great job in the championship series. Can he do it in the grassroots, in the SilphArena? Let's step inside the arena and find out.
All right, and in the arena, we have a Shadow. Oh, it is a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, as well as a Tapu Fini. So we have in the back that Galarian Stunfisk and Noctowl, and then Lickitung and Tapu Fini on the side of Wadaj.
Absolutely. Going to see the first Protect Shield there on the Drill Run, preserving the HP on the Tapu Fini. Shadow Claws are tearing through the Tapu Fini, but the Water Gun is melting away at that steel coating. Going to look here for a Surf right before the second Drill Run is ready. Great timing by Wadaj.
Yes, that's something I really like about Tapu Fini is that fast move pressure. That water type fast move pressure can do so much. We have the Drill Run here. Will Wadaj shield it? This is going to do quite a bit of neutral damage to the Tapu Fini. Almost knocks it out, but there is a Surf throwing a quick water gun, one little pew pew, and then going for the Alolan Sandslash.
That's a wonderful call out, right? The mechanics here are just absolutely pristine. Everybody at home should be taking notes. It does look like Dialab does win switch advantage there. We see the instant pivot out into the Galarian Stunfisk. This is actually okay, right? Because if you're Wadaj, you don't want this Pokemon lined up against your Noctowl. So I anticipate he actually will stick this matchup out for a little while.
Yeah, and this is a tight matchup. It actually is fairly neutral because the Lickitung can go for those grass knots. And we see a swap. Wadaj going for a Noctowl, catching the Earthquake. My goodness. Oh, that's gotta feel bad if you're Dialab.
Oh my gosh, if you are Eddie, you are crying and throwing up right now. That was so much energy just wasted down the drain. Wadaj, ice water flowing in his veins makes the catch. Here comes a rock slide for that super effective damage, but that might have been a little too much of a setback. Eddie is in trouble here.
He is Wadaj known for making those plays, making those, not very effective catches. My goodness, Shadow Ball almost knocking out the Galarian Stunfisk, but the Stunfisk able to get one more rock slide. Wadaj putting up a shield, preserving the health and energy on that Noctowl. And there is still a very, very healthy Lickitung in the back.
Very healthy Lickitung, but the Shadow Alolan Sandslash does go for the Ice Punch. This is more than enough to KO that Noctowl. Only a little bit of HP remaining on the Shadow Pokemon. Can it get to another charge attack? Reaching for the Ice Punch, and it does get to the Drill Run. This is even better. A little more damage onto that Lickitung, trying to equalize the playing field here.
Yeah, so the drill run knocks the Lickitung. It is low in health, but it has quite a bit of energy. It is Lickitung versus the world. There's a Noctowl here. This is definitely advantage to the Noctowl, and Dialab has a low health Galarian Stunfisk to boot that can act as an extra shield. But like we've mentioned, it is so tough to catch on a low health Pokemon like that. Or it's so hard to catch on a low health Pokemon when you're up against a one-turn fast move.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Wadaj did everything he could to sabotage Dialab on the way, but it looks like the Sky Attack will connect here against the Lickitung. This is not going to be enough to KO, but that normal type of the Noctowl is going to double resist the Licks. It's going to be so hard for Lickitung to catch up, trying to get to the Body Slam. Wing attacks are coming down. Here comes a final Body Slam DeFi. I think this is the last cry for help from the Lickitung before it gets KO'd.
I believe so as well. It is not nearly enough. Be going for the 1 HP knockout of the Sky Attack. I can imagine these two trainers. I don't know if they're laughing or if they're throwing their phones. They'll have to let us know.
I'm telling you, DeFi, we talked about Dialab Charming being a performer there. He wanted that extra 10 seconds. He wanted the taste of that matchup to linger in Wadaj's mouth. He wanted you to think about that. He said, I could have won this game without the charge attack, but I just want to put an exclamation mark at the end of this sentence. I won game 1.
Exactly. But Wadaj making that earthquake catch on the Noctowl. What an absolute play to be able to make that catch. Incredible plays by Wadaj, but Dial-Up turn going up 1-0 here as we go on to the second match. Dial-Up just one battle away from being able to move on, move closer to be able to see some of those cash prizes. But Wadaj could absolutely come back from this in 2-0 sweep.
Well, just think about it too. If you're Wadaj, right? You didn't have a great position to start. Matchup was a little bit precarious, but you did what very few trainers have ever succeeded in doing, especially at this level. You caught the earthquake on the Noctowl, and the bad news is that it still wasn't enough. We talk about these games being close, about minor adjustments being enough to come back from something, but when the game is that far out of hand, does that buckle your confidence here?
Well, let's go ahead and see. We have a positive lead for Wadaj in that Galarian Stunfisk up against the Noctowl. Like we mentioned before, once Noctowl got access to Shadow Ball, it made this matchup quite a bit closer. There are Noctowls out there with the IVs to be able to handle this matchup. Is this Noctowl one of them?
We're going to find out here. Rock Slide will get fired off here by Wadaj's Galarian Stunfisk. We know this is a Rock Slide 10 out of 10 times. No Protect Shield there from Dialab. I think the Noctowl can easily absorb another one because the Mud Shots basically do negative damage. Go look for another Shadow Ball, but first the Rock Slide from Wadaj. Second one might connect here.
All right, and it will connect. It is not going to be enough to knock out the Noctowl, but it allows that Noctowl to get to a Shadow Ball. And we're going to see the Galarian Stunfisk absorb this charge attack. So both of these, so you can see it's not very comfortable of a matchup anymore after Noctowl got that Shadow Ball. With one last beat of its wings, Dialab's Noctowl going for that Sky Attack before it is knocked out.
A little bit of chip damage onto its fellow flying type. We see the switch out, actually. He does preserve it with just 1 HP remaining. We're going to see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash come in here. I think Wadaj is in a solid position, though, because he's pulled out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. The Noctowl is weak. Galarian Stunfisk is the third Pokemon in the back there for Dialab. Honestly, I think the momentum is on Wadaj's side this game.
I would tend to agree. Let's go ahead and see Wadaj using a Protect Shield here to keep the health and energy on the Noctowl. It's already at that Shadow Ball. We'll have to see, will Dialab preserve the Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
Oh, and he does, maybe getting a hint of what's in the back there for Wadaj. Does use that final Protect Shield on his Ice and Steel type. You look for the Ice Punches here. This one, actually, DFIE, this one might be enough. I think it is.
I would believe so as well. It's got that Shadow Boost. Let's see if it knocks out, and it does, just barely. So we have no shields left for Dialab, going right for the Ice Punch, and Wadaj preserves this low health Galarian Stunfisk.
Interesting Protect Shield here this late in the game. Does recognize the utility of the Glaring Stunfisk, trying to get to a charge attack here. And the swap and the mud shot. Eddie can't fool with dodge. He mud shots all the way down, looking for the Tapu Fini switch in now. It's all up to Fini to close out this matchup, but that Glaring Stunfisk has a lot of energy, can deploy a super effective Earthquake, and is going to knock out this Shadow Lowland Sand Slash with ease.
Yes, going actually for an undercharge. I'm not sure if it's going to make a difference, Alolan Sandslash being so flimsy. But yeah, Tapu Fini looks really good here. Gets to, I believe it gets to the Surf. We just had a little bit of lag from the stream, but we are going to see that Surf go ahead and connect.
Absolutely. Surf will land. No Protect Shields for either trainer. Glaring Stunfisk suddenly incredibly weak. Goes for the Earthquake here. This is the same type of attack bonus, but not super effective. Tapu Fini can withstand it. The question is, can the Glaring Stunfisk find the Rock Slide here in the final moments? Going to try to gather up enough energy. Can't quite get it. Tapu Fini able to take it down. Dialab almost comes back, but with dodge slams the door and takes game number 2.
We have a decisive game 3 on our hands here today. Dialab versus Wadaj. We have 1-2-1. Who is going to move on through the losers bracket and whose dreams of a SilphArena championship are going to be dashed? This is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, I really want to give credit here to Wadaj. There was not a small gap between these trainers in game number 1. There was a mile-long void between these two trainers, and even the Earthquake catch could not bring that back into a position where Wadaj could win. Game number 2, though, stuck to his guns, played his game, and even in the final moments, Eddie almost found a way to bring it back, but Wadaj did win that game number 2. Decisive game number 3, I want to see everybody's predictions in chat, which Pokemon they think will appear, what the strategy is going to look like. Let's test your team reading skills, see if you can get in the minds of some of the world's best trainers.
Exactly. Dialab absolutely sticking to his guns both game, bringing the same 3 Pokemon, the Alolan Sandslash, Noctowl, and Galarian Stunfisk. Wadaj actually making a pivot, brought the Lickitung to game 1, left it on the bench, brought the Galarian Stunfisk in game 2, which I believe was very pivotal in that lead matchup. So definitely was beneficial there. The Lickitung would not have fared as well up against the opposing Noctowl.
Yeah, I think one of the Pokemon that's kind of underused here for Wadaj has been the Tapu Fini. I mean, historically in this tournament, I haven't seen him play it that much, but it seems to be very, very good, especially in positions like it was in game number 2. I look for him to do something similar here. Sometimes you just have a good strategy and you force your opponent to adjust it. You're going to run the Tapu Fini, you're going to run the Galarian Stunfisk or Lickitung, whatever you decide, it's up to your opponent to make the adjustment, right? You just have to stick to your guns and play to the best of your ability.
And these trainers are certainly playing to the best of their abilities. I'm very much looking forward to this decisive game number 3. Again, we'll have to see, is Dialab going to continue to bring that same line of 3, or will there be a pivot? You mentioned Wadaj's Tapu Fini is running really, really well, pretty unchecked. There's a Venusaur that Dialab could bring, but we've seen trainers like Dialab just kind of continue to use that same line of 3. It's pretty easy to bring Tapu Fini if you're predicting your trainer is not going to bring its major check.
Yeah, exactly. If you find that Venusaur, it ain't easy being Fini. So let's see what Eddie decides to do. Let's see if he makes an adjustment here and tries to make a hard read. Again, like King pointed out, there are very few trainers in the world that are as good as Dialab Chung at making those inferences, making those predictions, recognizing what their opponent is thinking. Very few trainers can outthink Dialab Chung. So let's see if Wadaj is among one of the few.
And again, these trainers making those last moment decisions about, are they going to adjust their lineups? Are you going to bring something different? But I believe these trainers are going to be locking in very soon. I love reading the chat and seeing just the chat absolutely pop off at some of these catches, at some of these plays. You can tell exactly when that Earthquake catch happened in the Twitch chat, because everybody's going saying, oh snap, cracked, oh my. So very, very good to watch in the chat. I love seeing that engagement.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can tell when the chat pops off. And I think these trainers are definitely going to feed off of your energy. They will watch the video back and they will look to see who is cheering them on and how excited you were. It's all about community. And let's get engaged. This is game number 3. We've got a Knockdown versus Galarian Stunfisk again.
Yep, and like we mentioned earlier, not super comfortable, but we see a pivot immediately, surprisingly, into the Alolan Sand / Lickitung. Most of this tournament, we've been seeing trainers kind of play out that lead matchup. This was an instant pivot.
Yeah, instant switch there. Lickitung has been Wadage's primary counter for the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, although on paper that doesn't seem very probable. He'll look for the Body Slam here against the Ice and Steel type. Will deal some resisted damage, but because of the Shadow factor, just does a little bit more than you're comfortable taking. I think Dialab will need to shield the second one if he wants to try to win this matchup.
And here is that first Drill Run coming through, taking the Lickitung almost into the red, but absolutely doing no fast move pressure. Takes a few Shadow Claws to knock it down into that red range. And we have the Lickitung going for the heavier hitting move, the Power Whip. Not very effective, but plenty to knock out the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Now Noctowl can just build up energy as the fast moves from the Lickitung are doing absolutely no damage.
Yeah, I think Wadage recognizes that the Knockdown with energy advantage is really tough to rein in for both of his Pokemon in the back, so he's looking for some chip damage. Might be a little bit overzealous, though, and he is! He fails to get to the second Body Slam. That was a huge gamble that did not pay off, and Eddie's going to go straight to the slot machine and fire off a Shadow Ball here.
And as we saw earlier, Noctowl can do quite a bit in this matchup. The typings of the Pokemon are a little misleading with who you would think would win this outright. And we have the Galarian Stunfisk going for its first Rock Slide, but Dialab has a shield to protect all of that energy and health on the Noctowl.
Yeah, Rock Slide does get Protect Shielded up there. Knocked out, looking for another Shadow Ball. And the switch and the catch. Eddie says, anything you can do, I can do better. Catching the resisted Rock Slide onto the Galarian Stunfisk. Kind of opening a window here, though, for the Tapu Fini with a shield advantage. What do you think, DeFi? Is this the setup? Is this the extra factor that Tapu Fini needs to bring this home for Wadage?
Yeah, Tapu Fini does so well in this matchup. Look at the water gun pressure. Galarian Stunfisk is already under half, like right now under half health, and the Tapu Fini is already at 2 surfs. It outpaces, it gets to 2 surfs before the Galarian Stunfisk can do much of anything. Let's see, will Dialab shield? He does.
Dialabtron goes for broke, trying to squeeze an Earthquake between 2 protections. Hey, look at Wadage just making the Soul Read charge attack priority tie on the second Earthquake with the Surf. He is slamming the door here on Dialab. He says, you've got no chance. Here comes the Sky Attack from the Knockdown. No Protect Shield here from Wadage. He's got to muster up some more energy, though, DeFi. This game is not over yet.
It is not. So we have the Noctowl. Wadage has a Protect Shield, though, so you need a lot of charge moves to be able to knock this out. Will the Surf be enough? I don't think quite enough here. It's going to be very close.
Very, very close. Knockdown does hang on. A lot of water gun pressure coming through here. You can't quite get the wing attack down, and Dialabtron is going to submit here to Wadage, losing here in a 2-1 series. Wadage will move on in our SilphArena World Championships.
Yes, but very well played by Dialabtron, sticking to that same lineup of 3 Pokemon, saying, I think this, putting really big faith, putting in a lot of work here with those 3 Pokemon, just could not outplay Wadage.
Yeah, exactly. Something we've seen happen to Wadage at least 2 or 3 times this tournament is he trusts his Pokemon just a little bit too much. That's the only thing I can say, right? He'll no shield a charge attack that will be dangerously close to KOing just because he thinks he can get to that final charge attack of his own. He thinks he can hang on with just a couple of HP. He's done that at least twice in the stream that I've seen so far. It happened a 3rd time here. I was worried that was going to be really, really problematic because Lickitung could not get to the second Body Slam, but Wadage still found a way to come out of it. I do think that the catch from Dialab there, when you're at this level, if your opponent tries to outplay you, they might actually turn out playing themselves because that opened the door for the Tapu Fini to come in, gather up that energy. And like you pointed out, DeFi, the awareness of the Earthquakes there, the CMP tie on the Surf, it was just chef's kiss, magical, incredible.
Very incredible. And we do have a bracket update to kind of show that next step that Wadaj will be taking as he fights his way through the loser side of the bracket. So you can see there on the lower half, we see Wadaj taking 2-1 versus Dilap. So if Wadaj wants to make it to that grand finals battle, he has to take down PvP David, who has been waiting since knocking Jay's fan down to the lower bracket, since losing. PvP David has been waiting since losing to Asprashelto in the winners final. So PvP David waiting, maybe thinking of strategies, waiting in the wings. And here is Wadaj, just fresh off of several victories, beating Vroom Vroom Pow, Jerison Sinks, Magic Mason, Jay's fan himself, back into beating Dilap. So Wadaj is on fire. He is loose. He is ready. So we will have to see which trainer here is going to come out victorious here in the losers final. We just have 2 battles left of this tournament.
I'm telling you, DeFi, not to be too graphic here, but Wadaj's run reminds me of the Grim Reaper meme when you see it just knocking on the next door and the previous doors are all these incredible competitors and he's just taking them down one after the other after the other. He's knocking on PvP David's door. He says, open up. I'm trying to get into the grand finals in the final SilphArena World Championships, and it's up to you to stop me. I want to give everyone in chat a refresher here. PvP David had a bit of a tough matchup there against Asprashelto. A lot of these teams, for better or for worse, a lot of these sets, for better or for worse, they're decided in the lock-in screen. And I feel like Asprashelto, he just really outpicked PvP David, didn't leave him a lot of room to maneuver. I think it was a Lantern versus Charizard being that decisive matchup in that series. Really tough sledding there for PvP David. And he's been incredible leading up to that, right? So this is a trainer that can play the game. He's incredibly talented, obviously. That goes without saying. But I feel like he feels like he missed out, right? He thinks he came close, but things just, he didn't have a solid chance. And I think that he really wants to prove himself here with the matchup against Wadaj. He doesn't want to go out that way, is what I'm trying to say. He thinks he can still do more.
Yeah, Charizard is so tough because, again, you lock it into something. It's one of those Pokemon that you can lose in the lock-in screen with because it can be so dominating in the right setup, but it can just do absolutely nothing for you if you get locked into a Tapu Fini or something with that water gun pressure. Versus we've seen a lot of trainers go for more neutral, bulky picks. Pokemon like the Noctowl, like Lickitung, like Galarian Sunfisk. Pokemon that, so some of those more polarizing picks have kind of been on the bench lately. We've been seeing a lot of those closer matches.
Exactly right. I think these trainers know they're kind of relying on their mechanical prowess, right? And they know their strengths, they know their weaknesses. They're not trying to make that bold call, just kind of throw everything at the fan and see what sticks. Because honestly, if you lead that Venusaur and your opponent has Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, and Noctowl, you're basically playing 2 versus 3, and then you have no chance of coming out. I think they're playing the percentages, right? If you have an 80% chance of winning, you might as well take that. If you have a 60% chance of winning, that's better than having like a 25% chance of winning. So these trainers are definitely trying their best to play safe, but also to express their full, skill ceiling, if I may.
Yes, and again, the skill ceilings are just level with some of these trainers. They're so incredible. It's it's the skill ceiling. It's just like walking on the floor. There's not. The skill gaps in these trainers are just so minuscule, which makes for some of these very exciting battles. So again, who do you have? We have only 3 trainers left in the running for the Silph Championship. Asprashelto, who's waiting for that grand finals, waiting for the winner of PvP David and Wadaj. Let's hear it in chat. Who are you rooting for in this final matchup here?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see everybody pop off with whoever you think is going to win the matchup here. Really, really exciting times because we're getting closer and closer to the grand finals. And I think, again, the excitement's going to continue to build. These trainers are really in a tough position. Wadaj has been through so many rounds. At what point does Wadaj get tired? At what point does he get exhausted? When is he not 100%? When is he going to struggle? And for PvP David, having waited for so long, has he cooled off? Is he able to heat back up here with his Shadow Charizard and take down Wadaj? The questions loom here for both of these trainers.
It is. And speaking of looming, again, rise to occasion in chat pointing out Wadaj lost round 1 and is in top 3. 5 straight wins. Somebody out there needs to make that meme, needs to do a quick, just on their web browser, making that meme of the Grim Reaper with Wadaj knocking on the door, because that has been incredible.
Yeah, if we have any memers in chat, we would definitely love to see that on social media. But again, I'm really excited here. These are two young trainers as well. I think it's been said multiple times, if I'm not mistaken, that PvP David is incredibly young, incredibly gifted. This is something that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, at least you and I, DeFi, but we will when the teams come up here. I think there's a pure mono-type Pokemon here for PvP David that could give Wadaj mountains of trouble and might force his entire strategy to pivot here. Is there any Pokemon in mind or any Pokemon that comes to mind for you when I say that?
Ooh, there's a couple, I believe. We have 2 monotype Pokemon, I think, that are different on PvP David's team. We have that bulky Umbreon, and we also have that Cresselia. Both are a little different. Both are very different picks for trainers for that 3rd and that 6th slot. I think the Cresselia could definitely be very interesting. It is, again, Cresselia and Lickitung. You put those two together, and you're looking at a timeout strategy right there. But that Umbreon, go ahead.
I was going to say, which would be wild, right? I think Rise and King talked about that. The timeouts in Great League are very few and far between, but it is definitely a unique win condition that we don't see expressed very often.
Exactly. But that Umbreon is something that could certainly put a stop to Lickitung, which Wadaj has really been leaning on quite a bit in his matchups. That ghost type lick damage not being able to really do a whole lot. So both Pokemon, really something different considering the matchups that you and I have been casting, at least Speedy, where the teams are so similar. Now with PvP David back in here, we have that Shadow Charizard, the Medicham, some things that are going to be a little different, and Wadaj is certainly going to have to switch up his strategy from the last several matches that he's done.
The call out that I want to make here is that we recently saw Wadaj win the North American International Championships. And guess what? He had a Shadow Charizard on his team. He had Cresselia and Medicham on his team. So even though these Pokemon aren't available to him, he is deeply familiar with how they work, how those matchups play out. So I really feel like if anyone is equipped mentally to combat a team like this that is so different than his own, it's got to be Wadaj, right? Because he knows these Pokemon inside and out. That's the benefit that SilphArena has given us over the months and years, is that you can play a Pokemon that you never really would play yourself. And then when you see them in a competitive format, you already know what to expect. You know the charge attack intervals, you know how much damage they do, you know how much damage they can take. I think you get a better understanding of Pokemon Go PvP in general.
I completely agree. Taking a look based on some of those differences on PvP David's team, the Medicham, the Shadow Charizard, Umbreon, Cresselia, things that we haven't seen as much in those previous matchups. Which do you think is going to be the key for PvP David here as he takes on Wadaj? Wadaj being like the Grim Reaper, you said, just trying to get to that next door.
He really is, right? Knocking on the door here for PvP David. I just want to say that when you start to see these teams mesh against each other, there's definitely a push and pull mechanic, because if you start bringing Umbreon as PvP David, you're kind of encouraging Wadaj to leave the Lickitung at home. You're encouraging him to bring his 2 fairy type Pokemon there. What does that do? That opens the door for Lantern. Lantern against the Tapu Fini, against the Noctowl, against the Alolan Ninetales can have tons of success because of its bulk and typing. And I think it really manipulates your opponent into doing things they're not comfortable doing. So PvP David, I think, has all of the pull here. He's going to try to tug on these strings and force Wadaj to play the way that he wants him to play this matchup. And it's up to Wadaj to actually stick to his guns and find creative solutions around that. But for me, to answer your question, the TLDR, Umbreon. I think Umbreon is the key here.
Yeah, Umbreon definitely could be crucial. However, it does have to look at those 2 fairy types that Wadaj has. It has the Wadaj has the Shadow Alolan. Ninetales has the Tapu Fini. The Tapu Fini matchup is a little closer than Tapu Fini likes it, because that last resort damage does add up. but much tougher against the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, which we haven't really seen a whole lot from Wadaj here in these most recent battles. We'll have to see, though. The Pokemon are on the field. We are transitioning over, and I mentioned it, and here it is, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but it's met with a Water Gun Shiny Lantern. And interestingly, Wadaj brings in the Galarian Stunfisk, which is going to struggle here against that fast move pressure from the Lantern.
I was just going to say, if you're PvP David, you know Wadaj is in trouble when he safe switches his Galarian Stunfisk into your Water Gun Lantern. Wadaj definitely a few steps behind to start this matchup, but he's going to look for the Earthquake here against the Umbreon. We see the no Protect Shield. It's so devastating to shield an early bait in this matchup. You know you can already absorb one Earthquake. This is fine. Great situation for PvP David at this point in the matchup.
Yeah, and taking a look, a Pokemon that we actually haven't seen in a few matches, Speedy, that Medicham, or no, it's not Medicham in the back. There's the Lantern and the Charizard in the back. Taking a look here. So Lantern also a Pokemon we've seen it on teams, but haven't really seen it be on the field, and then being able to see that Charizard waiting in the wings. That looks so good against Wadaj's backline.
I was going to say, if you run Triple Weak to Fire and your opponent has a Charizard on the back, I think the one thing that Wadaj needs to not let happen is get down to a shield disadvantage, and he's already at that point. So this is definitely very tough. He's going to pull a Protect Shield, though, here with the Rock Slide. I think PvP David wants to control switch advantage, going to look for a Snarl down here potentially. Oh, excuse me. He's going to throw the Foul Play to try to lock up switch advantage, which I think is the right idea.
Yes. So there we go. There is the foul play, locking up switch advantage. I don't even know if he needs switch advantage. Here comes that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Gonna get some energy, has a full Weather Ball ready to go. Here is the Lantern. Wadaj may be thinking, like, I'm golden. I've got a Venusaur for this thing. But, but I don't know. That Venusaur is going to be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, this Dazzling Gleam will connect into that shiny Lantern. Does do a heap of damage. No switch out there by Wadaj. I think he wants the Lantern to empty its energy, but it is definitely within farm down range for the Venusaur. But like you said, might be a rude awakening when the Grass type finally comes out. Got the shield advantage. In comes the Charizard. This is going to be a rain of fire for PvP David as he shields up this Shadow Weather Ball. I think this might be the last attempt from Wadaj before this Charizard goes to town.
Yeah, Charizard being able to get a lot of energy here. Not much will out CMP a Charizard. So there is the Blast Burn. And I don't think this Venusaur's hit the field yet. So Venusaur would need, I think, like an energy advantage to be able to take this one out, to be able to get to that Sludge Bomb. And it just doesn't have it.
Goes for the frenzy plan, but like you said, Thief.ie, Charizard reigns supreme in the charge attack priority department. Blast Burn gonna leave a crater where that Venusaur used to stand as it gets sent right back into its Pokeball, and PvP David delivers a strike in game number 1.
He does. And again, like you mentioned, you say sometimes it's chosen on the lock-in screen, but Wadaj made a choice there. He chose to run Triple Weak to that Charizard, maybe thinking that it was gonna stay on the bench. But yeah, that Charizard just had so much play for PvP David. It does not surprise me at all that he won that opening game. Wadaj definitely going to have to go back to the board to come up with a different strategy here.
Here's the thing, right? We saw this back with HCB when he won Liverpool. We've seen this at NAIC. We've seen this multiple times, not only in Go Battle League or in SilphArena in Play Pokemon. We see this all the time. Shadow Charizard players heckin' love to have shield advantage. That is their big thing, right? If you get a shield advantage with a Shadow Charizard, you can definitely leave you can definitely make a huge impact and leave your opponent devastated. But I think that controlling the pacing of the Protect Shields here is really important for Wadaj. He needs to force David to empty out those reserves, lose those Protect Shields, and then kind of hobble the Charizard indirectly, right? Because without the Protect Shields, Shadow Charizard really has nothing. But I think we're locked in already.
We are, and here on the field, we see that shiny Lantern again, but Wadaj makes the call, bringing in that Venusaur in the lead, and there is that Umbreon that you mentioned, Speedy, that is just so safe into this team. The Tapu Fini doesn't love this matchup because of the last resorts, not even the Alolan Ninetales because it's not running Charm. That Umbreon looks so safe here.
Yeah, I think sacrificing maybe 20 to 30 seconds of switch timer there, Wadaj finally reaches for one of his fairy type Pokemon. This is a Shadow Alola Ninetales though, so the last resorts do a little bit more than you're comfortable taking. I think it can absorb one more, but then even the resisted snarls need to get considered, and it's still outside of Weather Ball range. So this is not completely comfortable for Wadaj. I think the chip and dip strategy was correct, but he's got to play this perfectly to maintain switch advantage.
Yep, and then here is the Alolan Ninetales going for the Weather Ball, and PvP David allowing that Umbreon to go down. Oh, not quite going down. I keep thinking that Shadow bonus is going to give it a little bit more than it does, but again, that next, so kind of forcing Wadaj to use a lot of that energy that he had built up, and then here is the Lickitung building an energy advantage here. It does have to take a Weather Ball though to get all of that energy.
Yeah, Wadaj's Shadow Alola Ninetales does hang on and deliver a Weather Ball there for him, which is really nice. The problem here, though, DeFi, is now you've got Tapu Fini and you've got your Venusaur. You have to send the Tapu Fini out here against Lickitung because you need your Venusaur for that Lantern in the lead. So you're going to have to absorb a power up. You're going to take a lot of damage here. Is there still a win condition for David?
I'm not sure. We talk about how your win conditions are limitless at the start of the battle and they start to narrow down. I think Wadaj has quite a few more win conditions here with that incredibly healthy Venusaur on the field. There is the Venusaur, and Wadaj has 2 shields. So I think this is looking really tough for PvP, David.
Yeah, I like the body slams, or excuse me, these shields on the body slams here by Wadaj, because you want to start thinking in terms of relative damage. What is going to have the most impact on your HP as a Venusaur? I think the body slam is definitely the charge attack that you want to protect shield. Resisted Thunderbolt, resisted Surf, not going to make a lot of headway, but the Lickitung can chip away at you. So we're going to see the Frenzy Plant Force with the final protect shield here from PvP David. Body slam will get protect shielded as well, but like you said, DeFi, this is a very tough position for David to be in.
It is. That Venusaur is just so healthy, and there is the Lantern hoping to get some damage done. The Water Gun does do quite a bit more fast move pressure here for the Venusaur, but we're about to see a Frenzy Plant land on the Lantern. This is why Lantern's such a polarizing pick. It doesn't quite get to that Surf. And then there is the Lickitung, and one more Frenzy Plant is going to knock the Lickitung down to the ground and out of this battle. Wadaj taking victory here. We're going to be moving on to a decisive game 3.
Yeah, those Frenzy Plants just devour the Lantern and Lickitung like this is Jumanji, and Wadaj able to power his way through game number 2 with his Grass-type Pokemon. That's the kind of boldness that you need, right? Bold is the word I want to use here. You just got beat by Shadow Charizard. You ran a team that was triple weak to fire. And what do if you're Wadaj in one of the most important games of your life? You lead the freaking Venusaur. Are you kidding me? What kind of gusto does it take to do something like that?
It is special. It is a special Wadaj brand of gusto. Like we said, he is just on fire. He is cracked. So just, yeah, Venusaur's revenge is what I'm seeing in the chat, in the Twitch chat. And that is certainly accurate here. I do really like how PvP David is continuing to bring that Umbreon, just how safe it is. So we will have to see. I believe he's going to bring it back for that game 3. And here we have, again, a pretty neutral matchup. It's the Lickitung into the Galarian Stunfisk. I don't anticipate an early swap out here.
Yeah, chat, we need you to buckle in because we are already in game number 3 here. These 2 young trainers are ready to move on and see who wins this set. We're going to see the Power Whip get fired off here by the Lickitung. Like you pointed out, DeFi, this is a bulkier matchup. This takes a little bit longer to kind of see how it develops, but these trainers are already thinking about what's in the back. They're already trying to strategize for the middle and end game.
Yeah, and that Charizard, again, I think switch advantage, it's going to really depend. That Charizard needs to stay away from the Tapu Fini. Charizard needs a significant energy advantage to be able to handle a Tapu Fini. The water gun pressure is just so insurmountable.
Earthquake does connect onto the Lickitung, does a heap of damage. Gonna look for another Power Whip here pretty shortly. Might be a little bit too high in finesse to go for the Body Slam bait. Do we see the Protect Shield? No Protect Shield for Wadaj. Might be giving up switch advantage here.
Ooh, Ooh, and going for that lick damage, going for the rock slide, that is not going to be enough. Lickitung is just so bulky, and the switch advantage is going to go to PvP David. That is going to be crucial to align the Charizard properly.
It absolutely will. This could spell disaster for Wadaj. We're going to see what happens. Body Slam does get fired off here by PvP David. Again, double resisted licks on both sides. You can afford to stay in here. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for another Body Slam as well. That's exactly what he's going to do because this Lickitung just cannot KO the opposing Lickitung. But in the meanwhile, here, DeFi, that Lickitung for Wadaj is going to be fully loaded with energy.
It is. And will that energy advantage be enough? Getting as much energy as possible, actually allowing PvP David's Lickitung to get to another body slam. But yeah, that Lickitung has so much energy here.
I need a freaking magnifying glass to see the HP on that Lickitung for David. How did it get to a third body slam? I bet Wadaj is just rolling his eyes. How is that even possible? We have two Pokemon here in the back. Shadow Charizard actually coming in. This is not your typical energy sponge, and this is a heavy, deep team read by PvP David. He thinks that Lantern is the key to success here.
And it certainly is going to be. But again, Charizard, it can't it's not an energy sponge like you mentioned. It can't take a hit, so forces that final shield here from PvP David, where Wadaj is sitting with 2 shields remaining. Here is that last body slam. That Charizard not really making an impact, but is absorbing a lot of energy. There is the Lantern, and here is the Tapu Fini. This actually is going to be close because this Lantern is on Water Gun. It has to land several charge moves to be able to knock out this Tapu Fini.
Okay, I thought for a second there that Wadaj would call the first surf, but he doesn't. He shields up just to do piece safe. And like you said, DeFi, this is going to be a very close matchup in terms of pacing. I think the protection advantage is everything here for Wadaj. Does go for the Moonblast. This charge attack will absolutely connect. Does he get a debuff? He does not. But I think now a surf might be enough to get the KO. Double baits.
I think so as well. And the Lantern going again with Wadaj not taking any chances, and shields up that Tapu Fini, knowing that a surf will be enough.
Wadaj going for the final surf. This might be the knockout he needs to get up into that grand final stage. PvP David eliminated by Wadaj and his Tapu Fini. Wadaj says, I am the one who knocks.
And oh my goodness, what a battle. And right now I actually have to shout out the As the Pokeball Turns podcast, as they just tagged me on social media with the meme of Wadaj knocking on the door for PvP David. So I'm without words. That was such a good battle. I really thought those alternate Pokemon for PvP David, the Umbreon, the Medicham, the Shadow Charizard, I really, really thought that that could have been enough to take out Wadaj, but Wadaj with a resounding no.
Yeah, resounding no. 2-1 overall here in this series. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken or not. I don't think that was a best of 5, right?
No, we're just doing best of 3s. We are in the SilphArena, Speediest Chief. We are not in Play Pokemon today.
Fair enough. But Wadaj, incredibly talented there. Shout out to everyone in the chat who gets the Breaking Bad reference. He is the one who knocks, and he breaks down another door there as he ascends into the grand finals against Asprashelto.
All right. So it looks like I'm seeing somewhere else in the chat best of 3 for the lower bracket, and then it looks like I'm seeing something best of 5 for the grand final is what I'm seeing here.
All right. So we are going to get our best of 5s. Let's go.
Okay. So yep, I see that there in the Discord chat. So I'm going to go mark that. But again, just I'm smiling at that meme right now because it just feels it's so accurate. Wadaj knocked on the door for PvP David, and now we have our absolute last SilphArena matchup, Asprashelto versus Wadaj in a best of 5 matchup.
You know what? I just want to say, with all the trainers that we had coming into the tournament today, Asper Shelto is not a trainer that I was really familiar with. I don't know how many people in chat agree with me, but it's really exciting to see a name that is a little bit unique, maybe a little bit undervalued, getting his shine here in the grand finals. Because honestly, going up against somebody like Wadaj, who's had such an incredible resume over these past months and years, it's got to be intimidating. But Asper Shelto, I think, deserves to be here, and I can't wait to see how these two trainers battle it out.
I am looking forward to it as well. And yep, in the chat commenting, only grand finals is going to be the best of 5. And I have quite a treat for all of you from, again, shout out to As the Pokeball Turns for sending that to me. But we have the meme that we can go ahead and slide over to.
Oh my gosh. Wadaj says, I am the one who knocks. I am the danger. And he has proven himself to be dangerous against all of these trainers. We don't even have enough doors, DeFi, to show all the trainers that he's knocked on.
I'm sorry. We've got to. You would have to zoom back your perspective. You'd have to take like 10 steps back. I'm imagining like, people who have their cameras and they're trying to get the whole picture and they just keep walking backwards and backwards to see all of that. I think this might be a good opportunity. Again, we can highlight Wadaj's run, all of those doors, all of those trainers, because Wadaj losing in that first matchup and now has taken on again Vroom Vroom Pow, our previous champion, taking on Jerson Sanks, Magic Mason, Jays Fan, Dilap, and now PvP David. What an impressive run through the loser side of the bracket. Very just incredible. But now we have Asper Shelto, who is waiting. Who has been waiting and is now, we are at the pinnacle. We are at the summit, Speedy. We have our final 2 battlers and they are ready to go. Wadaj, fresh from victory. Asper Shelto, who's had the time to sit and wait and think. We will have to see which trainer here will emerge victorious. Will it be our trainer from the European region or our trainer from North America?
I think that's a great question, right? I think a lot of this comes down to that champion's mentality. Wadaj has given interviews before where he almost said, I think I'm the best in the world. And I'll tell you what, if you go into a situation like this, you have to believe something like that. You have to believe that you can take down PvP David, Dilap, Jace Fan. You have to believe in yourself that you're able to do that, right? And for a trainer like Asper Shelto, again, I do walk back a little bit earlier. I said maybe undervalued. I didn't mean it in that sense. I just meant that Asper Shelto is on the verge of becoming a household name. He's just a couple steps away from being in this top tier with all these other trainers. I know skill-wise, he's already there. Obviously, he belongs here, excuse me. But I think that we are looking at 2 of the best trainers in the world without question. And I think both of them are trying to make a statement here in the last SilphArena World Championships.
I completely agree. And let's take a look at these teams. This team on the left looks incredibly familiar. We see the Shadow Charizard, the Metacham, Umbreon, Lantern, Lickitung, Cresselia. So we'll have to see. Wadaj just took out this team. So we'll have to see if he can do it again. We have a different driver here today to see, because trainers, you can take the exact same Pokemon, but play them completely differently. So we will have to see how Asper Shelto is going to play this team differently. This is also a best of 5, which runs so much differently than a best of 3. It is much more of a marathon, so much more mind games to play. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
You're exactly right, because as the series develops, right, maybe you can have a good team, a good game plan for game number 1. Maybe you can make some adjustments in game number 2. Maybe there's a decisive game number 3 that's very make or break, and you make all the right calls. that kind of stamina to get through those 3 games, that takes a lot out of a person. But then when you get to this game number 4, game number 5, it's absolutely exhausting to get to this point. If you're Wadaj, when you've played out 7 rounds back to back to back to back to back to back, and you finally get here, it's really, really tough. So this is one of the biggest tests of this young trainer and what he's capable of. And Asper Shelta has been waiting, sitting there at the grand finals table. He said, "Who is worthy of battling against me?" Wadaj answered the call, but the entire time Asper Shelta has been looking, he's been researching, he's been trying to figure out how to beat these opponents. And Wadaj, having defeated the same exact team, like you mentioned, DeFi, he's already got a blueprint. He already knows what he wants to do. Asper Shelta might be aware of that as well.
Exactly. So as we can see our bracket, we are at our final matchup here, Aspersalto versus Wadaj. We just have a couple quick things we want to show you before we get to this last match. So the two of us, Speedy, we have really quickly, we are going to show some community videos. We saw a couple of them earlier on, but we have some other videos to show you. Again, this is the last ever battle for the SilphArena, the last one. So we have just some trainers who want to say their farewells, want to shout out the SilphArena. Again, I'm feeling a little emotional, Speedy. This is certainly the end of an era.
Yeah, it's like you don't want the party to end, right? But eventually it has to. And unfortunately it will. But I think it's worth hearing from our valued and beloved community members how they feel about it and how much Silph has impacted their lives as well.
Silph, thank you so much for everything you've done for us. The game wouldn't be the same without you. A lot of us wouldn't be the same without you. I met so many people and bonded with so many people thanks to Silph. Met a lot of places. I think I am where I am thanks to Silph as well. So we just are very thankful that Silph existed, and I think the game would be in a very different place without Silph. So thank you for everything.
So long, Silph. You weren't perfect, but you built a community and many friendships along the way that meant a hell of a lot to a hell of a lot of people, including myself. And whoever and whatever comes next, they've got a big act to follow and big boots to fill. So thank you.
Thank you, Silph. You've given me so many memories over the years, and I truly would not be the person I am today without you guys.
Thank you, Silph, for 5 amazing years of battling. We appreciate you for everything you have done for us, being there at the beginning in 2019, all the way through a tough pandemic, and helping us get back into in-person as the world opens up. We appreciate you, thank you for everything, and good luck in your future.
Thank you, SilphArena, for 5 years of awesome PvP battles. One thing I really liked to see over the years was all the different cup formats that featured my good friend Dedenne. What's that, Dedenne? Dedenne also says thank you too for 5 years of hard work and dedication to the PvP community. That's really thoughtful of you, Dedenne.
Thank you, Silph, for building this community from the ground up, for everything that you've done, and for facilitating some friendships for me that I know will last the rest of my life. It's amazing. Thanks, Silph.
私たちはあの熱戦を忘れない。ありがとう、シルフアリーナ。
Hola, ¿qué tal nuestro Pokémon? Somos de Perú, Comunidades Unidas, el Last Champion.
Y todos queremos decirles
¡Gracias!
All right, everybody, we are back here. Thank you so much to our beloved community members who shared those videos, shared their thoughts. We'd love to see everybody pop off, not only here in the chat, but also on social media as well. We all have been a part of this. We're all equal members, and I really sincerely feel that our community is very, very special in that regard. Beautiful words by all those trainers in those videos, DeFi.
Incredibly. So thank you again to everybody who submitted videos. The SilphArena is so special to all of us. It's where so many of us got our start in PvP. It's where a lot of us found our communities, like our in-person communities, our online communities, all these people that we are so close with online and in person. So I know I'm already just like, I cannot believe that this is ending.
Yeah, I know. You think back to your in-person tournaments and all the support that you've gotten, all the hundreds of positive comments from your friends that you made along the way. It just drowns out any kind of negativity, right? Because what we actually sincerely take from this experience is just overwhelmingly positive down the road. Maybe we had our gripes, right? Maybe we didn't like a certain meta, or we didn't like a certain rule set, or maybe we had a tough game, or somebody made a stupid comment that we didn't like. But all that is just tiny. It's just a speck of dust compared to what actually happened and what all this means to us. So I think that we should definitely focus on all the positive aspects and be happy that it happened, right? And of course, a little bit sad that it's ending.
Yep. And again, looking on the horizon for where our community, because this doesn't mean the end of the community, it doesn't mean the end of PvP. We have such close connections that we've all made with each other. So I'm excited to see what this community is going to build in the future.
Yeah, I am as well. We also have our community building additional memes. PvP Steve added a few more doors, trying to fit in all of Wadaj's victims. He says there's still not enough room for all of them, but I do appreciate the effort here, Steve. The hallway gets longer as Wadaj marches along into the grand finals here. Knocking on the door now from Asper Shelto.
I completely. I'm still laughing. I'm sorry. That's so good. This is again something I just love about this community. We can call out like we need to see this meme, and such great trainers, such great people in this community make it happen. So we'll have to see we're gonna have to see how this meme is going to end. There's one of two ways. It can end with that bloody trail on the door, or we can see Asper Shelto coming out victorious. So we will have to see. This meme there's only two ways this meme can end. And we have 5 battles, a potential of 5 battles to really see how it is going to end.
Exactly right. We're going to see how this unfolds. Again, these trainers have battled for a long time. Wadaj has been through 7 rounds of this absolute gauntlet of trainers. I definitely understand taking just a couple more minutes to kind of cool off, recenter, make sure his brain is working, maybe have like a Red Bull or a glass of water or something, because this is going to be one of the most important series of his entire life. And he's still a very young trainer, right? It's like, I don't know, I can't describe it.
It's going to be very good. So I'm excited. And like we said earlier, we know these teams. We've already discussed these teams. We know the matchups. So it's all going to come down to the trainer playing the battle. Can Wadaj do it again? Can he go back to back against the same team that PvP David ran? Or can Asper Shelto play that team just a little bit differently?
Yeah, it really looked like Wadaj was on his heels after game 1 against PvP David. Again, triple weak to fire, and with the shield disadvantage, there really wasn't a whole lot of ways for Wadaj to come back out of that matchup. But even if you bring that triple weak to fire team, it had Galarian Stunfisk and Shadow Alola Ninetales. There are ways to hit back against the Shadow Charizard. I'm pretty sure a Rock Slide from Galarian Stunfisk would KO 2 or 3 Shadow Charizards if they're all lined up in a row. I think that there's still ways to win that game, but you have to put together not only the Pokemon, but also the strategy, also the team reads, and then in the middle of all that, you have to make plays, and incredible trainers make big plays. That's what Wadaj has been doing all day long. Asper Shelto as well. You would say maybe an easier route because of fewer opponents, but at the same time, the resume speaks for itself, right? You're in the grand finals for a reason, and I don't think we could have gotten 2 trainers more deserving to be here in the final stage in the final World Championships.
I don't think so either. I think this is going to be so very good, with Dodge definitely showing that he will not, be defeated. He's not done. So he's got these last battles left to play. I am so excited to see how these battles turn out. I'm sure our battlers are taking a deep breath. We've been ready to get into our very final Sylph matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I think as casters, as people watching, spectators, we want the best of 5, right? We want all 5 games. But I think that's the last thing that these trainers want. They say, give me my 3-0 and just let me go because I want to win. I don't want this to become, a heart attack inducing, a very nerve stricken event. I just want to walk away with my trophy and everything else. But I do think the best of 5 is where it's at. DeFi, it can't get much more exciting than that.
I completely agree. And I'm still just looking at that meme and giggling a little bit. It's very funny.
I know, right?
It's brought me a lot of joy. But again, just checking in, we'll be able to see our trainers. We're going to be able to look at these teams again. Nothing that we haven't already said in the matchup versus PvP David, but we can take another look at these Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this is a great way to kind of think about team building in general. I mean, these teams are actually, you could see these at a championship series event, right? We have predictable slots, you have certain roles. It's not only based on typing or coverage, it's also dependent on role. For example, you can use your Shadow Alola Ninetales if you are Wadaj to take out Medicham. You can also use Noctowl to do the same thing, but you can't reverse that flow and say, okay, my Noctowl can also take on Umbreon, whereas your Shadow Alola Ninetales can, right? So you have to kind of pick and choose your lanes in your routes, and it's not always dependent on typing coverage or matchups. Sometimes it depends on what role you want your Pokemon to fill. Maybe your Tapu Fini is your Medicham counter for this game. Maybe your Lickitung is then used as your Charizard counter, or maybe it's reversed. It's really, really difficult, and I think as these pieces continue to move and shift and change, these trainers kind of find those different skill expressions. It's not as easy as it looks on paper.
Yeah, and I am seeing, again, people in chat are just so excited. I think Ash Pichelto, I think it's like 1 a.m. for him, and people are like, don't sleep, don't, keep it going. And people are saying, again, Wadaj will win, not in Yokohama, but maybe not today. And again, just some reminiscing as well from Speediest Fortress in Season 1 until now. It's been a great ride. Gonna miss all of this. Let's goes. So lots of really good messages and good vibes in the chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. This is going to be a very, very good battle. Also, some questions. Can the bracket reset? The answer is yes. So if Wadaj wins a best of 5 here, it will go into a bracket reset because he is coming from the loser side of the battle. But we have to focus on what's in front of us, Speediest Chief, and what's in front of us is a Venusaur versus a Medicham.
We are in it. This is the grand finals of the final SilphArena World Championships. Medicham versus Venusaur on the field. This feels like a Season 1 matchup. This is a throwback, and these trainers are about to throw down here. Frenzy Plant will connect into the Medicham. Looks like it takes a ton of HP away, but it's a charge attack priority. Here comes the Ice Punch. Medicham trying to strike back, but Venusaur uses the Protect Shield here.
Yeah, that Ice Punch would be doing a lot of super effective damage. Venusaur can tank just a little bit more damage, not being that Shadow variant, but it also comes at that cost of not being able to output as much damage. We see the Venusaur going for the Frenzy Plant and knocking out the Medicham.
Medicham does fall. In comes the Umbreon, that bulky backdrop that these trainers have used time and time again. In comes the Shadow Alola Ninetales switch in because there are double Fairy-type Pokemon in the back there for Wadaj. Does look for the last resort here against the Shadow Alola Ninetales. This does deal significant amount of chip damage, but I do think the pressure is kind of on Ash Pichelto here as to how he responds.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, this is not as comfortable for the Shadow Alolan Ninetales as you would think because of that last resort damage, doing quite a bit to the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. No shield, tanking that Weather Ball, and we're going to see another foul play. The Shadow Alolan Ninetales can handle this one just fine, but then we're going to start seeing the fast move pressure. Not quite the fast move pressure, but we are going to see the Shadow Alolan Ninetales get really deep into its health reserves.
That was an absolutely disgusting call. He does not think Wadaj is going to try to sneak a Dazzling Gleam through 2 Protect Shields, and he was right. In comes the Lickitung, looking for the Weather Ball chip damage here on the opposing Lickitung. Wadaj does fire this off. Anticipate a switch out here, potentially to the Venusaur if I had to guess, and he does. He goes back to his lead Pokemon, can look for a Frenzy Plant as soon as he can.
Yep, and that Venusaur has so much energy. Here is that first Frenzy Plant going for the Lickitung. Absolutely love seeing this as well. Something about this being a global game. I love being able to read the game in Italian as well as in English. That is very, very fun. So we see the Venusaur going for another Frenzy Plant here, and we see Ash Pichelto shielding that up.
Yeah, Aspercelto relying on his Lickitung here. He needs it to stand true against the Venusaur. Looking for the body slam. He will outpace, and he does want to remove this Venusaur from the field. The question is, how far can Lickitung carry him? We've seen this Pokemon be incredibly solid for Wadaj himself. Can it close out this matchup? Because there's still a fully healthy Tapu Fini in the back.
Oh my goodness, that Tapu Fini has so much health, and it gets to the surf before the Lickitung can reach that very crucial power whip. Lickitung is bulky, but not bulky enough. It is going to fall to that surf, and then here is the Umbreon. Again, not if the Umbreon were at full health, this would be a lot closer, but the Umbreon is just going to get one parting last resort here before the water gun damage is just going to be too much.
Yeah, can't quite get to the charge attack. Wadaj does throw the surf as well, trying to lock down this matchup. Does not want to risk anything, does not want to allow another last resort to come through. This is the kind of decisive play that you need to reset the bracket and try to become world champion. Wadaj does win game number 1 of this grand finals.
So very good. So Wadaj has to win 2 more games and another best of 5 on top of that in order to become the champion. All Aspercelto's got to do is be able to win 3 games. So we will have to see how this turns out, but I don't know. It's hard to bet against Wadaj just after his consistent success going through the losers bracket.
Well, I'm telling you, if you're Aspercelto, you brought Umbreon and Lickitung. You deployed all the bulk you have in your arsenal in that matchup there, and it still wasn't enough. Wadaj just absolutely ripped and tore through that HP pool and shredded Aspercelto to win that game number 1. Going to be really tough to see if he can bounce back here in game number 2. But like you said, there's a bit of a runway here, right? This is a potential 10-game situation. There's a lot of time to kind of adjust and think about and digest what just happened. You don't have to make any rash judgments here. That's exactly what I expect a high-level trainer like Aspercelto to do, is just take his time, figure out what the best strategy is, and not overthink anything, because he's here in the grand finals for a reason.
Exactly. Something I'm curious as we are waiting for these trainers to get locked in. We haven't seen that Cresselia at all, not from PvP David, and at least in the matches we casted, and not from Aspercelto here. Is there any room for Cresselia in this? We often see it as kind of like an additional grass type on the team because of that grass knot. So it is able to output grass type damage without having the weaknesses that a Venusaur would have.
Well, we just saw Wadaj running the Venusaur double fairy team there in game number 1. I do think there's room for Cresselia. I do think it's got a ton of play against that trio, as well as the Noctowl. I mean, you have Psycho Cut's not going to do a lot of damage, but you have Moonblast, you have Grass Knot coverage for the Tapu Fini, and it's just such a bulky Pokemon that it's a nuisance to get rid of. Even a Steel-type Pokemon like Galarian Stunfisk does not have the easiest time trying to KO a Cresselia. So if you need another bulky Pokemon, maybe a third that bulky Pokemon to bring into this matchup, you can stall the switch timer, you can try to maneuver around. There's a ton of play there. It really depends on the route that Aspercelto wants to take. Does he want to use the high octane offense Charizard, or does he want to just outlast his opponents with Cresselia, Umbreon, Lickitung?
We will have to see. Looking for maybe a hybrid situation. We have 2 bulky picks on the side of Aspercelto with that Lantern. And then we have a high damage output Pokemon that has quite a bit of bulk to it as well in Medicham.
Yeah, we actually saw this matchup as well opening the first game, but I do think that these back lines are very different than they were previously. Gonna look for the knockdown switch in after he takes the shield advantage. This is what I really admire about Wadaj's play against the Shadow Charizard team. He is not allowing them to take shield advantage. And when your opponent starts shielding early, maybe that tells you there's not a Charizard in the back at all.
So we will have to see. We go for the Noctowl is going to get to its move first. With that Sky Attack, are we going to see a shield? No, the Medicham can handle it just in time to be able to throw an Ice Punch in return, but this isn't going to knock out that Noctowl either. Actually going for a little bit of an undercharge, it looked like.
Yeah, it's a curious undercharge, right? Maybe trying to level out the HP. Does allow the Noctowl to wing attack down. Going to come in with the Lantern here. Still switch locked. Wadaj is trapped. Does get to the Shadow Ball, though. That extra energy does allow him to leverage that, get to the charge attack, and deal some meaningful chip damage.
Exactly. There is that shadow ball going for the lantern, gets one more water gun off, and then it is going to be Lickitung versus the world here. Lickitung has to be able to take down really both of these Pokemon in order to be successful here.
Yeah, I would agree. We do see the Protect Shield on the Frenzy Plant there. Venusaur still applying tons of pressure. Now 2-0 Protect Shield advantage for Wadaj. He brings in that Shadow Alola Ninetales. A great Pokemon to straddle all these typing mismatches that we've seen. No Protect Shield on the Body Slam as well, which is a really nice call there by Wadaj. Does look for the Dazzling Gleam here. Switch Timer still not available. Lickitung is pinned, but it's going to get off a Body Slam first.
Yeah. So again, that Lickitung is stuck, and this just looks so good for Wadaj. Taking a look at that backline matchup of the Venusaur, of the Water Gun Lantern, but we see the going for a Shadow Dazzling Gleam, something we don't see very often. Going into the Lickitung, you can't take the Lickitung out. It's just too bulky and is able to throw a Body Slam in return. But it has no health left. I can't see the health bar, and it's not because of that eye surgery that people know about. It's just because it's hardly there. And then this Venusaur is going to be able to throw a Frenzy Plant to knock out the Lantern.
No, you're absolutely right. Going to see the Surf get Protect Shielded up here. Wadaj maybe has a chance to throw a Sludge Bomb here, but this is not early season Wadaj. He goes straight for the Frenzy Plan. Wants to tie this up nicely. Great lead call. Great switching call. Perfect execution. Wadaj is now up 2-0 here in the grand finals. He's on his way to a reset, but he still needs one more win to get there.
Yeah, Wadaj is on a roll here. So we will have to see. He knows this team. He just came off of playing it from PvP David. So he has the strategies. He has the tools. He knows he can win. What on earth, Speedy, can we see from Ashper Shelto in order to topple Wadaj? We mentioned the Cresselia. Could that be the key? We saw the Metacham come out, and it just wasn't enough here in this last match.
You're exactly right. It just wasn't enough. Everything that Aspercelto has tried so far hasn't worked. But I'll tell you what, when you lead your Lantern into a Venusaur against a trainer like Wadaj, you're in for a bad time 9 times out of 10. It's really, really tough to come back from that kind of lead. And I think that the mind game that's going on here in the background is that the Shadow Charizard is looming large for Aspercelto. He thinks, I have this incredible Pokemon. It's so powerful. If Wadaj doesn't prepare for this, he's going to be in trouble. But Wadaj is saying, where's Shadow Charizard? I don't see it. I'm not going to fear something that's not showing up on the field. So I'm going to continue to run Ice and Grass. I'm going to continue to bring Galarian Stunfisk as well. I'm going to continue to try to strip away your Protect Shields early in the matchup and get that early advantage because I don't believe you. I don't think you're going to bring it. And he is calling his bluff not once, but twice.
So we will have to see. We have Pokemon on the field. So we have Lantern versus Lickitung. So let's go ahead and see here how this turns out. Advantage goes to the Lickitung being able to put out that super effective Power Whip damage.
Yeah, again, kind of double grass coverage, the pseudo grass with your Lickitung here. We're going to see a Surf get fired off by the Lantern first, though. We'll deal a little bit of chip damage with these two bulky Pokemon. We'll continue to slug it out. I think the overcharge here is really nice, anticipating the catch, and it does catch onto his own Lickitung. Here comes Wadaj's Power Whip. The question here, DFIE, is what do you do if you're Wadaj? How do you pivot out of this? He goes straight for the Ninetales.
Yeah, being able to just output a lot of that neutral ice type damage. Lickitung is going to be able to output quite a bit of damage itself, starting with a Body Slam that will go unshielded. The Alolan Ninetales can safely handle this one. Second one, though, is going to be tight with addition to all of that lick damage.
We did see Wadaj go for the Dazzling Gleam right away in game number 1. We do see a Protect Shield here from Aspercelto onto the Weather Ball. That's a great bait by Wadaj. Goes for another Weather Ball as well. It's starting to snow here in July because Wadaj is applying the pressure with all these fast charge attacks.
All right, and there is another one, but the Lickitung already has a move and goes for it here just before Wadaj was able to fire another charge move. So this is certainly going to knock out the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, bringing in the Venusaur to start getting quite the energy advantage. I'm not sure, will Wadaj shield this? Venusaur can comfortably take a Body Slam, no shield here, and Venusaur is going to have quite the energy advantage going in. So maybe guessing that Charizard's not back there, and here the Medicham is revealed.
Look at Wadaj just clutching these Protect Shields, right? He is not willing to give them up. He's going to give his Pokemon the Protect Shield advantage no matter what. And that's to the point you just mentioned, DeFi. If there was a Charizard back there, the 2 Protect Shields gives Wadaj an advantage. But now, against no matter what is in the back, he has an advantage because he can just Protect Shield up, Ice Punches, Body Slams, whatever comes through, and regular Venusaur can just wreak havoc on this team in the back line.
Yes, now we finally see, I was like, you can't bring it into the next match, Wadaj. Finally see him expend a Protect Shield on the Venusaur. The Venusaur should outpace here, gets to the Frenzy Plant right before the Medicham can throw another Ice Punch, and the Medicham will be off the field. And we still have on the side of Wadaj an incredibly healthy Lickitung and a shield to be able to knock out this Lantern. I'm not much of like a psychic. I'm not a fortune teller, but I see a bracket reset in our future, Speedy.
No, I couldn't agree more, right? Because you have this position where you've got a grass and a half on the field being Venusaur and Lickitung with the Power Whip, and the Surf won't even be enough. Wadaj lets it through. He says, no matter what you try, nothing is going to work because Lickitung is going to get to the Body Slam and get the KO here. And this final Body Slam will force a bracket reset. Wadaj is not slowing down anytime soon. He wants this championship, and it's up to Aspercelto to stop him here.
Exactly. So there we go. Wadaj 3-0 versus Aspercelto, and we have a bracket reset, and this is going to be again the final best of 5 in the SilphArena. Will Wadaj be able to continue here, or will Aspercelto be able to come back from behind?
Yeah, I see one of our fellow commentators, Rise, saying that maybe Cresselia is a great choice here for Aspercelto in this reset because it can help him against the fairy types. Aspercelto tried to go with the Lantern to address the double fairy strategies. We've seen Wadaj bring the Shadow Lola Ninetales and the Tapu Fini time and time again. He thought Lantern was the answer, and then Venusaur found it yet again. Our friend Gucci saying Venusaur going sicko mode in this grand finals. That is exactly correct because it has just been impossible to stop for Aspercelto.
Yeah, Jordy's saying if you tab hard enough, the Lickitung will lick faster, and you need some kind of strategy like that in order to stop Wadaj at this point. So also shout out to N.A. Hoff in the chat. This Wadaj kid seems pretty good. I would tend to agree. Just has quite the set of accomplishments. Looking to add one more to the list, one more to the trophy case today for Wadaj in the SilphArena Championship.
Exactly right. These two trainers might take a second to cool off here. I know if I was Aspercelto, I probably want to take just a moment to collect myself. It's a very tough thing to get 3 out there in the grand finals, but I think he's warmed up now. I think he's ready to go. I definitely think he's still got a great shot to win this. Obviously, both these trainers deserving to be here for any number of reasons, but Wadaj, I don't know. The question in my mind still becomes, when does this kid get tired? Because he has absolutely rolled through all of these sets. He's now on an 8-0 run, and we're headed into the grand finals reset. This is it for the SilphArena.
And here we have a Medicham into a Noctowl. Again, you would think flying type into a fighter, Noctowl having the clear advantage, but not necessarily the case because we can get some super effective damage from the Medicham, and the Medicham is just so bulky. So it seems these trainers are going to be staying in this opening matchup. We see major bulk in the back for Aspercelto going for that Umbreon and the Lickitung.
Exactly right. Sky Attack will connect onto the Medicham. It can withstand it. I do think we've seen a game of Protect Shield advantage early on in all these games. Which trainer will give up the Protect Shield first? Not going to be Aspercelto this time. This is definitely a change in strategy for what we saw in the initial grand finals. He's going to cede switch advantage in order to maintain his Protect Shields. Does come in with the Umbreon. Do we see a pivot out by Wadaj? I honestly think we don't, DeFi. I think he's going to stay here and play this out.
It looks like that as well, not wanting to sacrifice the switch advantage he just won. So we have the Sky Attack go through, and again, the Noctowl could potentially get to a Sky Attack, but no, Aspercelto throwing right before the Noctowl is able to get to another move, and Wadaj letting the Noctowl go.
Yeah, Wadaj finally going to give up his flying and normal type. Comes in with the Venusaur here, but now it's at an energy disadvantage. Still, neither trainer using a single Protect Shield yet. We're going to see the Foul Play connect here onto the Venusaur, keeping with that theme. But now this Umbreon is nearly within Frenzy Plant range.
There it goes, and there is a foul play. How close is Wadaj going to keep his shields? And he does. He clutches them close to his chest. No shields needed yet. Venusaur charging up so much energy and going for a Frenzy Plant before Umbreon can fire in return. This isn't a Shadow Venusaur, but I think this Frenzy Plant is still going to do quite a bit of damage, almost knocking out the Umbreon.
Wadaj finally using his first Protect Shield of the game to keep his Venusaur around here. Umbreon looking to get Vine Whip down. To avoid that, does switch into the Lickitung. Does not get the sniper, the lick damage. Going to go for the Frenzy Plant here as well. It's going to be a Licky Mirror to end this game, I think, DeFi.
I think so as well. I don't think there's anything more SilphArena, anything more fitting in the SilphArena than just a power of the bulk. Lickitung mirrors, Umbreon mirrors. We've really seen them all, Speedy.
I was going to say, this is not so much a boxing match anymore as it is a wrestling match. These two trainers just throwing their body weight at each other, trying to land these body slams. As the switch timer ticks down, we might see a potential catch on both sides, which is insane to think about because the one-turn fast attack lick is so difficult to time. And these switch timers are going to be up at almost the same exact moment when they finally do reset.
All right, and there is the next body slam coming through. And like we mentioned, this is a good opportunity. You've been with us so long. Don't go very far, but stand up, stretch, maybe do, like quick arm stretch, quick leg stretch. This takes quite a bit. And here is that Lickitung mirror again. Just going for the body slams. This is gonna take a moment, Speedy.
I honestly think with the two Lickitungs being this close, with whichever trainer does succeed with the catch is going to win the game, because that single body slam difference will be a deal breaker when it all comes down to it. We're going to look to see another body slam come through. Both Lickitungs dipping to the yellow, looking for energy. They're almost at parity. Wadaj maybe 1 or 2 licks behind. He might have just caught up with that charge attack there as well.
Oh, this is razor thin. Here we are. This is where we're going to start seeing if a catch is to be made, it's going to be made right in here. We see the power whip. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Lickitung, or will it take it just shy? Now the Lickitung's at just about equal, and no catch to be made. Aspershelto going for the body slam. No catch from Wadaj.
I think this Lickitung is within 1 Vine Whip range. Venusaur can't quite get there. Looking for the Vine Whips. Does get the KO. Doesn't have the charge attack. Only 10 seconds left on the timer. In comes the Umbreon. Can't get to the Frenzy Plant. And somehow Venusaur takes it in the final 5 seconds of the game. Wadaj scrapes out a win here in the Grand Finals reset.
Just as I was thinking we were gonna see a win for Aspershelto, no, we see more Venusaur domination. The Venusaur going sicko mode like we saw in chat. I love in chat again, lick, 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 thicky licky here till the very end of the SilphArena. We love to see it. Thank you all so much. That was rough.
That was sweaty. That was the sweatiest game I've seen in a long time. Wadaj is 4-0 against Aspershelto right now, but he needs to go 6-0 in order to win the Grand Finals and become the world champion of the SilphArena. As PvP Steve said, one of these two gentlemen here will be the forever reigning SilphArena world champion, and we just have a few more games to find out which one that will be.
Oh, that is, again, it's exciting. I am hyped, but it is so bittersweet that we are approaching the very, very end here. Who will take home the crown? We see Wadaj up to 4. He needs 2 more wins here in order to secure that championship. And here we have the Pokemon are on the field. You could not picture a better lead for our Italian battler, Shadow Charizard, into Wadaj's Venusaur, and we see a quick swap out of Lickitung into the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Shadow Charizard rises as Pershelto, breathing in that breath of life into this series. We're going to see a Weather Ball get fired off here almost immediately by Wadaj. No Protect Shield onto the Lickitung. I think Pershelto really wants a control switch advantage here. It's going to be so critical. But look at the back line for Wadaj. There's a secret catchphrase back there. It's made of 2 words. Tapu Fini can absolutely shatter this backline for Pershelto if Wadaj positions it correctly. So we're going to have to see. This game is far from over.
It is. We mentioned some games are won on that first lead matchup, but this certainly is not the case. Wadaj has quite the powerful Pokemon in Tapu Fini in the back line, but Pershelto securing switch advantage. The Venusaur comes back out, and it is going to get a pretty significant amount of energy. It might be able to get a Sludge Bomb prepared, locked, and loaded to maybe frighten that Charizard, make it shiver a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the play, right? You need to find a way to strike back. It is a little bit sad that he does have to take the body slam there. Blind Sludge Bomb, flinging that sludge onto the Shadow Charizard. Do we see a Protect Shield here? And we do. Pershelto makes the right call. But guess what? It's Tapu time, DeFi, and it's cornered the Shadow Charizard. You have an Umbreon in the back. There is nowhere to hide.
And interestingly enough, Pershelto stays in and forces a shield from Wadaj, actually getting baited, throwing the Dragon Claw instead. That could be significant here. A Blast Burn from a Shadow Charizard onto the Tapu Fini. It doesn't knock it out, but it does a lot of damage. Certainly a worthy Protect Shield. And here we have Tapu Fini going for the Moonblast, but Pershelto uses the final Protect Shield to shield it up. Tapu Fini, however, still has a Protect Shield to shield against this last resort.
Yeah, that was a wonderful Protect Shield call there from Pershelto. I think Wadaj could have easily baited there, but the Moonblast was predicted correctly. Does use a Protect Shield. Umbreon looking to make something out of nothing, but the Tapu Fini is closing in on that second Moonblast as well.
It is, and it is going to need that Moonblast. Tapu Fini running low on health. Let's Tapu Fini going for as much water gun damage as possible before throwing the Moonblast. Now, Umbreon is known for its bulk. Can it handle this Moonblast? It cannot. And then here comes the Charizard, and the Tapu Fini gets to a Surf, washing away, bringing the flood, raining out that Charizard. And Wadaj now sits where he is 1 win away from being the SilphArena World Champion. Pershelto needs to make a reverse sweep in order to make that happen.
5-0. Chat, say with me, 5-0. Wadaj has won 5 games in a row against one of the best trainers in the entire world. I think he's just on a different level, right? I think the only win condition in that game we just saw was that the Moonblast isn't enough. Wadaj panic swaps to Venusaur, the Charizard gets a farm down, and somehow lands a Blast Burn on the Tapu Fini. But so many tiny things had to work for that to happen, and they just didn't. Everything that Wadaj needed to happen happened. He got the bait on the Surf. He landed the Moonblast. He shielded the Moonblast, but he landed the Moonblast and is able to surf away the Charizard, is what I was trying to say. A little bit flustered here. This is pretty intense.
It is intense, certainly intense and emotional. This may be the final SilphArena battle ever in the history books. Wadaj versus Pershelto. If Wadaj wins this, he will be crowned the forever reigning SilphArena World Champion, which is quite the impressive feat. Again, this is the last possible chance. This might be the last possible chance for Pershelto to bring that Cresselia. You and I have been talking that might be the Pokemon that could core break a little bit. I don't know, though. We haven't seen him bring it at all. Let's find out. The Pokemon are on the field. Tapu Fini into Umbreon.
Oh my goodness, Tapu Fini finds the Umbreon in the lead. Pershelto is definitely in trouble here. Wadaj continues to make all the right calls exactly when he needs to make them. We're going to see a last resort get fired off here by the Umbreon. Like DeFi said, this could be the final SilphArena battle ever. So give your energy, send some messages in the chat. Let's hear it.
All right. And that Umbreon gets just about to that last resort, but the Tapu Fini is able to throw the Moon Blast first. I don't believe it would be enough to knock out at this range. Umbreon is able to stick around to throw a parting last resort, but it is going to succumb to the power of those water guns from the Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini will be left quite low, though, in exchange for winning that lead matchup.
Umbreon gets stuffed out, unable to even get to the foul play. Meanwhile, Tapu Fini continues to rise here for Wadaj, does get to the Moonblast against a Lantern, smacks it with that same type attack bonus fairy damage, and it does not look good here for Asper Shelto.
It does not. I'm looking at that Charizard in the back, and I am hoping that maybe we'll see something. It does have 2 shields, but so Wadaj also has those same 2 protect shields and is able to get to quite a bit of body slams and that lick damage. Look at this poor Charizard already, already down to almost half health.
Oh, Wadaj doesn't shield the Blast Burn. Somehow Asper Shelto sneaks a Blast Burn between 2 Protect shields. He has 2 shields of his own for his Shadow Charizard. He's going to show up this Body Slam. Is there a way that this Charizard can wing attack all the way down? It's going to look to do it. Going to look for the Dragon Claw, actually continue to apply pressure. Protect shield there from Wadaj, finally giving his own. But I'll tell you what, that Blast Burn left a mark.
It did. It left a mark on the field, but Lickitung stands triumphant. It was able to tank the Blast Burn and throw continuous body slams into the Charizard. Charizard going to be going in with some energy advantage, but Wadaj has a shield. You need to be able to get rid of this last Protect shield and throw a Blast Burn.
God.
What a call! What a call from Wadaj is not. How do you not shield that?
Wadaj out of his mind, going sicko mode in the final SilphArena World Championships, calls the Dragon Claw, CMPs the Lantern, gets to the Frenzy Plant. Wadaj is your world champion.
I'm speechless. I am speechless. Congratulations, Wadaj. We have seen Wadaj put on a clinic. I hope all of you out there at home have been taking notes. Wadaj winning here, our champion from the United States, 2023 SilphArena World Champion.
What else can you say, right? Wadaj said everything he needed to say on the field today. 6-0 in the grand finals, forced the reset, got the 3-0 sweep in one of the most unconventional ways. We talked about constantly Venusaur Charizard. That was the dynamic duo. That was the core. That's what everything else orbited around. And to see the Venusaur come out on top in that Charizard matchup at the very end, that was Pokemon. That was SilphArena. That was history. And Wadaj just made it here.
Exactly. History, it is in the books. We have just closed out the final SilphArena tournament, the final world champion, and it is Wadaj clutching his trophy. He got to write the history book here today, and Venusaur, I would say, one of the MVPs of that team that we have just seen again and again and again. I am loving Twitch chat right now. I am eating it up. Everyone, just the call. Wow.
I'm seeing it too.
Built different. Actually cracked. Love seeing the Twitch chat just pop off at the battle. It's so good.
Oh my gosh, Wadaj built differently indeed. This is it, DeFi. This is the community. This is our people. This is the SilphArena. Everyone in chat, everyone that's watched, all the competitors that were here today, all of the people in production, all of our casters as well. This is SilphArena. This is community. This is Pokemon Go. And I just can't imagine a better send-off here because honestly, coming up against all odds, falling to that loser's bracket, going 8-0, that's the underdog story. That is the Ash Ketchum story where you have everything against you and you find a way. Congratulations to Wadaj.
Exactly. Although I would say maybe better than Ash Ketchum. Ash Ketchum doesn't have a lot of trophies in his trophy case, but Wadaj certainly does. Here we have it on the graphic. Screen cap it, everybody. Congratulations to our 2023 World Champion in Wadaj, hailing from the United States. Second place, Ash Prosciutto from Italy, and third place, PvP David from Sweden. So everybody out there, again, congratulations to Wadaj. Hype it up in the chat for our final forever reigning SilphArena World Champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations again to all of the trainers that competed. As Prosciutto in second place, PvP David in third. All these incredible trainers that have grinded out these seasons, that have learned these new metas, scrimmed, practiced, team built, theory crafted, everything they've done to get to this point. It's like the tip of an iceberg, DeFi. We see it poking up out of the ocean, but we don't see all of the work and effort and tears that go into making it to this point. These trainers are just so incredibly talented. They all deserve a pat on the back. And at your next in-person event, definitely give them a hug or a high five.
Exactly. And again, I love this community. They are still popping off long after the battle is over. They are still popping off in the chat. Wicked, cracked, just everybody amazing again. And I agree with chat as well. It is sad that Sylph has to come to an end, but what will never end is all the legacies, the legends that have been built here, as well as the communities and the friendships that we've been able to experience will live on as our community continues in the grassroots scene.
Absolutely. I'd love to see some messages in chat, some hashtag thank you, Sylph. Would love to see you just blow up the chat with those messages. If you haven't said anything all stream, let this be that one message you send. If you've been active in the chat, please contribute to the effort and send hashtag thank you, Sylph. We'd love to see that flood the chat as soon as you're able to. We're going to see if we can get Wadaj in for an interview. I know a lot of us would love to ask him some questions, how it got to this point, what it took to win. But at the same time, I mean, if he just wants to celebrate with his family, if he has other things he needs to do, that's totally understandable as well. So we will give you updates on that as we wait to see if we can speak to your new world champion.
And we have heard from Wadaj plenty of times in the play Pokemon circuit. I remember him saying like, yeah, like it'd be kind of nice to win the international, like kind of having like that nonchalant attitude. I'd be very curious if that's how he went into this as well, or if he came in determined. Again, we could also take a moment while we wait. We could look through his tournament run again. We could look at it either in the bracket or with a meme, if anybody has the updated meme out there. But in the meantime, bracket I think will work for now. We have, again, took an early loss to Nyankake in the first round and then fought and battled and worked his way through that loser's side of the bracket. Vroom Vroom Pow, Jerson Sanks, Magic Mason, Jays Fan, Dial Up Churn, PvP David, Ash Prosciutto. That is quite the run. And having to take Ash Prosciutto down twice, 2 3-0 victories, going 6-0. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say we always want the best trainer to win, right? Even if that's not ourselves, we want the best trainer in the world to have everything that they deserve. And when you look at this resume here from Wadaj, I don't think there was anybody better this weekend than him. Sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's a combination, right? Sometimes you just get heat up at the right moment. Wadaj could have easily just put his phone down after that round 1 loss, said, you know what, maybe this isn't going to happen for me. But he didn't do that. He did the opposite. He continued to push, to strive, to play his best and show why he deserved to be here. And this is the result. This is the result when you don't quit. And Wadaj has so much to be proud of.
I completely agree. And imagine being so young and so well accomplished. If you look at everything he's accomplished here in the SilphArena, as well as in Play Pokemon, as well as in the Go Battle League, just having so many accomplishments. And he's got such a long road ahead of him as well.
Exactly right. He's definitely one of the younger trainers, and I think that if we look at trainers like Wadaj, like Bird Power, like Kim Yusui, like PvP David, we see the future of Pokemon Go PvP, and I think it's incredibly bright. If we have these young trainers to lead us into the next generation of players, I feel like we are in very good hands.
I completely agree. It is such a joy to be able to watch it's been such a joy to be able to watch the SilphArena through all of these, to be able to see that next generation of trainers take the lead, as well as in Play Pokemon and in the Go Battle League. We just have so many different ways to play, and again, we are wrapping up the SilphArena. However, we still have so many great friendships, such a strong grassroots community, and here we have not Vroom Vroom Pow, but Wadaj coming up, who is going to be coming up for an interview, coming at us very shortly from his bedroom, it looks like. So we will have an interview, so be sure to stick around for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I good?
We can hear the world champion here. We're going to get him on screen in just a moment, everybody. But if you have any questions you would like to ask our champion, please sound off in the chat. We want to wish you the warmest welcome, Wadaj. I feel like I see you all over the place. How are you feeling, champ?
I'm feeling pretty good. I lost round 1. I kind of thought I was going to go 0-2 after that. I wasn't feeling too hot, but then I kind of went on a wicked run. And it's probably my most proud tourney I've ever had. So I'm feeling pretty juiced up, you know?
So how are you going to celebrate having defeated Vroom Vroom Pow, Jerson Sinks, Magic Mason, Jays Fan 55, Dilap Churng, PvP David, and defeating Ash Proscelto twice in back-to-back 3-0s? What an incredible one. How are you going to celebrate here, Wadaj?
I'm probably going to eat dinner. I haven't eaten all day. Well, I had a slice of pizza for lunch, but that didn't really hold over too well.
Yeah, is that the secret? Is pizza the secret to what you just did this weekend?
Dude, I need the pizza in my system to beat the Italians. The Italians, you know, they always I don't know how to say it in the PG way, but they always beat me. So I need the pizza to beat them back.
Yeah. It sounds like a little bit of Scaffo coming through in your comment there. You know, he's pretty.
Yeah,
good
my good friend Pizza Hut Scaffo.
So what's the secret sauce? What were the toppings on that pizza? We have to know what makes quite this champion.
It was a 5-day-old Little Caesars pepperoni pizza, frozen. Not frozen, but from the fridge. It was pretty good.
Hey,
we love it. So no pineapple. Got it. We'll take the note.
Absolutely not. No.
Well, I think we all know what's going to be in Wadaj's fridge in Yokohama before the World Championships. But that being said, Wadaj, I just wanted to ask you, I know all of your opponents were incredibly tough. Was there any series that you really felt like unsure of yourself, a series that really tested you? Can you think back to any competitor that really kind of had you on the ropes?
At first, well, besides my loss, that guy, the Japanese guy, he was really good. We had a really close set. And then my first losers match room, we had a really close set. And he had an A slash, which my entire team loses to, so I was kind of nervous. But once I beat that, I kind of knew I could beat the rest of the A slashes I had to play.
Yeah, I noticed you kind of used your Lickitung. You really leveraged the bulk of the Lickitung to be able to handle Shadow Alolan Sandslash in that. Was that really just your strategy moving forward then?
Yeah, that's the only way I could beat it in the 2 shields, or any shields really. I guess Noctowl beats it in the 2s, but that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. So, Wadaj, I wanted to ask you, because a lot of trainers have been watching you over this past season, right? I think everyone has always been aware that you're very good at the game. I think that as the season has progressed, a lot more eyes are on you as time has gone on. What does it take for someone to lose that first round, or to kind of, have a tough time in another tournament? What does it take for you to come back and actually win this? Because I think mentally, last time we talked, right, you said your mental, has had ups and downs, but dude, you actually, I don't know who can beat you at this point. Your mental is just totally on a different level. How do you do that? How did you build that up?
So, it all started back at Worlds last year. I also lost round 1 at London Worlds, and my mom said to me, just don't care, just play and you'll win. And I ended up getting 3rd. So that's kind of a mentality that I had to stick with myself, to just not care and just play the battles and hope it goes well.
Just play the battles, chat.
Yeah, just play the battles.
Just play the battles and win. That's clearly the key. I'm wondering, what did you do to prepare for this tournament? Is there anyone you want to shout out? Anybody who helped you scrim, who helped you team build, or who do you want to shout out here?
Okay, to be honest, I did zero prep, and my prep was Continentals. I was talking, my nickname, my Polish friends, he's like the only person I like talk to about it. He was like, bro, you gotta change your team. You gotta change your team. Like all the world's competitors are gonna be like looking at it like, you should probably change your team. I'm like, nah. And I was just gonna go with that how I knew to play. And I thought the team was really good besides the A/ weakness. So I had enough confidence in myself. I didn't need to prep.
Wow. Well, Wadaj, I just wanted to ask you, we won't keep you very much longer. I just wanted to ask you, what advice would you give to trainers? Because I feel like even though you didn't do a lot of prep, I'm sure you remember matchups. I'm sure that you studied a lot of matchups. How do you prepare for these tournaments, and what advice would you give to trainers who want to play like Wadaj?
I mean, it gets to a point where you just have to know the matchups. Like, you'll learn them over time, but you just have to play a lot. Like, I've played this game way too much, way more than healthy for a high schooler. But yeah, you learn it eventually, and then it just comes naturally.
All right. Well, we don't have to worry about you too much. School doesn't start until after Worlds, so you put in all of that time that you need to just play in repetition to prepare for Yokohama, Japan.
Yeah, absolutely, Wadaj. Well, again, from everyone in the community, from us in the casting booth, and from production as well, congratulations. You are the forever reigning world champion of the SilphArena. You've earned so much. You've done so well for yourself, and we're all incredibly proud of you. And
thank you so much.
You have our respect and our admiration, man. Good job.
Appreciate you.
Very well done, Wadaj.
Thank you.
All right. With that being said, Wadaj, have a good dinner.
Yo, thank you. You too. I don't know if you guys have eaten, but
we will after this, certainly.
Yes, yeah. All right.
All right, DeFi. What a tournament. What an experience. What a ride.
It is. And again, so thank you again, Wadaj, for coming on for that interview. I loved seeing chat pop off, future Little Caesars sponsorship in for Wadaj. Wadaj and Yokohama looking for the Little Caesars. I love this chat. I love this community, and I have no doubt in my mind that this community will persist. This community will live on, and we will continue to find ways. We will continue our grassroots scene just because out of the sheer strength of our grassroots community here with the SilphArena.
I absolutely agree. We have a little bit of a factoid here from PvP Steve, who also deserves way more credit than he currently gets. He says, Wadaj beat 3 out of the 4 continental champions. He also beat last year's world champion, global rank 1 and number 2, and only lost to the 4th continental champion from the APAC region. That is a whopper of a resume, DeFi.
It really is. It was crazy to just list for him every single person he beat in this tournament, all of those big names. Like Rise said earlier on, there is no player out there who plays hotter than Wadaj is playing right now. He's untouchable. He's on fire. I am so looking forward to the rest of his career. I'm excited to watch him in Yokohama, Japan.
Yeah, I am as well. I think we have a bright future ahead of us. SilphArena, obviously, closing down. When one door closes, another opens, as the old adage says. Old adage? Wadaj? Or something there.
The old Wadaj? He's so young, Speedy. We can't call him old. If he's old, then what are we? Then what are we?
Dinosaurs. Now, that being said, it's been an incredible time with you here today, DeFi. Again, shout out to Miss Mystic and production, PvP Steve behind the scenes, all of our co-casters, everyone who helped to run the tournament in terms of judging, TOs, organization, as well as the graphics that we've had. Everybody in chat for joining us, everyone who's shared on social media. This is truly a community effort. That's the way Silph began, and that's the way it's going to end as well. And I'm just so proud of everyone and so grateful for this life-changing opportunity.
I completely agree. Do we have any last words, Speedy? Any last things to shout out? Or otherwise, I think, again, it's kind of like you're doing that we call it a Midwestern goodbye, where you're standing at the door. You don't quite want to leave. You don't quite want the party to end, but the party does end. The sunset does come. The night does end. And we just have to look forward. We have to ride off into the sunset with Dodge leading the way on his horse with his slice of pizza in hand, leading the way.
It's true. That's definitely how I pictured it as well, right? But yeah, I think life is about growth. It's about change. It's about being uncomfortable sometimes. And I feel like it's very uncomfortable to not think about Sylph being around, but we have to pick ourselves up and continue to build on what comes next, build on what we have with each other and not lose it. Right. So let's keep contributing to our local communities. Let's keep running tournaments. Let's keep on enjoying each other's company, meeting for in-persons and building the community, because I think that's really what has given all of us this incredible gift.
I agree. Let's see all of those thank you Sylphs in the chat. And in addition to thank you Sylph, we need to specifically call out quite a few people. We need to call out our first. Let's start off with our shoutcasters today. Earlier on, we had PvP Steve, Caleb Pang, King IV, Rise to Occasion, as well as all of our TOs, our referees, all of the SilphArena staff who made this work today. As well as Miss Mystic and all of the production crew. I want to say as well, it was in Columbus, Benji, Game Arena in Columbus, as well as Benji Live, who is working production as well, and really a team effort here today.
Absolutely. Again, to you, the community, we cannot say thank you enough. But again, final time, thank you for being here. Thank you for going on this journey with the SilphArena, and we wish you all the best in the world going forward.
And with that, I think we're done. Thank you, Sylph.